once upon a time in a world far, far away. In a realm ruled by dragons and magic. Well, actually, it was this land specifically. Not that far away. Let me start over. Once upon a time, somewhere in Gaia, not that far away, there was a tavern. My tavern. A place for anyone looking for an adventure or a quick refreshment. A place open to everybody. Even jackdaws, I suppose. But I'm not just your typical innkeeper. My drinks are infused with magic to aid ambitious adventurers on their quests. To make sure they always return victorious. Big shoes to fill, I know. Then again, what's the worst that could happen?
Hiya, Inkeep. How's it going? All fine and dandy? Can't complain. How about you, Fable? All fine and dandy? Yes, all fine and dandy. I had such an exciting day. Really, really exciting. Did you go on an adventure? Even better. I took a walk around the grove, and then I replanted a mushroom that had fallen over. Then I patiently waited for it to turn into a mushroom monster, or a mushroom mimic, maybe a gnome. Did it? No. But I got to take another walk around the grove. How was it? Great. I got to see the same stones, the same trees. The same amaranthine hydra guarding the entrance to Avalon, the same moss. I even got to water the asters. They didn't really need it, but I was there, so. Sounds very exciting. Who am I kidding? My life is as exciting as a roasted nut. Nuts are healthy. Very thrilling in sauces or as a snack. There's various types of nuts, walnuts, peanuts, hazelnuts. I'm allergic. I like the immediate stop of music. Oh. I didn't know that. Oh, no worries. I mean, I never told you. And hey, at least something would happen if I ate a nut, just not something very fun. Anaphylactic shock and all that, does that count as an adventure? No, I think that counts as a mistake. So what you're saying is that you're missing some spice? Oh, no. I have a very sensitive stomach. I don't think chilies would help me much. Though I'm very good at growing phoenix chilies. I was talking about the spice in your life. Oh, that's what you meant. Well, yes, exactly, that's it. There's no chili flakes, no garlic, no dragons. Just a lot of salt. I'm like a bland soup. So a classic case of boredom, I see. Do you know that feeling when nothing exciting is going on in your life? Like, life isn't bad, but also not particularly fun. Have you tried to visiting a circus. Have you tried adding some zest to your soup? Go with that. Huh? Drama, buzz, excitement, something fiery. Go to the theater or a gala. Arrive in a hot air balloon. A hot air balloon? Don't they fly up really high? Yes, I think that's the point. I'm afraid of heights and of people and of actors. But apart from that, I tried singing, but what is singing if not the telling of a tale? How can I sing of things if I've never lived through anything? What do you mean? Well, day in and day out, I live the same green soup of routines. Sure, I have my forest and I look after it, but I want to get out there and see something. Like, for example, listen to this song I started writing. I wish to be a hero, slaying mighty drakes. I wish to meet a pretty nymph, resting by the lakes. A pretty nymph? That's pretty daring. Sounds like a good song opening to me. Go with a pretty nymph. That's pretty daring. Of course it is. That's the point. Finding them enjoying themselves in the water. The sun shining through the treetops, making the stream glisten in fragmented light, a divine beauty. I would love to sing about the exciting, magical things I encounter. But to be honest, the most exciting thing in my life is coming to your tavern and discovering new drinks. Looks like we unlocked some info about Fable. Not a lot of songs you can write about that. I wouldn't mind a jingle. I'll think of one. Can I mention nymphs? I'd prefer if you didn't. Okay, maybe one day I'll get to offer them their own jingle. In the meantime, can I offer you a drink? Yes, I'd love a drink. The usual? Yes, please. That means a swift strike in case you forgot. Thank you for the reminder, Fable. It's my favorite. It always makes me feel like a feather-light nymph floating on the waves of a sunny lake. Do you want to be with a nymph or be the nymph? Both? But mostly I want a swift strike. Message received. Although, I was wondering. I've been coming to your tavern for so long and I still don't know anything about how you make your drinks. Could you show me? Absolutely not. That's top secret. I'm sorry, but I took an oath to take the secrets of mixology to my grave. Really? No, but I do value my secret recipes. I understand. I guess I'll just have to try and recreate the swift strike from memory alone. Good luck with that. I shall make you a proper one for reference. Oh, a little end too. Okay, so. Oh, that's not what I was going for. Okay, so we have an order for the swift strike. Be a leaf on the wind with the swift strike. This must-have for dexterity devoted adventurer grants you agility, speed, and remarkable accuracy. Oh, and a tasty drink. With an order this delicious, you'll exceed any dwarf's kill count in no time. All right, so we'll draw the recipe. That way we have the photo and we see what's happening. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna need a few sips of that, a little bit of that, and a little bit of that. Let's go to the ingredients. If I can find them. There we go. Okay, dexterity. We're gonna need Pluma. This airy light ingredient enhances finesse and reflexes. With Pluma, adventurers become quicker, better, faster, stronger. Perhaps not that last one. Dexterity influences natural agility. The higher the dexterity, the higher the finesse and reflexes. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna stumble all my words today. Perfect for ranged or speed-reliant warriors. Okay, so we'll grab Pluma. Get over, tip it in. Okay. We're gonna have to go for that little swirly brain looking one. Intelligence. Intelligence fortifies your wits, mental defenses, learning capacity, and ability to apply knowledge. Anyone can benefit from a little extra focus. Honestly, very true. I could use some focus. So that is the Tempest? Not sure how to pronounce it. Don't judge me. Favored by scholars and wizards alike, this mystical potion of unknown origins is infamous for its ability to fortify your intelligence. Okay. I really like the bottle. Okay, so we just want to go to that little outer corner. Yep, that's it. Okay, and we need the shield. Defense. Defense is your invisible shield. No matter if the threat is physical, magical, or spiritual, enough defense can protect you from any harm. Frigus? Hailing from the highlands, this rhyming ingredient raises your defenses, shielding you from harm. No matter how tough you are, Frigus, I hope I'm saying that right, my goodness, makes you tougher. Okay. To get that to the outer corner as well. That's it. That's a swift strike. Thanks for letting us know we completed that Enzu. We unlocked the achievement to make our first drink. Oh, that's pretty. I love that. Here you go. Enjoy. Can we just like take in this background? This would make such a lovely animated wallpaper, would it not? There's so much to it. I love it. I love the detail they put into it. This art style is really beautiful as well. Here you go. Enjoy. Thank you. This is exactly what I needed. These adventures you dream of, aren't you scared they'd be the end of you? Maybe, but how would I know if I never try? Do you actually want to try? Well, yes. I want to tell great stories, but what? Never mind. Oh. Hello. Do you think we can romance characters in this? Who are you, question marks? Mysterious traveler? How can I help you? A drink. For you? Right. What kind? Drinkable. Very specific, thank you. How about a spoken heart? Some charisma couldn't hurt. Sure, whatever. Okay. Spoken hearts. Go ahead and draw that recipe. So we're going to need, I'm assuming that's going to be charisma. Let's take a look. Charisma affects your natural charm and people skills. High charisma is perfect for travelers who want to stand out and make a lasting impression. So we go with Kentio. Created by mixing honey with classified magic, this ingredient bolsters your charisma, making your people skills sparkle. Maybe too literally. Okay, so we're gonna bring that all the way out to this corner. This one, right? I hope. Okay. Then we'll go with the sword. Strength is imperative for warriors eager for the thrill of battle and lifting heavy objects. Who needs tactics when you can use brute force? Ignis. Rumor has it this spicy potion can make a warrior out of anyone. With its enhanced strength, even the heaviest weapons or logs can be lifted. Okay. So, just one of that. And then we're going to have to do some defense. Was that... Oh, I just realized that highlights. Okay, it is this one. Well, now at least we know. Spoken Heart. Beautiful. Oh, I can't wait to see what this one looks like. This should be digestible, maybe even tasty. Thanks. Almost washes away the memories of that banshee haunting the lonesome lagoon at night. And her bone-shattering song of sorrow. Almost. Okay. Rumor unlocked, Song of Bones and Water. Click on that. Oh, and it brings it up. Okay. Okay. All right, hold on. Let's go through these. So we get a profile on Fable. Fable Verifina. They're an elf, age 110. Pronouns are they, them. Class is Ranger, background Ashen Grove. Alignment neutral good. And Arcana, the Hanged Man. Fable Verifina is a ranger taking care of the Ashen Grove. They're a sweet and gentle soul and a regular at Wayfarer's Inn. They dream of being an adventurer, but are troubled by severe anxiety about, well, everything really. You and me both, Fable. Their nut allergy probably doesn't help either. Fair? Okay, so we have that one rumor, no quests yet. The log. Interesting. Oh, so this is if we miss. Oh, this is great because if y'all don't know, I button smash a lot, so we may miss a line or two. Recipes, ingredients, infusions. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet. Huh. Happens when we click on these. Oh. Well, okay then. Get a little info on all the areas. Cool. We'll read that once we find out a little more about them. All right. The brooding type, I see. What are you thinking about, Fable? Just dreams. Yours or someone else's? Mine. Other people seem to have the courage to follow theirs. Why can't I be like that? Isn't that up to you? I wish it was. My brother says my dreams are a fool's errand, that I'm running away from where I belong. We are rangers, Fable. We belong to the woods, like the stream that ripples down the mountain. Or the birds in the trees. We keep the balance. It's what we're meant to do. And is that what you want to do? Yes. No. Not really. I want to experience things outside the safe borders of the forest. I want to live a life so full of adventure, boredom will feel like bliss. I want to be brave and strong. And I want to sing songs about my adventures that make other people yearn for that same freedom. Of course, I could never leave the Ashen Grove behind forever. It's my home. There's nothing wrong with going away from time to time, right? I mean, my brother looks after the Grove as well as my sisters. I think it'd be fine without me. Then you should do what your heart desires. Will it stop aching then? Oh, she's got tears in her eyes. Stop. They're so sweet. I think so, yes. What if it's wrong to leave, though? What if destiny never meant for me to leave? What if it did? That would be a dream come true. Be your own genie, Fable. Your adventures start with you. Thank you, Innkeeper. You really are the most exciting part of my day. Stop. They're so freaking sweet. No, bring Fable back. Oh, I love the nighttime sea. I need that as an animated wallpaper immediately. Who's this? They're very regal. Greetings, traveler. How may I help you? You own this establishment, Innkeep? Last time I checked. With whom do I have the pleasure? The name's Carolyn. I think I'm saying that right. You can call me Care or Lynn. Couldn't care less. We're going to go with Lynn because that's the only part that I'm correct. I believe I'm correct about. Nice to meet you, Lynn. What can I do for you? Perhaps something to drink? You do the thing with quests, right? So they say. Do you want one? You can have a look at my notice board. No. No quest for me, but I may have one for you or your notice board. Tell me more. Heard of a werewolf making trouble in Tregarian? Terrorizing farmers, tearing sheep apart, the whole program. A werewolf? That's news to me. Go ahead and unlock that rumor. Ooh. Okay. We'll come back once we get more info. A werewolf? That's news to me. Listen, me too. Didn't see one in almost a decade, and that was far south in Areve. Been wondering if it's the same one just moving up, like a nomad. I thought the werewolf hype died along with that one romance novel. You mean the one with the vampires? I hate that I know the one they're talking about. Think so. Nah, that just split society into two camps, Team Werewolf or Team Vampire. Which one are you, Innkeep? I'm Team Vampire. Not necessarily in that series, but just overall, you know? Ah, so you're into fangs, are ya? And Innkeep never tells. You little rascal, I like you. Likewise, what about you? Vampires? Why? The wolves were too close to my kin, and yeah, I'd rather stay away from them. Is that why you don't want to take care of the werewolf yourself? Yes. No. I'm just afraid he might look a little too much like my uncle Dragon. Would feel bad slaying that fella. You know? Hunchback, hairy, crooked teeth. Is that a werewolf or just Uncle Dragon? You can't tell. Same fate befell on Olga. I'm sorry to hear that. Nah, that hag had it coming. Never fall behind your grooming schedule, or before you know it, the next wannabe Van Helsing will strike you down with a silver arrow. Do the Van Helsings also hunt werewolves? Don't know. Don't care enough to check. Either way, that southern werewolf, yeah? Right. Anything else that might help the others get done with that rather swiftly? Fetch. Pardon me? Should they get into a dangerous situation, they'll just have to start playing fetch. That works. On any dog, trust me. Alright, so we got all our rumors about the werewolves. That's too funny. Good to know. Thanks, Lynn. It's not that hard. Either care... I really don't know. Lynn. We go with Lynn. Gotcha, Lynn. I like that they worked it into the dialogue. They knew I was going to have a hard time with the name. Hi, Chief. You got a name, or is it just Innkeep? Just Innkeep for now. Playing hard to get, I see. Well, Innkeep, then before I venture on, you've got a drink for me? Of course. What would you like? I'll take something powerful, something with a whole lot of strength. And don't you dare give me any of that watered down muck instead. Okay. So Southern Brawler, I would assume, is pretty much all strength. Yeah. Yeah. Southern Brawler it is. Okay. So we go 3 measures of that. Okay. 1 of that. And 1 of defense. There we go. Southern Brawler coming right up. I like the names of these drinks. A drink with 0 water as requested. Not bad. Just what I was craving. Thanks. Where will you head from here? Perhaps back west, through the Ashen Grove. Got some business to take care of. Say hello to our friend Fable. What kind of business? Personal business. Care to elaborate? No. But you won't stop asking till I do, will ya? No. My cousin claims her crops are being stolen by undead snails. Obviously, I'm pretty sure she's hallucinating. But I did hear some folks complaining about an undead uptick in the west, so might as well humor her. And make sure she hasn't turned into an undead snail herself. Something like that, yeah. It's odd, ain't it? Resurrecting the dead? Certainly unconventional. That's one way to put it. I think there's not much use digging up the past. It's just gonna open wounds you stapled shut. Or eat your face. The past haunts everyone willing to listen. Would you mind talking like a normal person? I ain't exactly up for philosophizing. You started this conversation, and I'm ending it. Alright, well then. If you find any more rumors for me or need aid, don't shy away from coming back. I'm more of a lone wolf, don't do groups. But sure, for more work, I'll be back. I'll be waiting. Okay, we unlocked some info about Lynn. Avukakin, 36. She, her. Beast Slayer, Arova. Chaotic good, I love that. And the Chariot, not surprising. Lynn is a strong and fearless beast slayer with a taste for drinks, big swords, and even bigger muscles. She despises small talk in any way or form, and understandably for her, keeps her distance from werewolves. Wouldn't like being mistaken for one either. I'll be waiting. Speaking of rumors, you know how to turn them into proper quests, right? Don't want them to go to waste. I could use some help. Fine, I guess I've got a few minutes. Let me see your setup. This is where I sort all of the rumors I've collected. I also keep them written down in my journal so I won't forget. Smart. Think the best next step would be sorting and matching the snippets on your quest page. Just drag them over and make sure they're all for the same quest. Otherwise, you'll end up confusing adventurers. Once you're done, select that quill of yours and it'll be written up. Got it? Got it. Thank you for your help, Lynn. Put it on my tab. That's not how that works. Good night to you two. Alrighty then. Let's assemble this quest. Okay, so werewolf. Well, hold on. Who's these three? Nice, we combined rumors to make your first quest. Love it. A werewolf on detours. A reticent Vukakin passed by the Wayfarers Inn, reporting a werewolf making their way up to Trigarin from Arove. They pose a potential threat to both helpless sheep and the villagers. Apparently, werewolves love playing fetch. Are you brave enough to take on this quest and save Trigarin from this werewolf mayhem? Innkeep. I love it. Oh? Alrighty. So we're going to move on to part 2 of Act 1, Prelude to Bravery, 58th of the Wake. Start the day. Looks like Fable's going to take a quest. What have you there, Fable? I found this on your notice board. It says a werewolf is terrorizing Trigarin. Is that true? It is indeed. Have you sent anyone after it yet? Maybe that hooded guy from yesterday? Not yet. What kind of hero are you, looking for? One who knows their way around difficult terrain, woods even, preferably one who is good with a bow. One who tells me they want the quest. Ah, I'm good with a bow. Yes, Fable. And I know my way around any woods. I know, Fable. And maybe I want the quest. Just maybe? No, not just maybe. Since yesterday, all I've been able to think about is you telling me to follow my heart. And then I stepped into your tavern and the quest practically jumps out at me and I think, hey, there's a start for an adventure. It's a near forest, you know, forest, you live in a forest. And werewolves are basically just normal wolves, but with but slightly scarier because they are also human, but you've talked to humans before. And you got silver arrows for your birthday last year, and they're just collecting dust in your room. And I thought I could ask you if anyone had taken it yet. And then I see. Or rather, I did, but then I thought, what if I take the quest? Then I have to go on the quest. And I have to fight the werewolf or talk to the werewolf, which is worse. Because what if the werewolf doesn't like me? And what if when I try to shoot it with my silver arrow, I miss and shoot a tree instead, and then the tree would be mad at me? But it wouldn't really matter because I'd be dead because of the werewolf. That took a quick turn. Honestly, that's exactly how my mind would work. I'm with Fable on this one. So maybe I should put the quest back. Fable? Yes. Do you want me to tell you to take the quest? Maybe. I can't make this decision for you. Neither can I. The tears in their eyes again. Whenever I have to make a difficult decision, it's like I freeze in place. And suddenly, I'm unable to move until someone makes the decision for me. Like a slime, a frozen slime that can't move. I've met slimes less anxious than you. You've met slimes? My tavern is open, everyone. Oh, right. What do slimes drink? Water. Or slime. Bones. You sell bones? Only to slimes. Maybe you'll be able to add my bones to your menu soon. You'll just have to pick them up from the forest floor. I think I'd have a hard time convincing a werewolf to give up free bones. Poor Fable. Why are you so anxious, Fable? In general? I think answering that would take up more time than we have to spare. talking about taking the quest. It seems to me that you want to take it, but you're trying to talk yourself out of it instead. Oh, well, I do want to go on that quest. Werewolves may not be the best muses, but it would make for a good start for a song, right? The prelude of an epic, fable, the protector of the woods, the world, the worms. The worms? They seem like they need protecting. But every time I think about embarking on a quest, and I start to think more deeply about what might happen, all the bones start to shake and I feel dizzy. Is there something making you feel like you might fail? Aside from the bloodthirsty werewolf? We don't know what it's thirsty for. It might prefer orange juice. It might. Well, heroes have history, right? Great feats they can look back on to prove their bravery. Inspirational adventures that remind them of the light in the dark. I have the opposite of that. Great mistakes and epic regrets. Like the Morgan incident. Or my first encounter with the Amaranthine Hydra. Or the reason why nobody wants to spend time with me. Oh, why does nobody want to spend time with them? The Mary Morgan incident, your first encounter with the Hydra. Why does no one want to spend time with you? Because I'm unlucky. I'm unlucky, and whenever good things are supposed to happen, I ruin them. No matter how easy things might be, nothing seems easy enough for me. Imagine there's one nail sticking out in the whole kingdom. Everyone would pass by except for me. I'd get caught on it, rip my coat. Did that happen once? Once? I wish it had just been once. It seems like my life only follows the path that's the most embarrassing. Or dangerous. Or dangerously embarrassing. The curse of ill luck follows me wherever I go, like an adventuring companion who secretly wants to kill you. No one wants to hang out with me, someone who naturally attracts bad things. Too harsh on yourself, Fable. Am I? See, just last week I wanted to gather fresh flowers. The daffodils are blooming. They make for a nice bouquet, you know? Or hair accessories. They always calm my anxiety when I have them around. But me being me, I confuse them with their evil twin, the weeping Amaryllis. Now guess what I spent the whole day afterwards doing? Weeping? Like a baby all day long. When I plucked them, they released their spores and I started crying. I suddenly felt all the sadness of the world rush over me. I've never been so heartbroken. I'm sorry, that sounds horrible, Fable. It was. Between the tears and the sobs, I managed to make a tincture out of hogweed. It eased the pain, but the tears wouldn't stop until dawn. I'm so silly sometimes. Okay, and the Mary Morgan incident? Yes, the Mary Morgan incident. Didn't you hear about that? Oh, thank Gaia word didn't get around. It was my very first adventure, the chance to finally escape from the daily grind. What happened? An adventuring party was on their way, passing through the Ashen Grove. Due to the Sylvan spirits, it gets fairly foggy at night. And the fog bears great danger to anyone who isn't acquainted with the spirits who call it home. So they wanted guidance from a local ranger. A merchant in Tregarin recommended me. I agreed to help, of course. My first adventure, yay! I was so excited, but also very nervous. So of course, it had to go wrong. I think it was the nerves. Why were you so nervous? New people, seasoned adventurers, one stronger than the next, all in shining armor and armed to the teeth. I wanted to leave a good first impression. The way I just add words into this. I wanted to leave a good impression, but my bad luck got in the way. How did it go wrong? I felt their condescending glares on my back as I walked them through the woods. Of course, I don't know whether they actually glared, but my fear got a hold of me and I led them astray. I must have blacked out. I've never got lost in the woods before. But this time I did. I couldn't see well, there was blood rushing in my ears, and I felt dizzy. So for some stupid reason, I led them along a path no one should ever take. Past the riverbanks of the Shivermere, home to the Mare Morgan. You know of the Mare Morgan, yes? The wrathful spirit that's known to drown men. Not sure if she really differentiates between genders, though. For some stupid reason, I led them right into her arms. I got scared, and in the end, they had to save me. They fought the creature, and we finally found a way out when dawn broke, and the fog ebbed away. I couldn't look at them for the rest of the journey, and I silently bid my farewells when we reached the other side of the Ashen Grove. I was too embarrassed to speak. I'm sure I'm still the laughing stock of every one of their gatherings. How am I ever supposed to step foot in the adventuring world again? To be fair, it could have been worse. I could have led them right into the arms of the Werven Chimera that resides in the Quag Mangrove. Three-headed beast, you say? They say it has a taste for adventurers, but you didn't. But I didn't. And your first encounter with Hydra? Well, just a day after it arrived to guard the portal to the Dream Plane Avalon, I wanted to be polite and neighborly, so I brought it some homemade biscuits. I burned them a little in the oven, but I thought since it has fire breath, it wouldn't mind. So I approached the Amaranthine Hydra, and I have this whole speech prepared about how I'm looking forward to having it around, and how its green scales match my hat, but it was so tall and intimidating, I forgot all about what I wanted to say. So I just set down the biscuits and smiled awkwardly. It looked at my biscuits, then at me, and it said, "By the rivers of the stars stands a man who reads the Fearman's past. Some things are as sturdy as the gilded ice. Some things are as changing as Leviathan's sea. All chimeras hate mice, all hydras love tea." I thought to myself, wow, the Amaranthine Hydra has given me a riddle, a quest. Maybe this shall be my first adventure. But I couldn't figure out the answer, so I left, and I tried to solve the riddle for 3 days. I was too ashamed to step foot in front of it again, lest I know that I was not worthy of its wisdom. But then I couldn't take it anymore, and I ran back, apologized, and begged it for the answer. Turns out that's just how it speaks. It wanted tea. Did you get it, Sal? Yes. Then you completed its quest. 3 days late. If it had needed an antidote, it would have died. Wood halves are about as useful as an antidote when you don't. Wood halves are about as useful as an antidote when you haven't been poisoned. They change nothing. Adventures don't come tied up in neat, mistakeless bows. Your mistakes are part of your story fable, no matter how hard you try and shame yourself for them. I like you the same nonetheless. Just try to do better in the future. That's all you can do. I like you the same nonetheless. You do? Yes. I don't care much for Fable, the flawless hero. I don't think their stories would be very interesting. Fable, the messy adventurer with a heart of gold and an endearing personality, on the other hand, great non-guy. Might even be my favorite regular. Don't tell anyone else I said that. I won't. Thank you, and keep. Because I like you so much, I'm going to keep giving you free advice. I hope so. What do you have for me? You seem to be very insecure. I think that's the biggest problem here. But how can I not be when everything I touch falls apart? You know that isn't true. You're right. I'm a great gardener, everything grows around me, and I seem to just get smaller. Except zucchinis. I can't figure out how to grow those. So in a way, I'm like a zucchini. I'm insecure because I don't know what I'm capable of. You'll have to find that out then. Like, on a quest, for example. You don't think I'm a little underleveled? Do you think that will change by sitting around? I guess not. Someone has to help those people, right? What if I don't, and then no one else comes around? What if I'm the only chance they got? But what if I'm not? What if there's someone better? The best thing you can do is try to help them. So what if another adventurer swings by and they're able to make the situation better? Isn't that a good thing? 4 hands are better than 2, and who knows, you might even end up forming a party. Oh. And besides, if it's a perfect hero they want, they'll be waiting forever. I didn't think about it like that. Maybe I shouldn't decide to give up before I even try. After all, I am a very fast runner, so if I screw up, I can just run away real quick. That's the spirit. Okay, I Fable, a great gardener, and future hero, charmer of nymphs. I'm going to embark on this quest and save the villagers, and I shall return victorious. Did I do it right? Yes, good job. I leave the quest in your capable hands, brave adventurer. Would you like a drink to aid you on your journey? Yes. Do you have something that can make me more nimble and quiet so that the werewolf won't see me coming? Something with a lot of dexterity. If I want to fight it, I'm going to need that surprise round advantage. Or maybe something that can help me with diplomacy? Perhaps it's just a hungry lost lichen after all, and it only needs a pep talk and a hug. Maybe we could even be friends. But I would need something with a lot of charisma for that. I will leave the choice up to you. Just make sure you don't pick a random recipe. Please keep it to one of the abilities I asked for. Remember, your choice can influence my fate. It could change the entire outcome of this quest. But of course, I'm sure you're already aware of that. Sorry for backseat mixing. Okay, so I didn't know that this could change the outcome. Very interesting. Okay, let's try and decide. Oh, we're doing 2. Okay, so what is this one? Sparkling nebula. The distilled flavor of the cosmos, the sparkling nebula fizzes on your tongue and rewires your synapses, inspiring great ideas and even greater stories. Storytellers and scholars alike can broaden their horizons with the taste of the stars. Okay. So, I think give a swift strike and a spoken heart, don't you think? This should do it. Oh, that tastes great. Very brisk. Do you feel a little bit braver? No, not yet, but I feel faster, more agile, swifter with my bow. Like my arrows could find any werewolf's heart. Okay, I'm confused. I thought the 2 orders meant we were going to make her 2 drinks. Oh, goodness. I may have messed this up already. I'm sure the bravery will come later. I'm sure it will. Oh, we messed up. Thank you. This drink gave me some hope and heart palpitations. I think that's your anxiety. B. You got this, Fable. I'll try. Have some faith in yourself. Okay. I got this. Much better. Oh, I almost forgot. I was thinking about how much your words helped me yesterday, and how I'd have to thank you properly if I ever did end up taking a quest, so... I brought you some phoenix chilies from my garden. They seemed like something you might enjoy. They possess natural magical properties. If you plant them in the right soil, they can grow to be fire resistant. And consumption can pass that on to mortals like us? Exactly. I thought they might go well with your drinks. They will. Thank you, Fable. That's a very thoughtful gift. Since I'm waiting for another shipment of infusions in a few days, I'll take a look at them all together later. Oh, of course. I'm glad you like them. Maybe I'll order a drink with some next time. But first, I have to complete my quest. I'll see you post-victory. Oh, no. I am worried that we did not set them up for success with that drink. I misunderstood. I wonder how Fable is doing. I hope they're doing okay. Maybe they'll find some new ingredients for me. Although, probably not. I hope my shipment arrives soon. Oh, our mysterious traveler's back. You again. Me again. And you are? Someone who wants a drink. What kinds? Drink. Yes, I get it. Could you try being more specific? That spoken heart one tasted fine. Thank you. Okay. Spoken heart it is. A spoken heart just for you. Maybe it will help you find more words. Good attempt. Perfectly drinkable. Might make me come back for more. Might not. Thank you. Enjoy. Charming. Oh? You guys run into some slimes? Careful, you'll step on my cape. Oh, shush. Greetings, travelers. How may I help you? Oh, not another one of those empty babblers. Would you prefer a different line? I can confidently say I'm all but empty. That's what they all say. Seems they've given ye some more dialogue options than most, but that doesn't convince me just yet. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Of course not. Probably forgot to give you enough intellect. Oh, how rude. Would surprise me if there was actually a brain inside that skull. I'm sure there is. Have you checked? No, but I can assure you, I'm different from your average background character. Sure. I must agree. You look much more delicious than they usually do. Thank you. Though I should let you know I'm not on the menu. Don't worry too much about him. He's a tad quirky. I see. The thing on your shoulder, is it quirky too? What thing? My cape. Your cape? That's not his cape. That green fell on his shoulder is an ooze, or what's left of it. And the rest of it is on you? Hi. Pretty tough to clean off. May I ask how that happened? You just did. Maybe I can offer you two a drink in exchange for the story and your names. Yes, I love stories. Well then, may I have your name? No, but I shall tell it to you. I'm Sir Alphonse Louise Frederick Duquette Dusang. It's long for Kyle. Kyle? Kyle. Well, Kyle, What kind of drink can I offer you? Blood. Or if you're out, I would also settle for something that tastes like blood. Or looks like it. Red is my favorite color. I'll look for something with red in it. Okay. We could do Spoken Heart or Southern Brawler. What do we think? Probably Southern Brawler? Oh, yeah. It's got the sword. Okay. Okay, hold on. I do just wanna do something since we messed it up. We should be able to feed it to N2. Oh, it's so cute. Okay. Let's make a drink. Okay. Southern Brawler. Some almost blood for you, sir. Oh, thank you very kindly. That looks delicious. It also tastes delicious, very alive. Maybe as a chaser, you could let me have a bite. No. Okay. And to whom may I offer the second drink? Rhea Falstrip. Nice to meet. Yeah. Skip. Just serve me something strong, something that feels durable, tough like a mountain or the caves of Ur. One of those frosted lagoons looks close enough. Coming right up. Is this the first one we're making? I think so. And then just a bit of that. Nice. A taste of her, just for you, valued customer number 2. Oh, are you hitting the placeholder text? Let me try. I see you're many things, but not a liar. Tastes like a pile of rocks, just how I like it. So, Rhea, Kyle, what about that ooze-filled story? Fine, guess you've earned it. Alright, picture me, deep in the mountains of Dolvermer, with my trusty axe and a good drink by my side. There I was, minding my own business, digging for the good stuff, you know? Hit a gold's vein earlier and deemed myself the luckiest dwarf of all time. Had a real big old pile of gold. Then suddenly, this big ooze comes along and slurp. Gone it was. This is a very boring story. Perhaps we could go looking for my cape now. It's nearly sunrise. And? The sun kills you? Oh, right. Did the ooze also eat the cape? Yes. No. Oh. Crying. Anyways, I wouldn't call myself the best warrior, but when that ooze slurped me gold, I had to do something. So I took my shovel and dug and hit and dug and hit until there was nothing left of the ooze anymore. Well, almost nothing. So did you dig out your gold? Silly food. She dug out me. And guess what he was clinging on to? The gold? Oh yes, a big gold nugget should be enough to get me to Bovoria or Boruvia. And perhaps it can even get me a dandy new cape. I don't think so, Sunshine. We had a deal. We did? Please allow me to ask a question. What was that deal again? I get you to Borvia so you can participate in your fancy vampire banquet, and in return, I get the gold. But what about my cape? Where did you last see your cape? Don't even bother, it's a lost cause. We looked everywhere on our way home. Fought cursed chests, many-eyed monstrosities, undead goons. And I started to wonder, where in his life did this man put his cape? Where everyone puts their cape. Do you know where I put my capes? Where? In a wardrobe. Oh. So you can wear it inside the wardrobe land? What? No. Kyle, maybe we could find someone to retrieve your cape for you? We could? Phenomenal. I could put out a quest for you, but for that we need a little more information. Good luck with that. First, I need to know where you last saw your cape. I was getting ready to go to the annual vampire banquet hosted by Lord Strut and Boruvia. While getting dressed, I realized I couldn't find my cape. My first thought, of course I cannot find it. The cape of invisibility is playing tricks on me. It's quite moody sometimes. Which is truly unfortunate when you want to wear it for an important event. We all know how important a fancy cape is for flaunting your vampire status. Of course. Then what was the last vampire event you wore the cape to? My wedding. Your wedding? When I married my sweet Evelyn, I simply had to wear my most treasured cape to show how important she was to me. Evelyn, the vampiric Countess Evelyn, residing in Marrow Castle? That would be her. Congratulations! Are you still married? Of course not. I hate her, every inch of her body. Turns out she just wanted... Spit it out, leech. Oh. What? My cape! Ah, rats. Here we go again. My sweet Evelyn stole my cape. What now? That little mean, vicious, beautiful beast, her, that thief of thieves, robbed me of my most precious possession. Wouldn't that be your heart? No, I had that taken out centuries ago, but my cape, I could never live without that. Oh, sweet, sweet Evelyn, how could you do this to me? I trusted her with all I had. That's rough, buddy. Perhaps Innkeeper, that's your name, right? Sure. Do you think there's a courageous adventurer out there brave enough to retrieve my precious cape for me? Afraid that my sweetest Evelyn will kill me on sight if I ever set foot in her villa again. Yes, I think we can find such an adventurer. We're setting up that search right now. So, where could a brave adventurer find Marrow Castle? Deep past the abyss of dread, at the foot of a mountain range that looks like a witch's bosom, towers the mansion of my dear Evelyn. Queen of darkness, temptress of men, flamenco champion of 1467. The right hero should be able to outsmart her and escape with their life. But be wary, she bites. And she may be invisible now. Alright, I think I've got everything I need. I'll write up a quest for you. I'm sure you'll have your cape back in no time. I hope so. That reminds me, not another cursed monologue. And keep quickly another drink. I don't think I can make it through another tale of woe without some artificial stamina. I need another lagoon. I'll see what I can do. Another frosted lagoon. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this. So, that's all the new stuff we got. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's look through these real quick. Did we ever read through Lynn? Oh, we did. Okay. Rhea. Dwarf, 175. She looks great for her age. She, her, blacksmith, her, lawful neutral, love it, and the world. Rhea is a hot-headed dwarf and pretty rough around the edges. She's not a fan of the meaningless copy-paste NPC talk, whatever any of that means, and seems to have caught herself a lost vampire while digging for gold. Unfortunately, or so she claims, she's now stuck with him. Kyle, don't know his age, he, him, vampire, Eridu, where? Chaotic neutral, and the fool. Okay, so we don't have too much info on him so far. What is that? The Republic of Fisoa, I wonder if I'm saying that right, is Fisoa's primary nation. It is geographically and culturally divided by the large mountain range of Dulvemer. Stretching over a significant portion of the continent, the Republic's western side is so expansive it is divided into a northern and southern half. The Northern Republic is full of lush forests and mangroves. Coastal cities are important trading hubs for the islands in the west, like Diarrhea or the Highlands. Even further north are the Fearsome Mountains, a giant and fairly dangerous mountain range to explore, partly due to the semi-regular volcanic activity. Okay, you know what? Let me finish up the part with these two, and then I think we'll read through the rest of that map, so we can know a little more about what's happening in this story, in this world. Okay, we'll need this and a little bit of that. Frosted Lagoon coming right up. Some liquid stamina for a valued guest. Let me try. You got it right again. I might even last till dayfall with this. Kyle, would you like another drink as well? No, I cannot drink now that I am consumed with thoughts of my love's betrayal. Oh, it ails me so. Everything ails ye. The only way here ye were complaining about having to okay, I completely read that wrong. My bat form doesn't like... Let me slow down. My bat form doesn't work like it used to. I'm out of practice and the slime weighs heavily on my shoulders. And my back is all itchy. By the dragons. Could be because you insisted on sunbathing? Oh, right. Innkeeper, do you have a drink to protect me from the sun? Perchance something that would also moisturize my delicate skin? I'm afraid not. Oh. That reminds me, my Aunt Matilda used to harness the power of a chimera's saliva for sun protection. A chimera? A thing, beast made out of several animals. Got 3 heads in all, made by the dragons to guard Gaia, likes to eat people for breakfast. I'm aware, I just didn't know its saliva could be so useful. Huh. If only I hadn't eaten that delectable bear chimera in the Scarlet Caves, could have asked it for a sample of its saliva. I'm sure that would have gone over well. Actually, I might know where to find one. Really? Will you get it for me then? No. Oh. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Miss Frostscript? Miss Frostscript, dearest Rhea, perhaps we can alter our deal. Oh nay, forget it, I ain't going. With nothing on me but a shovel and ooze goop, I'd be no match for such a beast. No problem, I can make it another quest for my trusted board. And when will it be done? Tell me, when can I walk among the mortals in the glistening sunlight once more? As soon as a fearless adventurer picks it up and succeeds, especially that part. Splendid! Did you hear that? A quest just for me. Let's leave it at 2. Say and keep, while we wait for someone to do his work for him, do you perhaps have a room or two? Possibly a room without sunlight. Wouldn't want Snow White to go up in flames over here. Sure thing. I've got a couple of barred up rooms. You can stay there. How much? You can pay when you leave. Grand. Seems like they gave you more personality than usual. Keep it up. Maybe you'll become a real person one day. Thank you. Enjoy your stay. You too, tasty creature. Okay. Oh. All right, let's do the quest. So. Okay. Undead. Vampire. Orky vampire looking for his cape. So, okay, let me do that. Since we have all 3. Should be it. Hey there, Evelyn. On a mild summer morning, a senile vampire came to look for his cape of invisibility at the Wayfarer's Inn. After steady questioning, the innkeeper uncovered that he lost his cape at his wedding, where his ex-wife, Countess Evelyn, stole it from him. She resides at the foot of the Witch's Wrath Peak. Venture to the peak and dare to retrieve the long-lost cape, but be aware, she might be invisible. Okay, now... one thing that stands a chance against a grueling curse of the sun is the saliva. Okay. One resides there. According to the Amaranthine Hydra, Chimera's hate for mice is a universal truth, or maybe just rhymed with ice. Who can say? Okay, so maybe that. Until sunrise, deep in the quag mangrove resides a wyvern chimera. Its scales and claws are a valuable treasure to any ancient alchemist, its saliva even more so. As it happens, a certain vampire may be able to use the rare saliva to produce a sunscreen so effective that even he could walk in broad daylight. Is there any adventurer or mouse brave enough to confront the beast, the chimera, not the vampire, and bring back the bucket of saliva? Okay. Okay, I may need to go back to that because I do have those random 3. I think those were supposed to be made into a quest. Missing out on some stories here. I love that each one, like, we just start the day. It's just one day length. So, Act 1, The Wayfarer's Inn. Part 3, New Friends and Former Enemies. 59th of the Wake. My shipment of infusions finally arrived this morning. I now have access to some fake crystals and frozen pine cones. Together with Fable's Phoenix chilies, I have 3 infusions now. I'll pack them up later when I have some time. I have a feeling they'll be of use soon. Oh, did they get back from their quest? Okay, hold on. Before I get into that, how do I... Okay, let's see. Wrathful Spirits, Banshee. Let's go together. I can't make the infusions yet. Okay, maybe not. Doesn't seem like I can make one now. Okay, that's fine. Oh, wait. Let's read through the map. Okay, I think we read through the Northern Republic. Yes, we did. Okay. Ooh. Oh, is that where the quests are? Okay. Southern. Actually, why don't we just read through when we have a new quest? Moon Swamp. The Moon Swamp is a swamp area connected to the Dark Marsh, more swamps. Its name comes from a mythical area within the Moon Swamp where allegedly all 7 moons reflect in a pool of clear water all at once. 7 moons sounds very magical. These moon pools are a place only a few have seen, and its physical rather than metaphorical reality is a highly contentious topic. The swamp is very tricky to traverse, since even during daytime, it's entirely covered in a thick fog, only getting worse with bad weather. While the moon swamp is beautiful at times, many adventurers do not venture far into it, valuing their safety over a thorough tour. Okay. So both of those are in the northern. Okay. Let's see what these two adventurers have to say. Listen, I can fix this. Just let me pick up some chamomile tincture from my treehouse. Chamomile is proven to be great for healing wounds. Oh. You've done enough, little pal. I'll be good from here, thanks. Fable? Lynn? Back so soon? Innkeep? Say, did you send this blighter after me? I told you they have nothing to do with any of this. It's my fault alone, so let me at least fix you up. You better keep your clumsy hands off me. Now, how about we calm our spirits a bit and you tell me what happens? A misunderstanding, I suppose? Yes. The elf thought I was an Uncle Dragon look-alike. The uncle that looks like a werewolf? Yes. No, it's a bit more complicated. Doesn't matter. What matters is the elf mistook me for a werewolf. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Maybe, but not on purpose. I promise. It's just me and my bad luck. See, it happened again. Nothing ever goes right. Don't say that, Fable. Tell me what happens. We can start from the beginning, all right? Right. So, you sent me out to look for the werewolf in Tregarin. I felt agile, and ready, braver than I've ever felt before. The quest I gave you, Innkeep? I recall, Lynn. Good. I have my shortcuts and trails that allow me to travel rather swiftly through the Ashen Grove. And by early dusk, I reach the borders of Tregarin. The Ashen Grove thins out around there. You can catch a glimpse of the wide fields and vineyards, as well as see a farm or two. Truly idyllic, especially during a sunset. There's one downside to that idyllic sunset, though. Ugh. It gets dark. Of course it does. Every tall, lumen person in the dark is automatically a werewolf, huh? No, but every tall, looming person hunting down a farmer's sheep is. No, I didn't do that. Yes, you did. And the quest stated that was exactly what the werewolf would be doing. In my defense, I'm broke. We've all been there. So Lynn was busy hunting sheep, and in the shadows of dusk, you thought she must be the werewolf. Exactly so. And then you needed not one, but 3 arrows. I'm swift with the bow. I figured. And I was preparing to fight, not bargain. So I shoot, trigger, happy. I can't get myself to aim right for the heart, so I aim for the shoulder. And suddenly, the werewolf starts cursing and cussing words I've never heard before, like a sailor. Or how I imagine a sailor would swear. I've never actually met one. You're telling me you never heard before? Hey, what's going on? Why is it censored? Youth protection. The age rating system is quite harsh. Anyways, I was watching my prey with the bushes. Let me take that back. Anyways, I was watching my prey through the bushes, and suddenly I felt a piercing pain in my shoulder. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Of course I cussed and swore. That hurt. Never been so happy to have missed. So I turned around and got ready to lunge at the rascal who dared to aim at me. And an orange gleaming eye staring at me through the shadows, right into my soul. I thought, that's it, it's over. I heard the bells of death ringing in my ears. I was done for, and I hadn't even set foot out of the Ashen Grove. I stumbled backwards, tripped over a branch, and crashed into a tree. Nah, that weren't the passing bells, Elfie. Actual bells from the chapel in town. But my name's Fable? Right. So, they crashed into a tree, and the rustling of leaves cracking the branches, and high-pitched yelp. I didn't yelp. Yes, you did. It caught the attention of the actual culprit. He must have been on his way to tear apart yet another sheep, or perhaps the farmer's heart this time after our wrestling caught his attention. I heard the growling, such a deep guttural growl. It made my blood curdle. I swear I saw my life flash before my eyes. Sounded more like an empty stomach to me. A big empty stomach then. Either way, bad, very bad. A howl rang through the air when he emerged from the bushes. Tall and towering, glowing red eyes and fangs as big as my hands. Probably around 8 feet high. 6 feet max. 8. Seeing that tall creature sent shivers down my spine. You said that already. No, I didn't. Seeing that tall creature sent shivers down my spine, and I was frozen. I was sure the Mari Morgan incident would repeat itself. I'd stand there and watch everything as it happened, unable to move. He looked around and sniffed the air, and his eyes locked with mine. But then I remembered what you told me. Werewolves love playing fetch. So I swiftly pushed away from the tree and picked up a stick from the ground. The werewolf noticed my movement, but before it could lunge at me, I threw the stick into the bushes as far away as possible. I wanted to buy myself some time to adjust my bow, but the stick somehow also influenced Carlin, and both of them hurtled toward the bushes. And that's not all. While I couldn't help but run after that stick, I noticed something odd on the werewolf. Flannel rags. So I forgot about the stick and grabbed him by the throat, slamming him against a tree. He wiggled and twisted like a worm, growling and barking right in my face. I stared him in the eyes as I heard the elf approach from behind. They knocked an arrow on the bow. Don't, Carlin said, and I lowered my bow hesitantly while she studied the werewolf's face. She growled like she always does. Uncle Dragon, she explained, and I flinched. That Uncle Dragon? Yeah, my darn uncle was in full werewolf transformation, in front of me, right there, acting like the biggest, wildest rascal in the world. I was joking when I told you that story, Innkeep. I wouldn't have thought the werewolf was actually my uncle. But this is exactly why I don't do cases involving lycanthropy. So how did you deal with him? Confronted him, of course. Knocked some sense into him, you know. We tied him to a tree so he wouldn't get any ideas before transforming back. I knew learning all those sailor knots was good for something. It's good for a lot more than that. Oh. Hello? Either way. The truth was only half as exciting as figuring it out was. Apparently, he contacted lycanthropy at the annual family gathering. Contracted, oh my god, hello. And since he grew short-tempered, he and his husband got into a lot of fights. So he ran away. I can understand that all too well. And of course, I can't kill Carlin's uncle just because he's a werewolf. I just know I'm saying Lynn's name wrong. So you let him go? The elf knows a swamp witch that might have worked out a cure. Dropped him off there. No more tearing apart sheep for now. I hope we meet this swamp witch. So all in all, you'd say the quest was a success? With a few obstacles attached? And someone getting hurt? Listen, the arrows themselves ain't the problem. The coat, though, that was expensive. I'm sorry, really. Nah, don't worry about it. After all, we got rid of the lichen. For now. Elfie, even you got a keepsake. It's nothing really. It's not even that interesting. I just thought... You thought? I thought it would be a nice reminder for my first successful quest. Yes? What is it? Come on. Don't quit being shy. Well, we played fetch with the stick afterwards, and I thought I could bring it here. After Lynn brought it back to me. Had to finish playing fetch after all. A nice memory of sorts, you know? A stick? It's the thought that counts, isn't it? Sure, right. I'll find a nice place for it. Right, anyways, how about a drink to celebrate? On me. I told Lynn that you have a hand for mixing just the right thing for any situation. Absolutely, for the both of you? I'll pass. I'm going to run home quickly to get the chamomile tincture. See you later. Later. So Inky, surprise me with something that fits my brawn. Not the lick of the lips, hello? By which I mean, make me the usual. Strength never gets old. Okay, what a relief to know that the drink I poured for Fable ended up working out for them. Truly. I was really worried that I messed up their quest. Okay, so a little southern brawler coming right up. Here, this should be to your liking. It is, not bad, thanks. So that little blighter, you raised that? Fable? Oh no. No? That's surprising. You two seem very close, like family. Oh. They're a regular. I see. Huh. Wait, her hair is so pretty. This still available? Yeah. Great, I'm taking it. You still have arrows stuck in your shoulder? 'Tis but a scratch. Plus, Elfie is getting me one of their hippie salves. Should be fine after. Alternatively, you could take a rest. Get some sleep. Let your wounds heal. Rid yourself of the ammunition decorating your body. Alternatively, you could mind your own business. I know what I can handle. And if I don't move on to a proper quest without bumbling elves and useless relatives, I'll go insane sooner or later. Want that? No, at least not in my tavern. I worked really hard on that woodwork. Then do your job and let me take it. I mean, you already have. I'm just doing my job. And how do you call it? Expressing appropriate concern? You did this woodwork yourself? Excellent transition, Lynn. Yes, I did. I did all of it myself. Why? Couldn't get anyone to help? I had a very specific vision. And too much free time. That too. Boredom does things to you. One day you're bored, next you're learning how to gloss wood. Do you know any carpentry? I know of carpentry, and of boredom. That's exactly why I gotta take this quest. Need to counteract the boredom before it makes my biceps shrink. I don't think that's how that works. But boring is not what I'd call this quest in the slightest. Stealing from a chimera. Chimera? I think it's chimera. Oh, goodness. For a vampire sunscreen. Couldn't get more reckless than that. It could be... It could by taking Elfie along. Fair point. Please don't. I won't. Don't need another accidental piercing. So the saliva's for a vampire? Vampire sunscreen. Can a vampire get their chimera goo themselves? It's a wyvern chimera. Vampires and fire don't mix too well. Also, if everyone just did their own quest, the quest economy would be in shambles. Suppose that'd be terrible for your business. Indeed. Does it bother you that it's for a vampire? No. Does it make you nervous? No. You did mention that you like fangs. Did I mention that I have a great... Sorry, my dog is sleeping in the background and she just started growling in her sleep, so I'm sorry if you hear that. Did I mention I have a great swords 3 times the size of your head? I'm sure a vampire would find that impressive. Awkward silence. Have you ever encountered a chimera before? No, not a real one. Got me thinking, ain't it kind of blasphemous to steal from a draconic guardian? Depends, are you religious? Guess not. Then no. Would it be if I was? Don't think so. Chimeras steal riches all the time, and they were created to be guardians by the protectors of the realms. So stealing something to protect someone else seems in line with the doctrine. Good thing you ain't a priest. You do a piss poor job. Thank you. Is blasphemy what you're most worried about? I ain't worried. Okay. Nervous. Ain't that either. Then what is it? Excitement, I suppose. Excitement? Don't laugh. I'm not laughing. I'm asking. Ah. Yes. Excitement. I've never encountered a guardian before, and I've always sort of wanted to. Why haven't you? Ain't exactly easy to find one, or to survive one. It seems like a great opportunity for you then. It is. What's it about guardians? It's less about the guardian and more about what created it. Maybe a little about the chimera. It's got a dragon head, right? Yes. Modeled after its creator, I would guess. So let me rephrase that. What is it about dragons and chimeras that with dragon heads? They're cool. Also, when I was little, my baba used to tell me bedtime stories about the dragons every night. She was a great adventurer and encountered many of their creations on her journeys. Not sure if it's true, but she always claimed she met each of the realm keepers themselves. Had little keepsakes from them and all. My sword's one of those, passed on to me before she passed? Left. One day she was just gone. I think she wanted to spend her last moments somewhere else. Like to think she visited one of her dragons one last time. Maybe she's off stealing sheep. Okay, we'll come back to the rumors. Too soon. That sword and her stories are all I have left of her. Going on this quest, it almost feels like I'm stepping into a memory of hers. Did she ever tell you about a wyvern chimera? No, was the only kind she ever encountered. Had quarrels with those feline ones, different varieties of scales, even a cow one I think, but never found a wyvern one in all her years. It would have been nice to be able to tell her the story when I return, if I return. I'm sure you will. You can tell the story to me. I don't know if I make a good baba, but I do enjoy a good tale. I'll think about it. You already got me talking too much. This is you talking too much? So, you like dragons? I do. They're fascinating creatures, very interesting, very magical. They are fascinating and magical. Used to pretend I was one when I was little, really wanted their magic and their wings. You can just ask them for their magic, not sure about their wings. I ain't a priest either. Besides, I'm a warrior. Don't do all that magic Why not? I like my sword and my muscles. They're a good combo. And I don't need to rely on anyone, not even dragons. A little help never hurt anybody. The last time someone tried to help me, they shot me with 3 arrows. They weren't trying to help you, they were trying to kill you. But alas, does that mean you don't want to drink to pep you up, Lynn? Didn't say that. I see. That doesn't count as help. It's prepayment for me taking on your quest. Sure. You'll be happy to hear that I have some incredible infusions to offer that could greatly help with your quest. Nah, that sounds unnecessarily complicated. Let's keep it simple. All right, what can I get you then? I reckon a little bit of a boost for this body couldn't hurt. Heard they're quick and toothy, so I'll need to be too hardy for its bite. Some defense might come in handy. Or something for the brain. Baba talked quite a lot about how much they enjoy a good ruse. Maybe I can outsmart it with the right play. But I need some intelligence for that. Won't be risking it all on a bad idea. Maybe you'd want a drink with an infusion? I just got to unpacking my shipments today. A what? Infusion. I use them to spice up my drinks. They grant you special abilities. Like Phoenix chilies, a little bit of one would make you fire resistant. That could be very useful in a fight. Sure. Ooh. Okay, we unlocked the 3 infusions. I'll try one. And on the topic of trickery, no, one is enough. Either you mix defense with your weird chilies or you go heavy on the intelligence. Don't need any more of your fancy tricks. I don't care which one you pick. That's your job. Figure it out. Now that I have access to infusions, I have to be careful of how they interact with other ingredients. They might alter the drink in a way where I have to use different ingredients than usual. I should make sure to keep an eye on the coaster shape so that I mix the correct recipe. Maybe I should even try adding an infusion first and adjusting the drink from there. Let's give it a try. Okay. First, did we find out more about Kyle? We did. Our particular visitor looking everywhere for his beloved cape. However, it seems that he has definitely lost more than just that. Possibly also a few of his memories and his marbles. He was once married to Lady Evelyn, a vampire countess residing in Marrow Castle, and enjoys sunbathing. Maybe it's had too much. Okay, let's look at these rumors. Let's put that aside. I wonder why this one ends up on different paper. Okay. Lynn's grand greatsword once belonged to her grandmother. Allegedly, it's a gift from the dragons themselves. Very impressive if true. Okay, it's all the same. Okay, infusions. Rose and pine cone. You know what? I'll read them as we actually use them. So, Phoenix chili. The rare Phoenix chili is found natively only near the charred valleys of the burning peaks. Hold on. Where are burning peaks? I want to know where this is. Though an invasive species, it is delicious. Fire resistance. Is great when fighting enemies that wish to burn you to ashes. Helps a bunch when fighting draconic creatures, but does not protect against lava. Okay. So, what if... Should we do Frosted Lagoon with the chili? Frosted Lagoon. Okay, let's add. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, so that's how we add it. And we have to keep an eye on this. So, let's do that. Good to go. Figured it out. You're getting better. Thanks. I'm feeling tougher already and dangerously close to catching fire myself. I think I could take on a dragon like this. Let's stay grounded. How urgent is the sunscreen? Pretty urgent. The sun tends to not take a break even for vampires. Maybe he should sunbathe less then. That might solve his problems. Might. But when has any easy solution ever been fun? Good point. I'll see what I can do. Maybe they got some mice in that mangrove. Good luck. Won't be needing it. What I do need is that chamomile salve. Gonna go look for that blighter. Go easy on them. Thank you. I'll be waiting to hear of your exploits upon your return. Oh? They've taken their hood off. I think we're getting somewhere with this mysterious, gorgeous character. Good evening to you too. Oh, taking a quest. Which one? This quest. It wasn't here yesterday. That's correct. It seems dangerous. It is. And mysterious. Sure. Like me. You could be a little less mysterious by telling me your name. Zephyr. Did the wind carry you in? No, my legs. I want that quest. Well, you can have it. Not just literally, physically, emotionally. Oh, Zephyr, please. Emotionally? I want to take on that quest, go to the castle to get the cape. I mean, yes. Well, no one has gone to the castle yet, so if someone would like to go, they would be welcome to. So you know of the castle? Yes? It seems strange. It is. A vampire lives there. I heard rumors, whisperings, of a strange, fiendish woman residing there. What a coincidence, me too. Has she ever frequented your tavern? No, not recently. Oh. But she has. Once had a vampire mixer. Interesting. I'm with Zephyr on this. That's very interesting. So she was only here at night? Yes. Would you say she was unnaturally pale? No, she had a lot of makeup on. But below that mask? Sure, yes. Would guess she looks pretty dead below that. What kind of drink did she order? Blood. Interesting. You sell blood? Of course. Whose blood? Did you hear about wolves aiding avoid? Oh my God. Did you hear about wolves avoiding the castle? Really? All of them? Yes. She has a lot of werewolf traps set up, but all animals seem to steer clear of Marrow Castle. They say its doors are always locked, so nothing can go inside or leave. And anything that tries to merges into her land in one way or another. As a grave, a pile of decorative bones, dirt feeding rotten flowers. They say death clings to her doorstep like an everlasting melody. Sounds like a strange place, like a tomb for something still alive. Or for a goth. Goth or vampire, she seems to be a thief. It appears so. Do you not sympathize with that? Thievery is an honorable skill, but it must be performed in secret. Or you're not worth the coins you pocket. Also, stealing a man's cape is just plain rude. I suppose. Only thing worse than that is stealing a man's hat. Not if it's cursed. Especially then. Point is, if you can't defend yourself from having your trophies reclaimed, you must live with the consequences. The consequences being you? Exactly. It definitely sounds like you know what you're doing. Of course I do. I'm one with the shadows and wind, gone before they even notice I'm there. So you could easily swipe something else along with that cape, right? Certainly. Gold, gemstones, other treasures, whatever pays the bills. What about some interior decorations? Like what, for example? Just something to pretty up my tavern a bit. Maybe something useful that also doubles as a decoration. Like a chair? Stealing a whole chair sounds too ambitious for your first quest with me. I'd prefer something smaller, like a little trinket. My walls are still a bit empty. Wait, you're being serious? Absolutely. A memento that once belonged to an eccentric vampire sounds like a wonderful addition to the tavern. I'll see what I can do. You won't be disappointed. Well then, I trust you to deliver yourself to her doorstep and the cape back to me, along with a neat little addition to my interior design. Sounds like I'll need a few stamps. Would you like some? Oh, too traceable. How about a drink then? I could do with one of those. I heard your drinks inspire transformations of great magnitude. Allow you to dip into parts of yourself that you weren't previously aware of. Raise yourself up from your shadow. Say, what do you trade for them? Secrets. I have many. Grant me one. I shall. I know this may come as a shock to you, but I was here before, just yesterday. You may not remember because you barely noticed me in the shadows. I was so stealthy I spent hours watching you from afar. That is definitely a secret. You cleaned a lot of glasses, served everyone with a smile. You looked so worried after that adorable green one left. Like you thought they might trip straight into a monster's maw. And you're swift with your hands and fast with the knife. All right, enough secrets. You may have one of my renowned drinks and some of my renowned infusions. Infusions? Intriguing. What vile magic do you have to offer? For your purposes, I think you could benefit from either some fey crystals or a frozen pine cone. The frozen pine cones have absorbed some of nature's icy properties. It can help you form a magical frost barrier that will hurt those trying to harm you. The fey crystals hail straight from Avalon, allegedly. If consumed, they'll turn you invisible, eventually for a bit. The duration is a bit unpredictable. I've also got some phoenix chilies, but I don't think those would be very useful for your situation. Interesting. So what dark depths of yourself are you looking to explore? I fear that Lady Evelyn might be of the undead nature, so I must be strong and vigorous if I want my stake in her heart before her fangs are near my neck, though that does sound appealing. Strength, I can do. And some frost armor should help with the fangs. Or perhaps the smarter route would be to evade her wrath entirely, to out-stealth her and steal the cape right from under her pale nose, so that she may lie in the shame of having lost against me. I think such an approach would require a certain amount of dexterity. Some invisibility could help with staying unseen, should my speed and agility not be enough. Help me with the decision, Innkeep. Your wisdom is no secret, is it? Okay, so we'll go for one or the other. So, do we want to go for Southern Brawler for defense or Swift Strike? I think Swift Strike would be dope. I think that's where we go. Okay, hold on. Infusion. Bay crystal. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Wonderful. Oh, look, it matches their entire outfit. Here you go, a drink that all vampires fear. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's go to Zephyr. Kin, Air Echo, 25, he, they. Okay, I like that. Rogue, Emphasis, Chaotic Good, and the Moon. Zephyr is my favorite so far. Here you go, a drink that all vampires fear. Garlic Breath? Not quite, but that's a good name. May I steal it? You don't ask for permission before you steal something and keep. Then it's no longer a clever ruse, but a mere trade. I see. Did you hear about my new drink, the Garlic Breath? Good one. It tastes like, not garlic, but just as fearsome to a vampire. You don't find garlic scary? No. Only the absence of it, Mimi buds fear. That makes two of us. Hopefully this will help me evade her. I'm not prepared for a fight, but I won't need one if my steps are as swift and quiet as the wind. And if she can't see me, goodbye and keep. I would say pray that the sun will carry me back to you, but my hopes do not lie with the realm keepers, and I shall be damned if they control my fate. Expect to see me again after the next sunfall. If you do not, speak of vengeance. Vengeance makes for an early grave, or a good story. Farewell. Okay, hold on, we got some more info on Zephyr. Zephyr is a difficult character, to say the least. They're so caught up with their own fantasies of an edgy rogue that they seem to be stuck talking or brooding like one too. He likes all things dangerous and mysterious, or at least he pretends he does. Okay. Farewell. Or for a bitter end. Oh my goodness, she's gorgeous. Hey, Innkeep. Hey, Chrissy, long time no see. So true, I've been pretty busy this hatching season. A lot to do? Yeah, the birds seem to be in a slight uproar, like something is amiss. I just can't figure out what. Animals often have a sixth sense, you know? They do indeed. Anyways, hand over a drink, will you? Of course, what'll it be this time? Something for the wits again? You know me well. Too well, I guess. That's the curse of being a regular. Eventually I'll have you all figured out. I hate to disappoint you, but you're wrong today. Am I now? Yes, I'm quite confident in the capabilities of my mind and wits. Of course. So what I'll need instead is something to protect me from weather or foe, so I'm steeled for any situation. That makes sense. I'll see what I can do. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to have my own little drink of coffee, you know? Okay. So, oh, it could be Frosted Lagoon, right? Because that's what we want, the shields. Yeah. Frosted Lagoon it is. Okay, so I did take a break in between this part and the last part. Oh, so let's see if I remember how to actually play this. Okay. We do one part that. One part that bad boy. Frosted Lagoon coming right up. Liquid steel, just a bit more digestible. This is exactly what I need for my trip. Where are you headed anyways? Oh, to the island of Boreas. I want to reconnect with some friends at the annual Borean Art Convention. Isn't Boreas difficult to reach? Not exactly a place known for its population? The convention is especially for creatures like sylvan spirits, trolls, and the like. They'll also be electing the scariest monster for the next issue of Screech magazine. That sounds exciting. It'll be a sight to behold for sure. But do you know what I'm most excited about? Gnomes or nymphs? Probably nymphs. No. They're pretty, don't get me wrong, but definitely not the reason why I'm going to Boreas. That'd be Fable's reason. You're so right. I love that she knows Fable well enough for them to be friends to know that. If you do happen to meet a nymph, greet them for me. Sure. Now that we know what I'd be excited for, how about you? The geysers and hot springs, especially around this time of year when the mornings are still a bit chilly, and the sun tickles the sky on the horizon. That sounds lovely. I'm sure those things will be nice muses too. Bet. I'm bringing an extra set of paints this time so I don't run out again. I mean, Fable taught me how to make some from flowers and berries, but Borean flora is unsuitable for things like that. Seems like you're well prepared either way. Absolutely. How are the birds doing apart from being in distress? Well, the cinnamon green cheeked conors are growing to be such a lovely bunch. I can't wait to release them back into the wild once they're strong enough. With your care, they'll be ready in a heartbeat. I'm guessing you're taking Ruby and Merlin along to the convention? Of course. As for the others, I obviously can't take them with me. But I asked Fable to look after everyone. In exchange, I'll teach them how to grow zucchini. Speaking of which, I wanted to leave my keys under their doormat. Sorry for the short stay, but I gotta hurry or else I'll miss my boat. It's quite the walk to the treehouse. And you don't want to have to compensate me for that, do you? I wouldn't mind, but I also don't want you to be late to your convention. Well then, so long, Innkeep. See you around. Oh, gone so soon. I love Chrissy. Come back. Okay, listen, if you see that I'm taking a long pause, just know that I've muted so I can chug some coffee, okay? Good evening. Good evening, Fable. Did you have a good day? I did. Well, sort of. It was a little depressing. How so? Can I have a drink first? Sure. What are you looking for? Something zesty, perhaps? No, not today. Something to help me wind down a little, feel a little less like a bunch of mushy moss? Though I still have to make the rounds around the grove later. So something that'll keep me awake and agile would be nice. Do you think you know me well enough to guess what I might need? I could use a reminder. Of course, try something with oh, damn it, I knew that. I hope that doesn't come back to bite us in the ass. Okay, listen. So, I don't think we've conversed about this game quite a bit because I kind of went into it kind of blind to like what exactly was going to happen. I knew the basics. However, I did just find out between my little break, my little interlude between the preludes, that your choices matter in this game. There are several different outcomes for the ending. So now I'm nervous to see what we get. Anyways, let's get back into it. Make Fable the swift strike. And hopefully that doesn't hurt us that we needed a reminder when we damn well knew what she wanted. Okay. Swift strike. Because she said something zesty, I thought maybe we needed to like add in, you know? Anyways. Okay, so going with this. Awesome. Here, thank you. This is delicious. You always know what I need. I think I feel ready to tell you the story now. Please go ahead. Do you remember Mr. Dragon? Lynn's deadbeat werewolf uncle, unfortunately. I think he's still on her mind. She's been very down since we came back, and I'm worried about how quiet she's being too. I wanted to cheer her up. That's very kind of you. How did you do that? I only tried to. It didn't go very well. I should probably just pretend it didn't happen. Fable, tell me about it, please. Okay. So we have this small werewolf community in the Ashen Grove. A couple of lycanthrope-affected elves settled there about 200 years ago, and they've welcomed people like them ever since. They offer support for anyone trying to get their curse under control, and a home with a beautiful view to boot. I thought if I took Lynn there, I could show her that there's still hope for her uncle, even if he doesn't find a cure. She thought it was ridiculous and a little silly, at least until I started trying to involve the werewolves. Oh boy. I tried to tell them about Mr. Dragon so they could help cheer her up. I thought if I told them he's chasing a cure, they would be interested in meeting him, maybe even offer to help. But instead, everyone just ended up really sad, and then we were all quiet. I'm sorry, Fable. It was a sweet idea, maybe just a little too soon. Or too late. I wish I could have done more that day, maybe made them talk it out or hug it out or yell it out. That day is over, it happened, and it went how it went. All you can do is change the present. I guess that's true. I took her on a walk after to my favorite spots in the grove. She told me a bit about her Baba. She sounds much nicer than Mr. Dragon. Indeed. I hope the Wyron Chimera is everything she hopes it to be. Perhaps it will be, or maybe it'll be even more. I hope so. Well, may the stars of Cassiopeia and Leviathan guide her way. May they lead her down the right path and back to my tavern. Do you think she'll let me read her star signs soon? Maybe if you ask her nicely. Maybe. Though I wouldn't want to bother her. You should ask her, maybe try to connect through something else. She doesn't strike me as an astrology kind of gal. You're right. Maybe showing her my bow collection would make her happier. Maybe so. I hope she'll come back. Of course she will. They always do. I like to think so. Me too. You should take a break from worrying. Maybe stay a while before heading back. That sounds like a good idea. I'll just ideal here for a bit if that's okay. Always. Oh? Greetings, Innkeep. Oh, I love the music change for them. Greetings, Kyle. Greetings, green creature. Greetings, Mr. Vampire. Oh, how polite. Are you enjoying your drink? I am, thank you. Then I shall leave you to its inspiring aftertaste. Innkeep, say, did you move your inn by any chance? It took me hours to find it. I did not. Are you sure? I believe new alleyways have formed themselves around your establishment, with winding paths and dark corners. Anything could be hiding within them. Like a vampire? No, silly snack. I don't need to hide. Except during games of hide and seek, I'm very good at those. Maybe the inn wanted to play around with you. Mayhaps, but it underestimated my skill. As a 3-time hide-and-seek world champion, I would never lose to such a youngling of an inn. It's not that young. The wood isn't even rotting yet, dear innkeep. It still has many eons ahead of it. I like the sound of that. As a celebration of a match well won, may I offer you a drink? Yes, I think that would be well deserved. Has that delicious blood of yours made it onto the menu yet? Not yet. Shame. Then I shall have some of that faux blood again, please. It does make my bones feel more sturdy. Coming right up. Okay. Was it Southern Brawler? Did we add some things into it? Guess it was just Southern Brawler, huh? Okay. Southern Brawler it is. Wonderful. Some faux blood for your boins. Hello? Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let me drink more of my coffee. Oh! I love Kyle's music. This is perfect, Inky. The only thing that could make me happier would be a drink lovely titled The Innkeeper's Vein. Honestly, that's a really cool name, though. Keep dreaming, Count Dracula. Speaking of dreams, how is the revival of my cape coming along? Swimmingly. Well, actually, I think there's very little water involved. I wouldn't be so sure. My dear Evelyn has a beautiful pond filled with long-toothed spine guppies in her courtyard. It's her pride and joy. I would hope no one is swimming in that. But I have sent someone on your quest. I'm sure he'll return soon, and you and your cape will be reunited. Marvelous. Speaking of inseparable teams, where's Rhea? Oh, she's taking the day off. She demanded vacation time, so I said she could choose any day, and she chose today. I was going to also take the day off and spend her vacation with her. But when I wanted to follow her to the market, my sleeve caught on fire, and my hand, and my hair. So I was forced to stay back due to my allergies. The weeping amaryllis pollen is very bad at this time of year. And the sun. The sun is also bad for vampires. It is? Yes. Right, I need sunscreen. It's in the works. Did you get to see the market later? I did. It was beautiful, colorful, and full of music that would make anyone's heart dance. But I couldn't find Rhea anywhere, so I felt a little lonely. Luckily, I managed to make a new friend in no time, very tall and brooding, just how I like them. I inquired if I could try on his dark armor of swirling shadow and onyx bone. But he said if I tried to take it from him, he would turn me to ash. What a jokester. Dark armor of swirling shadow and onyx bone? Yes, a true connoisseur of fashion. He's just visiting, he said. Had some great crepe recommendations. Plum crepes with ash sprinkles? Yes, they tasted deliciously dead. I see. I hope you enjoyed your evening together. We did, though I feel he asked something of me. I promised I would remember. Perhaps he wanted my cape. Many people want my cape. Perhaps. But I would have never agreed to it. It is my cape after all. Maybe he wanted my Pasca recipe? Is it good? Very much so. Then I'd like it as well. Oh, yes, you. Me. He asked me about you. Me? Yes, he said he's an old friend of yours. He was very curious about how your inn was doing. I sang your praises, of course, so he asked me to deliver you greetings. And congratulations on the well-run establishment. How did he phrase it? Deliver my congratulations on the faux peace your precious innkeep has found in their house of denial. Very poetic, if you ask me. Very. If only I could remember his name. Does my description of him ring any bells for you? No, I'm afraid not. Too bad. He must be an old childhood friend. Maybe you went to school together? I heard many friendships are formed in such halls. Maybe. Do you want to tell me more about your time at the market? Most certainly. I found the loveliest trinkets. Like a little stuffed bear with a tiny raincoat and a crescent elder moon necklace. I found a gorgeous sun charm as well. I bought it for Rhea as a welcome back from vacation gift. That's very sweet. Your friend bought a delightful raven figurine with eyes of Starlight. Please don't call him that. We should never deny our friends, even if we don't remember them. I don't remember any of my friends. Alas, I still love them, even if their memory lives on only in my heart. Anyhow, he said it was a gift to himself to celebrate the dawning of the month of the astral moon. Oh, I love Cassiopeia so dearly. She's the most beautiful month, is she not? A haven of starlight reflected in the primordial sea below. Only once a year is she this close to us, and only then for a short period of time. To me, she's the harbinger of yearning and of change. I wonder how we'll change this month. I hope to be more capable and sunscreened by the end of it. Maybe even a little less alone. What about you? I like the way I am, but I wouldn't say no to stocking up on more ingredients. The refusal to change is dangerous, innkeeper. Change always comes to those who deny it the most. By the end of the astral moon, we shall no longer be who we once were. That sounds like a threat. By no means. Maybe it promises mourning, but maybe celebration also, could it not? For example, my dear Rhea hated vampires when she met me, and now she likes me. True, change can occur before the stars change, it seems. You are hard to dislike. I think she still hates you. Oh. You're hard to dislike. Oh, how sweet of you. As sweet as my blood. I have a lot of it. I would hope you do. And it runs warm when people are kind to me. Look at that little blush. In all my millennia, kindness has always made me the happiest. There's nothing greater than friendship, don't you agree? And nothing more fragile. That makes it all the more precious. That reminds me, I forgot a crucial part of the message. Our dear friend stranger told me that he would like to see you again. He said, what was it? Don't think too hard about it. Of course, the letter. The letter? The polite young man gave me a letter to deliver to you. What a sweet gesture. I shall pass it on to you forthwith. Thank you. Are you not going to open it? No, I don't think it's the right time for a letter. Not enough moonlight. But wouldn't it be kind of romantic, longingly dwelling in the memories of a friend? It would go so well with the fireworks. What fireworks? I have no clue. He said he hopes you'll enjoy them. Fireworks. Doesn't that sound lovely? I hope they aren't a part of a private event. I think that would be difficult to do with fireworks. I don't mean to interrupt, but what is it, little fawn? Look outside. I think the fireworks have started. Oh, how beautiful. They're falling from the sky. Hello, little fireworks. Sparkle on. Those aren't fireworks. They're stars. Okay, hold on, wait. Okay, hold on. I've got to pause because I got some sort of achievement and I don't know what it was. See the stars? Is that supposed to happen? Okay. Interesting. I'm glad the inn wasn't severely damaged by the falling stars, though it did take me nearly the whole day to finish those little repairs. The building might still look a little battered, but it could be worse. Hopefully, none of my customers got hurt yesterday. It's not much, but I should surprise them with a new drink on the menu. That way, whoever comes in can get at least a small taste of normalcy. I think that sounds like a good plan. Ooh, okay, wait, so. Gorgeous. The eyes. Oh, okay, hold on. Pause. So, we have a new drink, but I think we've read through all of those. Okay. A stranger has come into town. He likes plum crepes and spooky armor. An unusual amount of dead seem to be haunting the West. Undead snails are being accused of eating crops. This apparently poses a problem. Grandmother, allegedly it's gift from the dragons. Okay. Okay, that's the only one going on right now. Okay. Innkeeper. Wait, is that a little turtle? Look at the little smiley face. Stop, can I pet it? Okay, oh my god, it's got a little septum. I'm screaming. Okay, Jade. Jade is this lovely person's name. Didn't think you'd show up again after last time. No hard feelings. No clue actually. She have little fangs? Must have slipped my mind. Would a drink help you remember? If I wanted to chat about it, maybe, but you know how much of the remnants of the past bore me. Then let's focus on the present. Let's. I didn't come all this way to revel in old times after all, although I brought you something I knew you'd find useful just in case you did remember who started the brawl. Oh, this is interesting. Let me see. It's some thunder sage. Found it on one of my jobs, but I didn't have any use for it. She knows that we love ingredients. Just don't try to boil tea out of its leaves. It tastes dreadful, numbs your tongue. You seem to be speaking from experience. Okay, so we got an infusion. Your tavern seems to be getting on in years. Seems like nothing can escape the grip of time. Wasn't even sure if it was still open. Is it that bad? Eh, I guess some would say age adds character. And what would you say? I'd say you've gotten old. Ouch. Aw, don't take it so personally. You've got some time of your old spark appeal? Spark. Ish. That's at least something. Not the brightest flame, but funky enough. Thank you? Now, I'd actually like to try one of your fiery drinks. I really like that they switch up the music for each character. What can I serve you? Something that'll quicken my reflexes. Gotcha. Okay, something to quicken the reflexes. Yeah, I think we go swift on this. Okay. Look at little Andu. Oh! Is that what happens when we pet him? Stop! That's so cute. I didn't know we could pet him. Oh, I love it. Okay. Do this one. And this one. Swift strike for our new friend Jade coming right up. No actual sparks, but perhaps something sparkly. Now that's what you call a drink. Maybe you haven't gotten on in years so much after all. Well, something's never wither. What are you doing in Zenith these days? Keeping up to date, checking out the latest town gossip after my most recent gig. Oh, I love it. Share the tea. Your most recent gig? I finished up a job in the Say Plains. A sandworm kept terrorizing a group of seal wool merchants at the edge of the plains. I myself am very fond of those creatures. They just mind their own business, but sometimes they gotta eat. But you know how it is. Something's gotta pay the bills after all. So I took the gig. It was a cushy job, though I still managed to get the sand between my teeth. Luckily, it was only a sandworm and not one of those mimics that pretend to be part of the local fauna and snap. Gone you are. Anyway, I also heard about some unrest in Zoford from one of the local merchants and decided to go take a look. Zoford, the seaport? Yeah. Always considered it a rather calm area. It was. It still is, sometimes at least. Initially, I thought the unrest was related to the local thieves guild. So I went there to deal with some bandits, look at their most wanted list, and cash out. There was no real challenge though, so I didn't pick anything up. Other than a few hushed whispers at the marketplace, that is. Something about some archmage's familiar that went missing or whatever. Perhaps a job for you? I'm not a welfare associate. Like, what do I care about missing familiars if no one's going to pay me, you know? Of course. I was way more interested in hearing more about the undead on the other side of the country that my colleagues were mumbling about. So I came here, and naturally I couldn't resist coming by to see how you were holding up. Honestly, not too good. I'm doing very well, thank you. Well, that's good news, especially considering the state of your tavern. It's not that bad. Sure, whatever you say. So, do you know anything about those undead? Oh, we actually do. Well, a little bit. Not really. I've been a bit occupied with cleaning up this mess. The tavern was just a tad affected by some recent incidences. What do you mean, the shooting stars? Oh. Shooting stars? It's much more serious than that. Innkeeper, a drink, please. Perhaps something to boost my defenses? I'll have to be equipped for every possible situation after this kind of morning. Coming right up. Hello to N2. Oh, I love him. Okay, hold on. Before we move on, before we get started with the drink. Okay, so we have Jade. Maida? I have no idea how to say that. 32 She-Her, Bounty Hunter, Chaotic Good, and the Emperor. Okay, very excited to find out more about her. There was a slight unrest and a rumor has it the Archmage is looking for one. Okay, it seems like these two probably go together based off of how they look. Yeah. And the rest of these are still a little separate. Okay. Okay, to the drinks. We're doing Shield, yeah? Yeah. Frosted Lagoon. What if... Just to like add a little bit. Frosted Lagoon, okay. Just because I want to start using the infusions. Let's see if that works out for us. Please enjoy. Like dragon scales, sturdy, strong, flawless. I'm glad I could impress. You have no idea how much this catastrophe has affected the poor citizens of Zenith. And my day off. I can only imagine what scars it must have left on the rest of the country. I mean, if some star rain managed to affect not only the tavern but the whole city, it must have been pretty bad. Speaking of which, I'd be happy to help you fix this place up. If the money's right, of course. No, thank you. I'm closing up early today and tomorrow to take care of things. All right, Chief, the offer stands. What? You don't really believe it was just shooting stars, do you? What else would it have been? Have you not seen the damage? Last time I checked, shooting stars were flaming comets traveling through the firmament of Cassiopeia. Sometimes they crash on Gaia, rarely, but it happens. Nothing I would worry about. Just an average Genesis for me. Cassiopeia, help me. What? Do you know something I don't? Perhaps. Oh, do enlighten me, please. Well, it seems you're not aware of who you're talking to. Nope. My name is Alithia Anwar. I'm a devotee of the great dragon Cassiopeia, bringer of change, and the lady of the gilded sea. I fight for those that cannot fight for themselves, bring justice to those who would bring doom. And I'm very aware of when something is wrong with the firmament. Cool. Pleasure to meet you, Alithia. Now, trust me when I tell you this was more than just your average asteroid shower. I'm bad at trusting strangers, but go ahead. I believe something way worse happened. What? I know the stars fell from the sky, literally. Usually I reside in the Aperture. It's a temple in the far northeast dedicated to Cassiopeia. But for my niece's birthday, I decided to take a few days off and visit her, to take her to the carnival on the outskirts of Zenith. We were just on our way back when suddenly, right above us, the sky was ablaze with millions of stars raining down on Gaia. I'm very attuned to the realm of Cassiopeia, the harbor of all luminaries in the firmament. Just say astral realm. That wouldn't do the place justice, but what would you know? It's vast and yet so full of beauty, it's an ocean with a glistening surface, home to creatures beyond our comprehension. It's the theological term for it. Anyways, I noticed something was off the moment it happened, perhaps even a tad beforehand. Like feeling of impending doom when all the hairs on your neck stand up and you know there's a creature lurking somewhere in the shadows. Exactly. Which is why, in Keep, I came here right after fulfilling my duties this morning. So many were hurt. It's a matter close to my heart. Figure out what happens. After inquiring with those affected, many referred to you and your tavern. If anyone had any intel, it'd be you, they said. They did? Yes. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I imagine I know even less than you. I was hoping to find some clues at least to help me with the start of my investigation. Well, they could ask around for you, I'm sure. Would you do that? I can certainly try. Good. In the meantime, I shall do what I do best, aid those in need, and perhaps find out more about this disaster. Why? What? Why are you so nonchalant about all of this? Things like this happen all the time. People like you fix them. Thus, not my problem. People like me are the reason people like you can continue living like that. I didn't ask for any help. There will be a time when you do ask for help, and then you will be happy there are people like me. Sure. Before I forget, innkeeper. Yes, Alithia. I will help you fix up your tavern, free of charge. Not necessary, but thank you for the offer. Well, if you don't need my help, I know many around that do. So I'll be going. Maybe we'll know more about this when I return. Okay, hold on, pause before we get back into the conversation with Jade. Okay, so she's a seraph. Alithia's a seraph, 25. She, her, cleric, the aperture. She's lawful good. And the high priestess, we love that. Alithia is a righteous devotee of the dragon Cassiopeia, a fact that she makes sure everyone knows. She's very eager in her ambitions to save people and protect the world from falling stars and the like. Okay, we're still learning about Jade. Spectacle last night left a mark. Okay. So I assume eventually we'll get more pieces, and these are all going to be separate quests. Maybe anyway. All right. Okay. Had to take a little coffee break. Here we are. So let's get back into our conversation with Jade. How dramatic. Isn't it normal for divine devotees to act like that in time of crisis? Not sure if I'd call this a crisis. Sure, if it's like she said and the literal stars fell from the literal sky, then yeah, that's odd. But then again, I'm sure Cassiopeia would have stopped it from happening if she wanted to. Are you religious? No, but I don't deny the dragon's existence, which means I'm more than confident in saying that if they want to be worshipped, they should work for it. Honestly, I agree with Jade on that. We all work for something. I work to get paid, you work to get paid, and they just get paid without working. I wouldn't say they aren't working. I agree. I agree. That does sound a little unfair. Plenty. Which is why it's even more important that we take care of things here on Gaia. Who is this? Oh, okay, hold on. We unlocked some info about Jade, so let's go and read it. I've known Jade for years, but it's good to see she's back in the area. She's not the type of person you ever have to worry about. She's strong, independent, and always looking for a new gig to make a living. A little empathy wouldn't hurt her, but that's probably too much to ask for. Ayo. Greetings, adventurer. Who? Me? You're the only one who entered my tavern, no? Yeah, but in what way do I look like an adventurer? That's just their standard greeting. Budget couldn't cover anymore, I suppose. I have a wide variety of greetings. If that makes you feel better. Hit me and give me something from your repertoire of greetings. Ayo, bro, how hops it? Greetings, traveler. Let's see if I say greetings, traveler, since it's a little similar. Boring. Gotta agree with the gnome. Oh, they're a gnome. I'm not a gnome. Oh. Whatever. What are you then? Many things, but today I'm an eco. How are you? The way I just add words into stuff. Oh my goodness. I'm the innkeeper, who apparently needs more coffee. Jade. Cool name, Jade. Can I steal it? What? What? I'd prefer if no one stole anything. Drake's got it. Can I have a drink then, if I can't have your name? Of course. What do you want? What do you have? Look at the little kid. What is happening with an eco? I kind of love them. Everything. What do you need most right now? Something that'll make me more swift and agile. Like a slippery worm. Can't risk getting caught after all. What? What? Worms can be slippery. Yeah, but what can't you get? That wasn't... Never mind. Yeah, what can't you get caught with? Interesting. A slippery worm coming right up. Is this going to be another swift strike? Interesting. Okay. Put one of those. Right? And then a little bit of that. Swift strike. Okay. I feel like all the drinks we're making today is a swift strike. With their matching drinks. No worms, but perhaps it'll suit your tastes. Oh wow, this is great. Amazing even. Where did you learn this craft? In the primordial vortex? Oh my god, I can't talk today, guys. Don't look at me like that. I'm just joking. You aren't from around here, are you? Who, me? Who else? Corey. Is that the thing on your shoulder? Bingo. It's short for corruption. Ah. No. I meant you. Well, I'm nowhere, anywhere, and everywhere all at once. But most of me is from Avalon. Oh, an Avalonian. Native born or by ancestry? Native, duh. Huh, that's interesting. I find it pretty lame, to be honest. There's nothing going on over there. Everyone's the same. And you think it's different here on Gaia? Yeah, I mean, not really, but I can go anywhere I like. Barely anyone knows me here. Theft, identity fraud. All's goody-goody with me because I can be someone else tomorrow. In Avalon, they all see through that game very quickly. I see. Changeling then. Yes, and I say so out of trust. Just kidding. If you tell anyone, I'll come for you. Fret not. What happens here in the tavern stays in the tavern. Then we're cool. Cool. So what brings you here, Nico? This and that, you know. Zenith seems like a cool town with a cool name. Got distracted by that giant hog in your front yard, and I thought I'd come in and say hi. That would be mine. Cool. I don't do mounts. I'm faster on foot. That way I can admire the landscape, take U-turns through narrow spaces, pickpocket. And did you admire the wrecked ruin that was once Zenith? I mean, I love chaos, so... Is it that bad? Do you ever leave this tavern and keep? The city looks like a broken mirror. You bet it does. Looks like a star hit the center of Zenith and boom. Where did the knife come from? Yep. Oh. Oh my god, look. Corey has a little knife, a little dagger. But there's nothing we can do about it. Exactly. Someone will fix it. And that someone's not me. Me neither. That someone could be you. What if no one fixes it? Me? No. Nuh-uh. Absolutely not. I don't get involved in these sorts of things ever. Who am I to fix other people's problems? Are they going to pay me for it? Not enough, that's for sure. You work for nothing, and in the end, no one thanks you for it. Heroism is an unprofitable art form. If you're unlucky, you'll even get in trouble for destroying someone's property. And that after you just fought tooth and nail to save a village from eternal damnation. Or something like that. Exactly. I know Jade is a mercenary, but say, Iniko, you aren't a traditional adventurer either, huh? Ugh, no way. Their self-righteousness and self-sacrificial hero complexes ain't my vibe. I wouldn't say all adventurers are like that. Name one adventurer that didn't die from self-sacrificial tendencies. I knew one, but they perished thanks to their hubris. Another classic. Reminds me of the group I met last week in Ereva. Ereve? They were nice, but too nice, you know? I know exactly what you mean. They were also on their way to investigate the falling stars. Nah, they were headed somewhere north, didn't really listen, didn't care. But I was nice to them, you know. Charmed some rations out of them when they prepared breakfast on their camp. Sat around the campfire drinking tea, munching on bread and bacon. One of them was a wizard, I believe, full on robes and magic type of guy. Kept going on about how Leviathan was sending bad omens to the bottom of his teacup. Leviathan? Huh, why him? Dunno. Was he trying to warn you about his sister's demise? His sister? Cassiopeia. Ah, right, sorry, mythology isn't really my cup of tea. What is your cup of tea? Fraud. Checks out. So, Leviathan warned him via his tea leaves about the start of something terrible. Tattered wings tainted the gilded sea in dark shades of misery. Leaving behind nothing but a shimmering void? That's exactly what he said. How did you know? I think I read that somewhere before. Did you also read about the blazing eruption at the foot of the Dalwell Hills? No, but I heard about what... I think I need more coffee. No, but I heard about that when I was in Zoford, though the Fae were doing one of their quirky rituals again. Wait, so it actually happened? Yup. He also read that from his tea leaves. Whoa, seems like the guy was a real psychic. I guess divination magic can be a powerful tool. The tea leaf said, the wings shall be torn apart at the feet of Avalon, nestled between the peaks of Dalwell. Dalwell? So it really could be true. What? It sounds like whatever happened in Dalwell was the reason the stars fell from the sky. Tainted gilded sea, shimmering void, metaphors for a starless sky. If the wizard was right about his tea leaf reading, that is. But it fits with what I heard in Zoford, happened just a few days ago. Oh, that's how you're connecting it all. How else? No idea. I just thought he was babbling. With everything that's been happening recently, I think he might have been onto something. Odd that the adventurers didn't try and stop it from happening. Perhaps no one would pay them for it. Or their other job paid better. Maybe they didn't want to be held responsible for any possible repercussions. Maybe they just didn't realize they can't save everybody. Maybe they were just pretending to be adventurers. Maybe they were because all of this and were just bragging about it, thinking I'd stop them. Enough with your maybes. They're pointless and aren't helping anyone. I'm getting a headache. I'll go get some fresh air. So long, innkeep. Merry hunting, Jade. Now it's just you and me, innkeeper. Indeed, Aniko. But not for long. I'm getting bored and I'm broke. So you're going to look around town. Surely some people don't need their shiny things anymore. Good luck finding someone to help. That definitely isn't me. So far, I haven't been disappointed by the others. You know how to never get disappointed? How? Never have expectations. Duh. All right, hold on. We got some info. Okay, so we have Aniko, Changeling, don't know their age, they, them. Monk, Avalon, Chaotic Neutral, Judgment. Originally from Avalon, Aniko is now vibing on Gaia, probably because people here aren't used to the trickery of changelings yet. They're always looking for a new victim to fool and don't take anything too seriously. The thing on their shoulder is called Cory, short for corruption, obviously. Okay, hold on. Psychic Wizard foretold the star, fall in their teacup. Okay. I think we put these three together. Okay. Quests? I don't even remember how to put it together, to be honest. Moon Swamp. The Moon Swamp is an area connected to the Dark Marsh, more swamps. Its name comes from a mythical area within the Moon Swamp where allegedly all 7 moons reflect in the pool of clear water all at once. These moon pools are a place only a few have seen, and its physical rather than metaphorical reality is a highly contentious topic. The swamp is very tricky to traverse, since even during daytime it's entirely covered in a thick fog, only getting worse with bad weather. While the Moon Swamp is beautiful at times, many adventurers do not venture far into it, valuing their safety over a thorough tour. Okay. Oh, okay. So that's where one of those is happening. And then the other 2 quests are happening there. Okay. Gloria's. That's where a friend went. Okay. So, am I allowed to put together another quest? I kind of forget how to be honest. Okay. Could have figured that one out. Oh, there we go. If I just waited a second. Okay, hold on. A psychic wizard foretold the star fall in their teacup. See, does it matter what? Okay, yeah, it doesn't matter what order I put those in. Twinkle, twinkle, deadly stars. The beautiful yet disastrous starfall left Zenith in shambles. The city and surrounding farmlands are destroyed and some people are left homeless. A mere meteor shower wouldn't leave the entire night sky empty. So what exactly happened? Is it a harbinger of something more ominous yet to come? Whatever it may be, it's said that a fragment of its calamity can be tracked back to Dalwell, an island in the south of Fisoa? I think that's how you say it. Okay. to Starlight Sonata, A New Dawn, second of the astral moon. Innkeep. Rhea. You've got any new lines for me? Perhaps, but I'll only trade them for new ones of your own. Make me a drink. I had a long night. Want to tell me about that? No. I get it. You need some stamina first. What I need is some defense to ward off your questions. I'll go check if I serve that. I love their like sassiness of going back and forth. Okay. Some defense to keep my favorite innkeeper at bay. Who says you're my favorite? I might be after this drink. Fair enough, you're climbing up there. I'm very happy to hear that. Now I've got a question for you. You think you can handle that? I'll try my very best, Mrs. Frostgrip. Miss. My bad. Miss Frostgrip. I just thought since you're such a catch, keep it to yourself. Alright. Is Kyle here? I was looking for him around town, but not a single lad or lassie has seen him. Thought maybe he got crushed by a fallen star. Worried? No. I see. I think he should be waking up right about now. Rhea! There he is. Oh, I missed you so terribly. I thought you had died, or worse, abandoned me. I thought the terrible fathoms of time had taken a new friend of mine yet again. I'm fine. Are you sure? Can you see her too, Innkeep? Yes, very much so. By the dragons, so she's not a dream nor a fragment of the past. I'm very happy you're not dead, Rhea. Thanks. Would you like to see the gift I bought you? Gift? When I was at the market all by myself, missing you terribly, I found these gorgeous earrings that reminded me of you. I'll help you put them on. Wait. Are those suns? Yes, because your friendship lights up my undead life. What do you think? I like them. They match me other jewelry, and the craftsmanship is decent. You mentioned you like leather back clasps. I do like them. When did I say that? Not sure. At some point, or maybe I dreamed it. That is very likely. Speaking of dreams, I had the strangest dream about the fallen stars down the other day. They crashed into Gaia like a rain of fire or beautiful fireworks. There must have been something wrong with my drink. Anyhow, Rhea, where did your slime go? It was washed away by the falling stars, the rain of the falling stars. Oh. So the empty night sky wasn't a dream? No. Guess Cassiopeia couldn't carry it all anymore or something. Incredible. So it wasn't one of your strange drinks, Innkeep? Does that mean I can drink another one without a vision of falling firmaments again? Worth a try. Then I would like to try, preferably something that will make me strong enough to lift a star. Just in case I would like to. I'll see what I can do. A Southern Brawler for sure. Here, my best attempt at supporting your star-lifting career. Oh, this is delicious. Do you think a molten star would taste like this? No. Perhaps. So, what do you two think about the star rain? Very bothersome. I had to look for shelter on my way back from the Rockwelve Cliffs. They better hurry and clean it all up. You've got somewhere to be? Still have to get the vampire to Baruvia before I can get me hands on that gold. Ooh? Oh, splendid. I haven't been to Baruvia in quite some time. I cannot wait to see it again. But until then, I can search for other materials, better ones even. That isn't going to happen by sitting around. Are you collecting loot for your dragon horde? What? No. In what world do I look like a dragon to ye? They are masters of disguise. What about you, Innkeep? Am I a dragon? You are? No, I'm afraid not. But you smell so primordial. Thank you. If you're not a dragon, Rhea, what do you need materials for? Decorations, ingredients? Don't you worry. I'm not trying to steal your business away. They're for crafting. Like for friendship bracelets? No, for weapons. You're going to war, but I just got you back. I'm not going to war. Won't see me fighting for anyone but myself. Are you a blacksmith then? I am, and I'm looking for the right material to smash the next ore heart competition. I'm going to travel all the way to the Caves of Ur for that one. That's so far. Can I come with you? That sounds very exciting. I hope you'll come back to show off your creation once you've won. I'll think about it. How are you feeling about the stars having relocated, Kyle? It's fascinating. You think so? Yes. Now that I know it was not a dream, the implications are dazzling. Yesterday, when I was looking out into the night, I could see nothing but darkness. But then, as I stared at the sedating nothingness, I could see an astral hairfish hopping across the sky. Its sparkling tail left a gleam of light in its wake. It was followed by more of its kind, like a pack finding a place to rest for the impending sunrise. With the light of the stars blinding me, I would have never been able to see such a spectacle. And you still thought you were dreaming? I thought the stars had just gone into hiding. We all do that sometimes. I would love to know how they're doing on Earth. They must be enjoying the new atmosphere. Possibly. Speaking of exciting, have you had a chance to take a peek at that letter of yours, Innkeeper? I'm afraid not. Either way, how exciting. You know, this world never ceases to amaze me with its natural wonders. This was by no means a natural wonder. Welcome back, Miss Anwar. Who are you? The Wonder Police? I'm Alithia Anwar, High Cleric of the Aperture and the chosen of Our Lady of Endless Light, and I've returned to this establishment to investigate the tragedy of the Starfall. Not one of those protagonist types. Innkeeper, I'm happy to see that you were able to collect more information for my research. I'm grateful for your help in these trying times. At your service, miss. What are these times trying? I love Kyle. And the wonderful people of Asteria. An empty night sky is no laughing matter. This must be taken care of swiftly. I'd guess it's empty every time of day now, actually. How does that not worry anyone? I have other things to worry about. And if these sorts of things stopped happening, this babbler would be out of a job. Indeed. I find it very exciting. That is somehow even more worrying. Say, are you a vampire? What else would he be? I am indeed. That is also very exciting. Do you have any affiliation with Marrow Castle? What is a castle? Why are you asking? While I was seeking shelter from the calamity, I came across a young echo with a gloomy temperament. Or rather, I came across his hands in my pockets, attempting to steal my most precious spell components. Luckily for him, I'm not a very vengeful person, and I believe in the redemptive power of second chances. And he did make an effort not to steal from me again. Very wise. Did he travel with you? No, we went our separate ways. I believe he wanted to be alone after narrowly escaping an encounter with a horrid vampire. Horrid vampire? They must have been very hungry. As they tend to be. Only if they're not eating responsibly. Who did you say you encountered again, Miss Alithia? A roguish wind echo. Ah, yes, a windy aftertaste is hard to resist, and primordial blood is a delicious luxury. Speaking of which, innkeep, no. These little tears. Are you from the primordial sea? Not in the slightest, but my blood would taste delicious if I was willing to share it. I see. What about your blood, Miss Alithia? Are you out of your mind, propositioning a holy woman for her blood? Well, you've got a lot of it, fair question. And I need all of it to keep my strength against the looming evils of this world. Without me, who would even care enough to investigate this whole mess? After all, none of you seem to care. Besides, a taste of my blood would probably reduce you to ashes. I like your unwavering sense of self-importance. Thank you. I like your earrings. Thanks. So, what are your next steps for saving us citizens? Well, your rumors are all over the place, which is good. That means there is a lot to look into. Still, I would have appreciated a bit more organization. Not bad. I will start my investigation in Zenith and Themis, and have a closer look at the wreckage caused. Maybe examine the rubble more closely. Perhaps it harbors hidden clues. Once I have found out what is going on, I will put a stop to it. The stars have already fallen, lassie. Not a lot you can do for them. Then I will make sure nothing like this can ever happen again. Perhaps Cassiopeia can even be healed. It is imperative for the order of this world that she herself does not fall. Couldn't agree more. I know you've got this under control, Miss Anwar, but how do you feel about a little drink to boost your spirits? You have a long investigation ahead of you, after all. If you're offering, thank you kindly. What can I get you? It depends on the approach I decide to take with this. I could focus on the investigative part, really dig my heels into the connecting threads, analyze the situation, find hidden clues, speak to the locals and those affected. Of course, I would have to do so strategically. Without the right approach, this plan would fall apart. And perhaps I would even need to inspire Bravery and others to care about my cause. On the other hand, who knows who caused this? If I focus too much on theory, I may not be in the right condition to fight whomever I encounter. But you will be able to talk to them. That's always much more entertaining. Not everyone can be reasoned with. In such a case, I should be able to properly defend myself, especially if something similar should threaten to occur again. I need to be prepared for even the worst case scenario. I could offer you some phoenix chilies. Who knows what you'll encounter, but burning stars are best avoided with a hint of fire resistance. Sounds reasonable. So either it's the right balance between intelligence and inspiration, or the ultimate fireproof self-defense. I'm not yet certain which path I should walk. You should trust the innkeeper with it. They always have the most wonderful solutions. Just this once I shall. I'll make sure not to disappoint. Okay, so she's going for this one. Do. I think we do the intelligence drink for her. Oh, with Thunder Sage. Okay. think perhaps the strategic way is the best approach. After all, you wish to help people, not fight them. That is very true. This is an excellent drink. I'm already coming up with a 38-step plan. Perhaps we should start at the nearby Gaia Temple. I heard it was unfortunately an impact site. The local acolytes will be sure to offer assistance. That sounds like an excellent idea. Thank you for your effort in helping this world's innkeeper. Always happy to be of service. Say, Miss Holy Spirit, those fallen stars, are they still intact? They crashed into the ground, so no, they are not intact. Were they pulverized? Not fully, no. Would you say that fallen stars make for an interesting type of material? For what? Yes. They would certainly be rare. Need any help on that holy mission of yours? I know a thing or two about rocks and the like. Could give you some insight on those impact conditions. I can't say that I'm an expert in geology, though I feel like I could make an educated guess. Nevertheless, sure, I would very much appreciate your assistance. Great. Then I'm in. Me too. Do you know about geology as well, or astronomy perhaps? I know about astrology, and this all sounds so very exciting. I've been terribly bored waiting for Ray to come back. This will greatly aid me in the mission of curing my boredom. Well, I do like to help. That is very kind of you. I know. You don't have to come along. Of course I do. Could you imagine if the stars fell down again? What if one crushed you? I need to stay close so I can catch it. I don't think you could. The stars already fell, Kyle. Done deal. What about the ones in the primordial sea? What if it floods us with all of its mirrored stars? Unlikely. I'm not willing to take that risk. I'm going on this adventure with you, and with you, Miss Alithia. Great. Wonderful. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Let us not waste any more time. Thank you for your aid, Innkeep. I shall return with conclusions and perhaps even mended firmaments. I'm looking forward to hearing of your heroic deeds. How exciting! Wish me luck. Good luck. I hope you find suitable material. Me too. Hello? Hello. I would like your finest drink, please. A drink, you say? What do you have in mind, miss? Melina. But Melly's fine. It's short for Melina. I see. Well then, Melly, what kind of drink would you like? Something tasty. Something that will give me fun ideas. Oh, and some Thunder Sage. I don't have any money, but I've got something to barter for the drink. You don't need to pay, but I want to. It doesn't feel right otherwise. Alright, fine with me. What do you have for me? Thank you very much. Now I can accept a drink. Very well, she gave us some golden feathers. Let's go. Let me see what I can do. Little sparkling nebula. Thunder Sage. Some new, fun, and sweet ideas coming right up. This is perfect. I'm already feeling the energy for new hijinks running through my veins. Thank you. This is a really nice tavern. I think I'm going to hang out here for a bit. I need a break from my investigations. Can I pet your familiar? No, he's quite antsy when he hasn't been fed. I'd worry for your hands. Okay. Oh, Zephyr, almost didn't see you there. suppose I'm as stealthy as a knight. No, as the knight. I meant as the knight. Sounds like you need a drink. Desperately. One that will help me remember words. I've been quiet for so many hours, I think I've forgotten how to speak. That explains why we're communicating telepathically right now. We are? No. Who the are you? Was I too stealthy for you? No. Let's get you a drink so you stop cursing at the child. Detective, stop cursing at the detective. Yes, of course. Though my drinks don't come cheap. How much? I'll trade you for one trinket. Ah, one of those. One of those. What if I didn't find one? Are you trying to tell me that you made it all the way through a castle without stealing a single thing? Here. Thought the place might like it. Oh. Wow, my tavern tells me it thinks it's beautiful. It is wondering what it might be. Thought it was smarter than that. Does the tavern want me to guess what it is? You're not even remotely close. But imagine making a huge wax seal with it. I bet that would look so cool. You need a very big puddle of wax though. I think such a large amount of wax would make it impossible to open any letters. Probably. It's a wall clock adorned with hungry bats, one creature of the night telling time to another. A very inaccurate wall clock it seems. It's nowhere near midnight. Its hands seem to have gotten stuck just before midnight for an eternity. Or at least since I found it. Will this do, or will I have to pull another heist? This will do just fine. Good. Because I'm someone that always keeps them promises, I shall now prepare you a drink. One moment. Let's see if I have something that will make you more polite towards local detectives. Go with a little spoken heart. Can do that. Pine cone. Politely, a drink. Did I accentuate the right notes? Sure did. You should consider becoming a musician. I'm happy where I'm at now, thanks. Now, will you be polite and tell me what happens? No. Why not? I don't even know who you are. I'm Melina, but you can call me Melly. No thanks. So, what else did you steal? Castles have many things, I've heard. Nothing. Shouldn't you be at school? I don't go to school. I'm already smart enough. Do your parents agree with that? My parents are dead. And they didn't come back as ghosts to tell me to go to school. So it can't be that important. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay. It's already been this way for many years since they died. Just kidding. I can count. It's been 7 years. I was only 3 when they disappeared forever. I don't remember a lot about them. But I already solved their murder, so it's okay. Did you avenge them? No, they got eaten by zombies, and the zombies got eaten by a T-Rex. Not a lot to avenge. That makes sense. It does, a classic adventurer's tale, right? I basically speedran my own origin story. I've got dead parents as my motivation, and a detective career to make sure I can help other people. Because people didn't help you? Exactly, but it's okay. It made me into the adventurer that I am today, and I like who I am. Doesn't it make you sad? No. What's your origin story? Yes, Severe. What's your origin story? It's far too dark for your young mind to handle. Best you don't know. Okay. What's your name? Blaze. But they just called you Zephyr. It's my middle name. Okay, I'll respect your fake name, but only if you tell me what castle you stole the innkeeper clock from. Fine. It was Marrow Castle. I was on a dangerous quest to steal a precious cape from a murderous vampire. Did she kill you? Obviously not. Not so murderous then. She would have if she caught me, so she didn't? No. I managed to complete the mission undetected. Thanks to the invisibility that took hold of my body, I was able to avoid the cohort of monsters she had put in my path. Only the dragons know what would have happened if they had spotted me, weakened, not prepared to fight. But they didn't. Even the living gargoyles with their lithic claws at her doors did not sense my presence. I waited until they were mid-argument to sneak through a nearby window that had been left open to grant spiders easy access to the castle. I heard Marrow Castle is very scary. Was it very scary? Yes. On a scale from 1 to parents being eaten by a T-Rex, how scary was it? In the middle, I suppose? Interesting. Did you run into any traps? I was able to spot and avoid them all, thanks to my remarkable perceptive gifts and your help. Anyway, I found the cape in her closet, hung up between ball gowns covered in rubies and diamonds. Did you take any? Maybe. So you're a thief? Obviously. Can you teach me how to be a better thief? I want to expand my portfolio. Why would I do that? Because I act nicely. Forget it. I took the cape along with whatever gemstones I could find. When I heard her approaching her chambers, quickly I hid among the dressing gowns, holding my breath to avoid any sound. I thought I had made it through when suddenly she opened the closet doors. I was pressed so close to the wall I thought the wood would start vibrating in rhythm with my heartbeat. But she reached right past me, picked out a hat, and returned to her dastardly vampiric activities. What are vampiric activities? I don't know. Sucking blood, turning into bats, scheming about blood. Lots of blood stuff, it sounds like. Indeed. Did you make it out of there easily, Blaze? I found a secret passageway that led below the pond, through the earth, and to the summit of the Witch's Peak. Almost scared this strange cleric to death when I regained my visibility. She was ready to ignite me with her golden flames. It seems harsh for just a little jump scare. Are you sure your fingers stayed in your pockets? Who can say? Speaking of sleight of hand, where did you find that clock? It was sitting in a display case in the middle of a hallway that stretched on forever. Then how did you know it was in the middle? I could feel it. The case was locked, but with my expertise I was able to crack it open in no time. The antique clock stood right in between a ritualistic dagger and a vial of blood. And I thought it strange that it was the only item without a tag, so I took it. A tag? She's very organized, labels everything. Why would you display a vial of blood? Shouldn't that be in her pantry? Its label described it as blood from the very first vampire, Mike. Mike? Mike. Judging by its position next to such a priceless item, the clock must be worth a fortune. In that case, thank you again. It'll look great in my tavern. Indeed. It sounds like you would have been in a lot of trouble if you got caught. But I wasn't. Thanks to the innkeeper's drink, I not only survived, but I also avoided the horror's wrath entirely. Sounds like a tasty drink. Would hope so. It seems like the quest was completed successfully. Thank you, Blaze. You did a good job. I'm lucky I survived once more. It's a miracle I made it past so many monstrous creatures without being harmed. Do you think you might die when you took the quest, I mean? It's always a possibility. Then why would you go? Death is inevitable, such is life. At least you have your cape now. It's not mine. It belongs to another vampire. Another vampire? Yes, it was stolen from him in a lover's quarrel. The clutches of love always end in cruel tragedy. But the comedy it takes to get there is worth the ride. For those willing to suffer, aren't we all? Speaking of suffering, I'm sure Kyle, that's the long-suffering comedic vampire Melly, would love his cape back. Could I extend the quest to include a speedy delivery? After the day I've had? You've done enough hiding for one day, don't you think? Professional hiding. Fine. I'll do a direct delivery just this once. Where can I find Kyle? Last I saw him, he left with Rhea to aid a certain cleric with her investigations. I'm sure you'll recognize her. Not her again. Where are they? Uncertain. Try looking around Zenith. They can't have gotten far yet. What are they investigating? The star reign, as far as I know. That's what I was investigating. We should go talk to them. We can exchange notes. I already drew a map of all the impact sites in Zenith. Maybe they can help extend it further, or even find the culprit of this curious incident. Come on, Blaze. We have to go find them. For your cape and for my notes. I'm going. Alone. You do whatever. With you along, I could never stay undetected. Wait for me. See you soon, innkeeper. See you soon, Melly. Act 2, Starlight Sonata, Crossroads of 3, third of the astral moon. Good morning. Good morning, Melly. Good morning, Blaze. What have you both been up to today? Oh, you know, dilly-dallying and such. I was not dilly-dallying. He was. It goes well with the brooding. Sounds like a wonderful morning. Can I offer you both something to drink in these early hours? Yes, please. Can you make me something smart and sparkly? Can do. Okay. Oh, hold on. We got quite a bit of new info, huh? Melina might be young, but she's already an aspiring detective and probably smarter than quite a few of my customers. She's a sweet and curious kid, despite her parents meeting an early, tragic end. It's exceptionally hard not to like her, and it seems not even edgy rogues can resist her charm. Okay. So, go with that. Can't do that. Thunder Sage, right? Yeah. I went a little too far. There we go. A fresh brew of smart sparkles. Thank you. This is just the right amount of sparkle. Happy to hear that. Blaze, what can I get you? Nothing. All right. So, has the cape found its way back home yet? Yes. The vampire was thankful, if melancholic. It seems to have awakened memories of old woe. He seemed pretty excited to me. He should be. It fits him well. Almost like it was made for him. It was very interesting seeing a vampire in person. His fangs were shorter than I thought they would be. I expected them to be the size of a colossal saber-toothed tiger's fangs, but they were much tinier. A common misconception. Where did you find him? At the local Gaia temple. It got split in the middle by a fallen star. That sounds morbidly interesting. It was. I overheard some priests saying they're thinking about rebuilding the temple around it because it looks kind of cool. And people like distinct temples. They do. The vampire was traveling with a really nice dwarf and a holy woman of Cassiopeia. They were asking around to see if the priests knew anything about the star rain. Did they? No, I could have told them that 2 days ago. But while we were sneaking around and listening in, we overheard the strangest conversation. Turns out Alithia, that's the cleric's name, found out that one of the priests was actually a wobbling ooze in disguise. Scandalous. I know, right? But in the end, it was all okay. The others forgave him, and he promised to try and become a real priest. Apparently, he really loves the humidity in the temple. They all hugged and everything. It was very sweet. I was really happy we could see that from the shadows. Me in the mysterious and quiet Blaze. He's my new associate. I'm no such thing. It's great to see you two working together so closely. You make a great duo. We are not a duo. Thank you. How did you find the right moment to give Kyle his cape between all those heightened emotions? We didn't. She got caught. I thought one of the pillars would be big enough to hide behind, but it wasn't. It wasn't a pillar, it was a tall vase. It felt very well hidden when Alithia suddenly asked me if I wanted to stop hiding now. She was paying a lot of attention. I think she noticed me from the very beginning. She's so cool and smart. Did you ask her about her investigation? I did, but she said it was too early to share any insights. Even when I kept asking, she wouldn't budge. So I asked Master Smith Frostgrip to tell me more about the temple's architecture instead. Did you know that its altar was built from 1,000-year-old oak? I didn't. That's fascinating. It is. She also told me I have to work on my stealth, that being small isn't going to be enough. I think she knows from experience. Better not tell her that. Better not. So, are you going to work on it? Yes. Blaze is going to show me the ropes. Is he now? Have to. She'll get herself killed otherwise. It's a very dramatic way to look at things, but also very nice of you. So, would you say your investigation was a success? Kind of. We got to see how clueless the other investigators are and returned the cape to Mr. Vampire. But we didn't find out anything new about the stars. And I didn't even get to see any monsters. I was hoping maybe some would have fallen from the astral sea and I could have studied them. A dangerous, if very exciting dream. Mostly a foolish one. You think so? Have you met other monsters before? What kinds? Do you have any favorites? What were the first ones you ever met? Did they try and eat you or be your friend? Of course, I've encountered monsters before. They've been a part of my life for many years. The shadows are full of them. Really? That's scary. Of course it is. So, the first monsters you ever saw were shadow monsters? No, they were much worse than that. What is it? Can I have a drink after all? The words aren't flowing easily. Of course, same as last time. Yes. Let's see if I can find something sweetly charismatic. What did we do last time? Was it the spoken heart? I'm gonna say yes. Okay, so could do that. Beautiful. A drink just for you. Thanks. How is it? Fine. That means it's perfect. So, where was I? All right, shadow monsters. Back when I was younger, I had just joined the Shadowbanes and was eager to prove myself. It said that there are great riches far in the depths of the Gravelmac, a dangerous mountain range in eastern Fasoa. Hidden treasure troves full of precious gems and gold, and I owed some debts. Hoping to find some jewels, I made my way there to the darkest of its crevices. Guarding its depths were creatures no one would ever choose to face. Bleak stalkers straight from the Twilight Chasm. Hideous creatures that have every right to be associated with the Nightmare Realm. They typically feed on rocks and gemstones, but they seem to think bones have the same general consistency. I wasn't able to harm them with my mortal weapons, so I distracted them from some of the gems I had managed to pocket earlier. It was a close call. I'll never forget their twisted antlers and beak-like snouts. They sound kind of cute. They were not cute. If you say so, maybe one day I'll encounter some. Pray you never will. No thanks. Welcome back, Lynn. Are you alright? Yeah, of course. You want a drink? Yes. Give me something strong, please. No watered down muck. Got it. Got that a little bit. Okay. Should go Southern Brawler. Sure. Strong, and with 0 water, just how you like it. Thanks. Needed that. You're welcome. Say, Innkeep, you got room in your neat little book full of recipes for one more drink? Sure, got one for me? You bet. It's what my baba used to drink back in the day. My adventure reminded me of it. Ooh, sailor's courage. Thank you, Lynn. So sad. I ain't sad. Look sad, and he sounds sad, and the innkeeper looks worried, probably because you're sad. I am worried. Don't be. Too late. Like I said, I ain't sad. Not really. More, I'm not sure. My chest feels tight, and I feel lightheaded. Maybe I'm dying. Those are all side effects of being sad. Who are you anyway? I'm Melly, the world's greatest detective. I'm Carlin. Who's that punk next to you? That's my sneaky assistant. He got a name? Malachite. Ah. So, I would like to detect why you're sad. Likewise. Does it have to do with that Wervin chimera whose saliva you were hunting for? You met a chimera? Wervin chimera, yeah. That's so cool. Why? How? You're alive. Sure am. Do you remember that forgetful vampire, Melly? Of course. He put out a quest for chimera saliva. He thinks it may be able to produce a sunscreen strong enough for him to walk in the daylight once more. Carlin was brave enough to pick up his quest. Oh, that's amazing. How would you even get the saliva of a guardian? By killing it. Oh. Would you like to tell us what happened? Is that really necessary? I think it might be good for you. And very interesting for us. You don't really want to disappoint Melly, do you? Miss Carlin, would you please tell me the story? Fine. Thank you. I didn't mean to kill it. Seems like an extraordinarily blasphemous thing to do. For someone non-religious, you concern yourself a lot with it. Just trying not to be a dick, that's all. Usually, I got no trouble killing beasts, but my Baba would have lost it if I had told her I harmed a guardian. I think so, at least. Not that she'd ever fought any of them. But she had the natural ability to know when it would have been right to do so. I ain't got that kind of sense. See about that. How did the fight start? On my way there, I changed my mind from fighting to sneaking. Thought if I was quiet enough and had the veil of night on my side, I could just steal the saliva from right under its nose, or maw. Drooled quite a bit, that thing. But I didn't know my way around the Quagman Grove, and I wasn't as quiet as I should have been. Oh, I know all about that. But you got a giant sword, so you were prepared, right? Of course. Innkeep here even hooked me up with some fire resistance, came in handy. And this sword, well, was made for killing beasts, even the good kind, I suppose. Is it a magic sword? Not sure. Doesn't do magic tricks. But it's stronger than your average steel and can resist even the highest heat, even without practical potions. Used to belong to my grandma. She left it behind for me. That's so sweet. Your parents gonna leave you anything? No, they weren't expecting to go, so they didn't think about that in time. But that's okay. I can find my own treasure. Sure you will, kiddo. So the chimera noticed you? Yeah. Sly Beast pretended to be asleep while it approached with the bucket. When I tried to catch its saliva, it snapped at me. I would have taken my arm if I wasn't so tough. The ensuing fight was something else. Next to its dragon head, it sported a lion and a snake head. They fought me all at once with overwhelming ferocity. It's the fiercest enemy I've ever encountered. Even though its fire couldn't harm me, it took everything in me to best it. I may have defeated it in the end, but I felt honored to have fought such a formidable foe. So you defeated it with your badass sword? I did. This weapon really saved my skin. Dealing the final blow felt like my grandmother was holding my hand and guiding me towards victory. Or maybe I just imagined that. Maybe that doesn't matter, as long as it felt real. Maybe. I even gave it a proper burial. It deserved an honorable send-off. I almost left the sword with it too, but it's too good of a weapon. The dead don't need swords anyway. Yeah. You know, I did achieve her dream. I saw a Werven chimera in the flesh. I fought it even, and then I killed it. Does that mean I killed her dream? I think it means her sword saved you from dying. I'm sure that was a dream of hers too. Possibly. She would have found another way out of it, I'm sure. She ain't here, so I thought maybe it was time I put her to rest as well. Left my goodbyes for her with the chimera. Maybe it can pass them on. Maybe may Tuat listen to your pleas. May he find that much mercy in his cold, dead heart. Is he dead, you think, Tuat, I mean, he does reside over in the spirit realm, and only the dead can go up there, so he must have died to have gotten there too. Or is he's existing there, was made to watch over the dead. He's a god after all. There's no clear consensus of what the great spirit dragon really is. A dead dragon, a god who can always control death from his very inception, a reflection of what we believe death to be, death itself. He could be anything. What would you like him to be? What hopes do you have? I hope he's kind. I hope so too. Then I think he's kind. Maybe we should follow his example. That's what heroes are for, right? Indeed. You're one of those, right, Lynn? Of course she is, silly. I have to agree. You know what would be very heroic of her? What? If she brought the saliva to Kyle, the vampire. I'm sure his joy about finally being able to walk in the sun will be extraordinary. Too lazy to go yourself? My domain is merely my tavern. You're much more likely to run into him. Fine. Might as well. Need to get moving anyway. You're leaving? No, just need to move around. Any of you happen to know where I can find this vampire? Last saw him at the Gaia temple. The priest might know where he went. I know where he wanted to go. I overheard him talking about it. Care to share? I wanted to trade it. The information, I mean. For what? Can you teach me how to use a great sword? That's it? Sure thing. Right now? Is right now okay? I've got time. It might take you more than one lesson, though. That's okay. I've also got time. It's a deal, then. I'll show you the basics, and you can tell me where to find the vampire. Yippee! That is, if your assistant is all right with that. Don't care. Not my circus, not my monkey. Okay. Kiddo, let's go. Innkeep, can we use your front yard? Of course. Go wild. Will do. Are you coming too, Mal? No. I'll stay here and have another drink. Okay. You can join us later. I can't wait to learn how to fight. It'll be so helpful for future adventures. Innkeeper, do you have any quests I could go on After this, to practice my sword and stealth skills? Not yet, but I'm sure something will come up. Be patient. I promise I'll have a quest for you soon. I can't wait. I'm going to destroy any challenge with wits, stealthiness, and giant swords. I know you will. But first, I gotta practice. See you later. I like her ambition. I like her naivety. Naivety. Some would call it optimism. A waste of time. Delusions get you nowhere. You would know. Another drink, please. Same as before. Sweet and all. Coming right up. He really loves him some Spoken Heart. Some sweet optimism for my most pessimistic customer. This is sweet enough to make me optimistic for future drinks. Wow, I'm proud of myself here. You should be. So, malachite. Just leave me to my pondering. Got it. Hiya, Innkeep. Hiya, Fable. I'm so happy to see the tavern looking healthy again, and you too. Sorry it took me so long to check in. That's all right. I hope the last 2 days weren't too hard on you. No, not at all. I was just very busy. A bunch of the Ashen Grove's trees got knocked over, and I spent a lot of time rescuing and leading group therapy sessions with the local wildlife. And of course, I had to check in on all the nearby settlements too, see if they needed help with any damage after all of that. How did the werewolf settlement fare? Okay, it took some damage. Everyone is okay, but only physically. They might have to relocate. I'm sorry to hear that. They'll be okay. I'll make sure of it. It's very nice of you to check in with everyone. I had to make sure everyone was okay. I used up a lot of my healing salves, but that's what they're there for. I'm not happy I had to use them, but I'm glad I was prepared. May I request something? Go ahead. Do you maybe have a drink in your repertoire that could assist someone in a situation like mine? Your drinks are powerful. I'd like something that would make me tougher while also replenishing my social energy. I think I'm all done with helping now, but a drink like that would be a real game changer in case something like this happens again. I don't think I have a recipe for that yet. Don't worry, I've already got an idea. But even without such a drink, I'm sure people were very thankful for your presence. Well, they weren't mad about it at least, though. Oh, not me button smashing past it. Though I sort of feel like people aren't really as concerned as I thought they'd be. When I saw the stars fall, I thought for sure the world was going to end. Yes, I recall. You were right, that wouldn't have, of course. But I thought that people would be a little more freaked out by the lack of a night sky. But everyone seems to be okay with it. I asked one of my sisters about it, and she said, "Who cares? Some wide-eyed adventurer will surely put them back at some point. Let's worry about replanting these tomatoes." I don't even know if I could put them back. You can never put back what's lost. But you can always replace it with something new. I'm not sure that you can replace the stars, or if you should approach loss that way. It's all a matter of perspective. I wouldn't mind a bunch of trees up in the night sky for a change. Right, but it still would be much nicer if some things would just stay the same. They never do. I'm just happy everyone is okay. Did you check on Lynn yet? She should be hacking my terrace to pieces. I did, outside, on your definitely not hacked up terrace. Just out of curiosity, do you own any wood glue? It was nice to see she's okay too. I was a little worried she would just leave and never talk to me again. So it was nice watching her train Melly with so much enthusiasm, and to catch up a bit, that too. She tried to rope me into their great sword training. Did you accept? I'm not really a sword kind of elf, but it was fun to watch her teach Melly. She's very sweet. Indeed. And I was just relieved to see Carolyn doing all right, even though she was worried about Mr. Dragon. We don't have any way to check in on him. I hope he's all right. I'm sure he is. Celebrate our well-being despite the absurdity of this world. How about a drink? I would love a drink. Can I have something agile and swift? I still have to make my way back home later, and I could use some speed for that. I'm sure I'll find just the right. Okay. Go with her usual. We could do. Oh no, we can't do the new one. Swept up in the thousand winds, you become as charming and elusive as their elemental messengers. Somehow, that feels exactly like resting on a tropical island. I love that. Okay, do a little swiftiness for her. Swiftly and quickly, your favorite drink. Thank you. Your drinks are still the highlight of my day. They make the best drinks, right? They're okay. Really? Do you actually think that? Or is this a thing where you don't want to be nice? People seem to do that a lot for some reason. They taste good. They're as good as things can taste when you're, me. Well said. Thank you. By the way, I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Fable. I'm an elf and a ranger, and I come here a lot. You're also an incredibly courageous and capable hero. That's not true. Not yet. I'm working on it. Being a hero, I mean. Why? Because I dream of adventure and all the wonderfully exciting things it can bring, and I want to help people. Why? Why not? I'm Malachite. Oh, you're Mal. I mean, Malachite, obviously. Melly was just talking about a Mal. She said they, or I guess you, are very cool, and her new friend. She sounded very happy about it. We're not friends. She just won't leave me alone. Oh, okay. Then why do you spend time with her if you don't like her? That sounds really mean. She keeps following me. And you take her along? Not by choice. I don't know you well enough to judge the truth behind all of this, but I think you should be honest with her and with yourself. Honesty goes a long way. I also believe that thing in Zoford could be fixed with honesty as well. You mean the missing familiar? I heard several familiars are missing actually, and I believe with so many mages and familiars present, someone is bound to know something. But maybe they're just scared to face possible consequences for their honesty. Sounds like Zoford is going through an eventful time. Thank you for letting me know. I'll keep an eye out or two for future developments. Zoford isn't very far from here, is it? Not too far. It's in eastern Fasoa, and it is, to my knowledge, the biggest harbor town between the the biggest harbor town the Republic has to offer. I can only recommend its many summer festivals. Very pretty fireworks. Why? Does it sound like something up your alley? No, not mine, but Melina is seeking her first quest. Maybe this could be something for her. She needs to practice her skills outside of risk-free theory. Good idea. I'll see if I can reserve it for her. Sorry for asking, but first quest? I thought Melly just turned 10. Isn't that a bit young for quests? No, I was a similar age when I ventured on my first quest. The one with the horrifying nightmare creatures? Yes. Oh, that's sad. No, that's cool. No, I think that's a little sad. Children shouldn't have to face such danger that early. Why not? It's always there. Might as well confront them with it when they're young so they can accept its existence in their lives. That's an insane thing to say. Just because the world can be horrible doesn't mean we should confront children with that fact as early as we can. It's already bad enough that us grown-ups have to deal with it so much. Why should they just accept it if we can make the world a better place for them instead? I mean, when you were on a quest with, and I quote, horrifying nightmare creatures, weren't you scared? Wouldn't you have preferred to not be alone? Builds character. A character that thinks we should put other kids in miserable situations? Sure did a lot of good for you there. Weren't your parents worried to death about you? You got enough rumors to make a quest yet, Innkeeper? Not yet. Give me another day. People are so busy talking about or ignoring all that star debris, they're starting to lose sight of the important things. Like feeding me new information. Is that very nutritious for you? No, but it's fun. In that case, the fun I can provide in a day is running out. Unfortunately, the horrors of this world don't stop chasing me nor anyone else. I shall take my leave. Good luck. See you around with less horrors, I hope. Now I'm worried. About Malachite or Melly? Both. Are you really going to send her on that quest? If she wants to, but I don't think you have to worry about it that much. Stoford is a beautiful city with a very low crime rate. I think she can handle a couple of rowdy familiars. And I doubt she's going alone. I hope not. There's little worse than being alone when you're scared. Very true. Are you scared of anything? Bad Yelp reviews? I don't think you have to be scared of that. You make the best drinks in all of Asteria. I think as long as you like my drinks, I'll be okay. You've got my 5 stars in the bag. I would ask what you're afraid of, but the answer would be everything. Is it? Yes, but I'm working on not letting my fear stop me. I might not be able to avoid feeling afraid, but I can always just do things. Forgive me all. I need to refill my coffee after this day. I might be able to avoid feeling afraid, but I can always just do things when scared. Rather than not at all, maybe. That is still a terrifying thought. How do you handle situations you're afraid of? I used to have a terrible habit of just walking away from things that scared me, but with the right people by your side, staying becomes less of a crushing weight on your shoulders. You realize that even if things aren't perfectly comfortable, they're still worth experiencing. That sounds lovely. I've never seen friends of yours around the tavern before. Maybe you should invite them over sometime. Perhaps. Though one of my friends is sitting here right now. Where? Wait, are they invisible? Oh, you mean me. That makes me really happy. Also makes me feel pretty bad about having to go back home. Don't worry, go home. Fix the many things that worry you, as long as you come back. Always. I'll see you tomorrow, Innkeeper. See you tomorrow, my friend. I love that it's a rainy day. Stop. They're so cute. You know who they remind me of? If you've ever played Spirit Fair, absolutely reminds me of that character, Stella. I loved her. Okay. Good morning, mythical. Good. Let's restart that. Good mythical morning. It's well past noon. It's still morning somewhere. Plus, a wizard doesn't care about things like time. Time's only relative, but also flexible. Like a gummy worm. One time, I actually tried to break through the space-time continuum using a loophole through the primordial vortex. Okay, hold on. And did it work? No. But almost. I would have needed a drip of primordial sea to enhance the curvature that should have done it. But no access to the primordial sea. Bummer. I heard that's not very easy to get. Theopractically it is. Practically? Practically, in theory. Duh. That makes sense. I get it. You do? No, actually. That's to be expected. No offense. But you clearly aren't a wizard. And who are you to judge that? Oh, you know, just a reputable wizard myself. Of course, I also have a magnificent wizard name, but you can call me Hex. No need to overcomplicate things. Nice to meet you, Hex. Nice to meet you too? Just innkeeper for now. Alright, well then, innkeeper, how about a super wheezy breezy drink for me? Any flavors you might fancy? Maybe something that'll make me focus more and perhaps help me to better understand the primordial vortex? Gotcha. Pet our sweet little Landu. Okay. So, I wonder if that's it. I wonder if oh, it's not. We still have a lot of characters to meet. Oh my goodness. Okay. Half elf. Interesting. He, him, class wizard, zenith, chaotic neutral, and the tower. Okay. Okay. So, drinks. I think we go Sparkling Nebula. Okay. So. Could go that way. Okay, I think we do that one. That's it. Perfect. This should boost your focus like nothing else. Amazing. I can already feel the ideas cooking up. I think I figured out a way to get to that primordial sea water to... Never mind. The explanation would be too complex to grasp, so... What complex reason brings you to my tavern, Hex? Getting away from the other smartest person in Esteria. And who would that be? Does it matter? You tell me. My sister. She's studying and driving me crazy with all her theories. They're so reasonable, you know? No chaos, but there has to be a little bit of chaos in everything, doesn't there? I wonder how she gets through life so much structure. Oh? Hello? Structure is the key to everything, young lad. Without structure, there's no chaos, and thus there'd be no entropy. I found entropy to be quite essential in this world. And you are? Oh, how rude of me. Top of the morning to you, lad. And to you, innkeeper, is it? Correct. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. I suppose you may call me Scully. My actual living name would be too ancient to be spoken out loud. I'm an archivist. At least I used to be. Now I'm dead. Somewhat. Not completely, obviously. Under mysterious circumstances, I happen to still be conscious. So you're undead? Precisely. How? Well, I passed on, and then one day I rose from my grave. It was like a long sleep, completely knackered for thousands of years. At least I believe it's been thousands of years. What year is it? 1755. That's brutally long. So how did you come back to your life? I'm not too sure myself. I woke up and walked on like nothing had happened. Thought to myself, might as well explore the world anew. Those who'd risen with me didn't seem to be inhibited by an independent consciousness. But alas, didn't care. Those who'd risen with you? There are more like you out there? Of course. Undead rarely rise alone. They mostly serve a master. Right? However, I decided not to bother with that and go my own way. Ooh, we got some character info on Scully. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, why is hers highlighted red? Hello? Okay. Skeleton, no idea the age, he, him, archivist, Everbloom Archives, chaotic neutral, the magician. Is a Maida and personification of a gentleman, and he's, well, dead. Or at least he was dead for quite some time before he rose again, but contrary to his fellow undead, he returned conscious. Okay. Going south, I passed through Zoford and found a small tavern. A bit like this one, more nautical in style. They had a lot of fish. I've never been a fan of seafood, though I got to listen to a lot of town's gossip. Care to fill me in on that Zoford gossip? Well, apparently, a well-known noble married a commoner and decided to run off with her, leaving the family without an heir. But there's more. Fishermen fear that Zoford has been cursed by a sea witch. They say the docks are being haunted by lonely animals that stare blankly at the waves and the moon all night. And during the day, they disappeared like ghosts. A bit of a weird curse. Fitting for any sea witch or wild sailor's tale. Innkeepers say, ooh. Oh, there it is. I love that it went perfectly on that. Okay, cool. So that's going to be a quest from, probably for Melly. Innkeepers say, do you have a drink for this undead fella? A drink and a mop? Just a drink. I won't be needing a mop. If you say so. What would you like? Something that'll loosen up this non-existent tongue. Something full of charm and appeal. Coming right up. Okay. Pet our little Andu. Let's see. Oh my god, can we make... We can make the 1,000 Winds, right? Or the Sunny. Probably the Sunny, I would think. Charming and witty, right? I think so. I think that's where we go with that. Okay, we could do that. Yeah, I think we do that one. Ooh. Oh, maybe we could have gone with that. Okay, that's fine though. Just make it in a little different way. A real charmer just for you. Jolly, I feel like I can conquer worlds within my words alone. Oh? Not that I would ever do that. I care more about words than worlds. Archivist things, you know. I spend most of my life reading, sorting, and archiving. That didn't leave a lot of time for dreams of hubris. Are you sure? Academic hubris is a powerful one. Come on now, that type hardly counts. Agreed. It's only natural. I think you've given me an idea, Bone Man. I did. Yes. If I can enhance the aging process of cells, the incubation procedure could... All right, I gotta go. If my sister asks if you've seen me, no, you didn't. Thanks, bye. Energetic young fella. Indeed. Ooh. Oh, hold on. I want to read about Hex real quick. Oh, there we go. Okay. Impulsive wizard who loves chaos and everything unreasonable. He is one of the two smartest people in all of Astria, with the other being his sister, who seems to be his complete opposite. Thanks to him, I also learned the new word theopractically. It means practically in theory. If you don't mind, Innkeeper, I'd like to linger here a bit and enjoy the moment. Of course. All right, will it let us make a quest now? Let's go. Perfect. Oh, spoke too soon. What if I clicked on the... All right, fine. Hey, Innkeep, how's it going? All fine and dandy. How about you, Fable? I'm still very busy helping the farmers rebuild their barns and fences. Also, apparently, a bunch have lost their crops due to how hot the stars were. It's terrible. Seeing all this destruction is terrible. I've never seen anything like this before either. Historically, the Lady of the Gilded Sea never struck me as someone who unleashed baneful omens. Apologies, my manners. It's impolite to burst into conversation like that. I'm Scully. Fable. Nice to meet you, Fable. Again, my apologies for the impulsivity. It's all right. I was just surprised you could actually talk. Oh, no offense. I just thought, usually... None taken. Usually skeletons don't speak. Usually, but hardly anything is usual these days. I mean, the stars fell from the sky. Skeletons may as well speak. There are stranger things in this world. There surely are. Like your drinks, Innkeep. That one really gurgled in my bones. So you already tried one? Indeed. Sometimes they do that. Could you also make me a drink, Innkeeper? I don't want my bones to jingle, but something that enhances my finesse would be nice. You know, you have to be very delicate with zucchini seeds or they'll give up immediately. Of course, coming right up. Always gotta start by petting Undo. I know she's a regular, but sometimes I just wish I could, you know, switch up her drink a little bit. Give her something new. Okay. That could work. I think we do that. Beautiful. I hope this tastes refined enough. This is perfect. You know just what I need, Innkeeper. Of course I do. After all, you're a regular. Of course I do. You're my favorite regular. I am? Yes. And you're my favorite Innkeeper. Thank you, Fable. So, do you think your farm work will be done soon? Oh, I hope so. Not that I don't like helping them out, I do, but I think the sooner everyone can get back to normal life, the better. Do you perhaps need a hand? I happen to have two, and I might know a thing or two about crops and fences. Sure, I could use some help carrying a few things over to Trigarin. My treehouse is just around the corner. Splendid. Sounds like quite a useful endeavor. I'll gladly indulge. Thank you. Innkeep, before we go, I have something I wanted to give you. What do you have for me, Fable? Some dried honey flowers. The farmers didn't know how to thank me, so they gave me these flowers. And you're always so helpful and nice, so I wanted to share them with you. I'm sure you already have at least 4 ideas on how to use them. Thank you very much, Fable. I'll make sure to put them to good use. So you accept donations for ingredients? Certainly. I can only get my hands on so many infusions myself. What about recipes themselves? It's always good to have more inspiration. Wonderful. In my prior life, I had access to a lot of books about magic and potion mixing. I think I still recall my assistant's favorite recipe. Oh, first snow, that sounds good. Do you store it under your hat? Of course. Where else would I keep it? Fair enough. Thank you for the recipe. Innkeeper, thanks for being such a patient and pleasant host. I shall be on my way then with Fable. But I'll be back. Should I not crumble into a pile of bones from one day to the next? Let's hope not. I won't. I'm just joking around. I hope. I wouldn't want to be responsible for that. Anyways, Innkeeper, thank you so much. You are still the highlight of my day, no matter how dark the night. See you around. Let's go, Scully. No time to lose. Okay, hold on. Before we get started with these two, I want to see what these are about. Okay, a little switch up. Like the sun reflecting off a frozen lake, the first snow makes you feel comfortable and safe, embracing you with its frosty taste. In between hot chocolate and frozen glaciers, you'll find yourself well equipped to hike into the snowy mountains. Where is ingredients? Honey flower. Oh, so this is going to help us change up some other drinks by taking away that. Perfect. Perfect. I was able to witness such rarity in my lifetime. Immaculate. You would even get excited about a rusty nail. Of course I would. Such a splendid chemical process. Metals have a variety of chemical processes. Rust be my least favorite. Ruins a lot of hard work. Does it now? Yep. Makes everything porous. Oh. Kyle, Rhea, nice to see you both again. Likewise, dear Innkeeper, how has your day been? Can't complain. Had some interesting customers today. Ah, like that one distinguished gentleman who crossed us on our way in. Distinguished, yeah. Gentleman, don't know. A giant top hat doesn't make you a gentleman. What makes you a gentleman? Manners. He was quite polite, I recall, greeted me with the tip of his hat. You find everyone polite, even your slime. But Mr. Slime is quite polite. What a peculiar wall clock you have there. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It looks just like the clock in Evelyn's living room. It reminds me of all the times I impatiently waited for her to come home after important meetings and banquets. Do you know if that is her clock by chance? I think that might be a story for another time. Let's not worry about that now, shall we? Okay. Say, Innkeep, have you read that letter yet? That'd be a story I'd love to hear right now. Not yet. No. Tragic. I've always loved writing letters. Innkeep, you got a drink for me. Something that'll make me tougher. So I can get through today's babbling. Of course. Oh, should we do our first? What was the other one that had the shield? The frosty? I think we do first snow. Fuck it. Let's make a new drink. Oh wait, what was the honey flower? Okay, yeah, we could do that. Wait, actually, should I just make it normally? Do you think it matters? How I make it? Oh, I can't. Okay. Okay, hold on. No, I think I am gonna have to use that one. Okay. That works. Now that's what I'm talking about. A gift of the great dragons. Well, thank you. I gave it my best. Can taste that. I feel sturdier already. I've had my doubts about ye and keep, but I must say, you know your job. So how has the day been for you two? The usual. Splendid. It was my first day in centuries out under the rays of the sun. And how did you like it? It's brighter than I thought. The light of the sun, I mean. Rhea and I took a day trip to the capital since I rarely get to see it full of daily life. There were so many people. Too many. Just the right amount for a city. It was so vivid it almost made me feel alive. And everyone was able to admire my beautiful cape. Is that the cape? The cape of invisibility? It absolutely is. How curious. Does that mean you two are going to Boruvia now? Huh? Why would we want to go there? That was the deal. I help you get your cape, so ye can attend that fancy Baruvian vampire banquet and I get me gold's worth. Oh, but I got that invitation about 500 years ago. Didn't I mention that? No. What about me material then? Well, I can give you the gold right now if you want. Can you accompany me a little while longer though? Ugh, fine. Oh, wonderful. Every second I spend with you brings me tremendous joy. What a great day to be a vampire. I've got my cape back and I can walk under the sun like mortals do. Say, innkeeper, what have you thought of a new drink? One that could taste just as incredible as the gentle and welcoming beams of sunlight on your skin. That's kind of a vague description, but I think I might have something in mind already. Ah, wonderful. I wonder if my dear Evelyn would desire to walk in the sunlight as well. Do you know how she's doing? Do you think I could pay her a visit? You shouldn't. I should. The air smells like reconciliation. Do you think that's a good idea? It ain't. It is. Kyle, you've stolen your cape. Do you think she'll greet you with open arms? You know what I'd do if me ex-husband stole me hammer? What? Take it and smash all he holds dear. No one takes what's mine. But the cape is mine. Is she of the same opinion, you think? Oh. Maybe you're right. It would be a shame to lose my cape again. All she'd have to do is ask. Oh, my undead Evelyn. There's never been a wish of hers I turned down. And I wouldn't to this day. I don't want to have whatever you have with her. I'd lose my mind. Well, yeah, I know. Oh, how much I miss her. My heart is aching. If that's all, maybe one day she'll reach out to me. I still miss her dearly. And I shall miss her even more, looking toward the mountain's peak, knowing she's merely a grasp away. Maybe a drink could help for now. Oh, would you do that? A drink for me? Of course. Something strong, please, dear innkeeper, so that my heart may stop aching soon. Pet a little Abdu. Okay, we could do Sailor's Courage. Southern Brawler. Inability to know fear. Yeah, let's do that one. Okay. could do the pine cone. Could do the chili as well. Let's do the pine cone. We haven't really done that one as much. Hold on now. There we go. Right? Yeah, that's it. Okay. I love that it has abs. I can't mend your broken heart, but perhaps this helps. It does. Thank you, dear innkeeper. Why don't you tell the innkeep more about your day, Right. I suppose I wasn't done yet. Where was I? Your trip to the capital? Busy streets? Bustling with people? Roots. Roots? Roots. We admired the roots that enclosed the city almost like a rampart. I finally had the chance to take a closer look. Quite fascinating. For once, gotta agree. Almost made me believe the myths are true. Myths? Myths. I've told you, rumor has it, these are the roots of the Aether tree, breaking through the surface and taking hold of Gaia, where they guard the capital. Ah, yes, a very good defense plan indeed. What is wood going to do to protect a city protected with stone? Oh, I was never really involved in the fortification efforts. I figured. Oh? We've also met the lovely Seraph again. How are her investigations coming along? Very well. She seems eager and determined, a detective spirit. Believe the last made her way to Dalwell. She seems to be onto something. I can't wait to hear the story when she returns. Likewise. Say, Rhea, can we go into town and check out the antiques dealer? Oi, why? I want to see if I can find any keepsakes from the old times. Very well then. But you won't munch on the shopkeep, will ya? Of course not. Well, I'm well satiated from the innkeeper's creation. All right then, let's go. Goodbye, innkeep. Enjoy your shopping spree. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Before we move on. We have so many things happening here. I just, I wish I could put together a new quest. Okay, Kyle. Oh. The curse of being a vampire is outliving pretty much anyone you'll ever meet, so it's not surprising that Kyle seems to fight with abandonment issues. He has seen a few people die of old age after all. Nonetheless, he is still very attentive to others, perhaps to cherish the time he has left with them. Oh, that's honestly so sweet. Well met, adventurer. Do my eyes deceive me? Minthy in the flesh? Hello, darling innkeeper. It's good to see you again. It certainly has been a while. It might be hitting that 15-year mark, right? It'll be 25 years soon, actually. Ah, you know how I am when it comes to keeping track of time spans longer than a decade. I'm well aware. Good that you have me to drop in from time to time to remind you, I couldn't be more grateful. Especially when you bring Casket and Kate along. Look at them. Do cute service beasts still get a discount here? Always. So, what's brought you back to the area? It's not your usual haunt. No, I generally prefer something more moist. Not the word I would have used. But something akin to that. It's decidedly too arid around these parts for my taste. And here I thought I would get to at least enjoy the recent downpour, but no. The stuff that came pouring down was unique. That's one way to put it. Destructive is another, and possibly more accurate. But I'm glad to see that your tavern hasn't suffered the same fate as I'm struggling, y'all. Hold on. Sip of coffee real quick. Okay. But I'm glad to see that your tavern hasn't suffered the same fate as many of the other streets and buildings I saw on my way here. Admittedly, the journey was already quite challenging to navigate with my wheelchair before, though the scenery has always been worth a struggle. But now, I'm afraid it wasn't possible to take in much enjoyment from these passing landscape. Not when I had to pay so much attention to not endanger myself and my sweet service beast. You've told me your struggles with traveling before. I'm sorry to hear that recent events have made it worse. Oh well, we're here now, aren't we? And I do have to say, using the primordial vortex as a way to skip your veranda steps is a marvelous accessibility touch. Quite the impressive work, my friend. I'm glad to hear that my little spells are doing their job. I hope the cities will put similar care into rebuilding the streets. Flatter cobblestones would do wonders for many people like me. But believe it or not, I didn't come all this way to talk about the development of inclusivity in urban infrastructure. No, really? Shocking, right? I'm here on the hunt, one would say. What do you have your eyes on? Protection pearls. I've heard of a few hushed whispers in my library. Folks say the pearls appear in the lonesome lagoon this time of year. Ah, those again. Good hunting, then. Thank you. Though while the pearls might be my main objective, I haven't decided to come to town with only a singular purpose. I need to ask you for something, innkeeper. A good drink? No, my manuscript, darling. Hello. Maybe I need a whole new batch of coffee, y'all. I believe 25 years should have been enough time to proofread it, yes? Of course. I finished devouring the manuscript almost as soon as you gave it to me. It just took me a while to recall doing so, you see. Since it's been so long since I definitely got done with that. Lovely. I'm glad I have such a reliable old friend to proofread my work. Would you like a drink while I engage my brain cells and remember where I put it? If you're offering, I'd be pleased to accept. Perhaps something to refresh my mind after my journey? I'll do my best. Better sweet and do. Okay. We could do peak sunrise. Feels like standing. Da da da. Intelligence, confidence, agility. Yeah, really. That's our main one. Okay. Let's do it. Okay, so maybe a little flour. Nice. I thought very hard about making the perfect drink for you. Ah, I've missed this. Good to see your mixing skills haven't diminished one bit. In fact, I think I might be coming up with an idea for a new story. Let me note this down real quick. Take your time. So, while I enjoy your mixology, no matter what you put in front of me, I'd enjoy it even more if you could recall the location of my precious manuscript. You know, the one I lovingly worked away at for almost half a century whilst my library came to be? Certainly. It should be just below this pile. No, wait, I must have put it over there, actually. All right, given this ongoing battle with your organizational habits, it might take you a bit longer to recover it, and I have some pearls to get to. So, how about this? I'll return around 7 days, and then I can tell you about my pearl hunt in exchange for my manuscript. My proofread manuscript. That would be helpful. Good. It was nice seeing your wary face again, innkeeper. Likewise, Minthy. Have a safe and pearlful journey. Huh? I'll try. "7 days should be enough to read a manuscript, right?" Oh, okay, finally. I was wondering when they would let us get to this. A scandal in Zoford. The lively port city of Zoford is known not only for its docks, but also for its large community of mages. Lately, there seems to be something mysterious going on there. The familiars of several archmages have gone missing and are nowhere to be found. But it's a big city, and there must be someone who knows something. Could their disappearance be related to the tale of the sea witch who cursed Zoford's docks? Good morning, innkeeper. Could you please make me a drink? I need something to wake me up and help me feel agile again. Of course, Fable, just a moment. Pet her, sweet little Landu. All right, we already know. Gonna be a swift strike. Let's be real. Thank you. I feel much better already. Long night? Very. Turns out there were a lot of farmers who needed help. Regret offering it? Not at all. I really enjoy being able to help people. Before, I just used to wish I could help, but I never felt competent enough to try. It's fun to try, a bit exhausting at times, but I think I much prefer this over waiting around. I still could use a bit more practice though. That's fair. Just make sure you also practice taking breaks. You'll have a much easier time helping other people if you're not close to passing out yourself. That's what I have your drinks for. My drinks are not a gateway to burnout. I admire your kindness, Fable, but you too should fall under the umbrella of people you're being kind to. I mean, I am pretty good at falling. You're pretty good at a lot of things. I try. I know. Stay and have a rest now, okay? Okay, thank you. Good day to you, innkeeper. Good day to you too, adventurer. Yes, an adventurer, that is what I am indeed. I come here seeking a drink. What a coincidence, I do happen to have some of those in stock. What can I get you? What kind of drinks do adventurers usually get? Whatever drink they desire. Then, well, I could do with something that tastes good. Of course. Perhaps something that could protect me from my foes? Defense is the base of every adventurer's skill set, is it not? Possibly. Let's try it out. Okay. Oh, sweet little Andu. All right, what do we think? Southern Brawler, probably. Oh, I always get the sword and the shield confused. Yeah, definitely Frosted Lagoon. I don't know why I do that. Should we add just a wee little pepper to it? Why not? Frosted Lagoon coming up. Liquid protection against your foes, now for half the price. Thank you so very kindly. Oh, look at the little stars in his eyes. Do you like it? Well, yes, of course. Then you should say so. I apologize. I forgot to do the thing where you say your words out loud. It's so me. I get that. Now that you've acquired a drink, care to introduce yourself? How incredibly rude of me to forget. I am Gustav Archibald Richmond III, son of Lord Gustav Albert? I don't know why I just completely forgot how that word is supposed to be said. Richmond II and Lady Dorothea Bridget the 27th. Oh, the 27th, okay. An up-and-coming hero from Winmore, and who might you be? The up-and-coming innkeeper of Zenith, happy to have you here. And I'm Fable of the Ashen Grove. Your Fable? Yes? Is that a bad thing? The Fable that saved Tregarin from werewolves? The very same. Wow, what an incredible pleasure it is to meet you. I've heard so many things about you. Oh, good things, I hope. Of course. They say your skills with the bow single-handedly saved the village from 2 bloodthirsty werewolves. Wouldn't phrase it quite like that. They are very good with the bow. Incredible. I wish I possessed such spectacular skills. They spoke of you helping with the aftershocks of the starfall as well. I mean, that's a given. I need to help out when I can. You truly have the heart of a folk hero. How admirable. What about you, Lord Gustav Archibald Richmond III? What are you the hero of? Well, I'm, currently leaving my backstory era. I'm in the first act, so to speak, on a journey of becoming a full-blown adventurer. I've had a bit of a late start, but I shall catch up with haste. Also, Archie is fine. You don't have to say the whole thing every time. Well, Archie, if it's haste you're looking for, I can help with that. Someone gifted me some golden feathers a few days ago. Prepared as an infusion for the right drink, they can hasten you up in no time. Really, that's spectacular. I always thought those things were myths or legends you only read about in books. Do you read a lot? Sometimes, not that much. You should. You sound like someone who enjoys adventure, and books are so full of them. They are. I'm just too cool for books. Books are cool. You think so? Yes, I do. I mean, look at the innkeeper's journal. It's super cool. The coolest. Oh, well, actually, maybe I do read quite a bit. I'm sorry for being so weird about it. Don't worry, we're all a little weird sometimes. What kind of books do you like? Anything full of adventures and heroes and adventuring heroes. They're just like me. Obviously, my parents would much prefer if I read about other things, such as books on etiquette or the newspaper. I'm sure they would love it if I wrote a dissertation on the intricacies of the Diria negotiations or even became a diplomat myself. But I think I would fare much better as a savior of this world, don't you think? The Diria negotiations? I'm unfamiliar. It's all terribly boring, really. They're renegotiating trade routes due to the collapse of a canal bridge that was hit by a horde of spinal rhinoceroses. It's not going all that well, because they can't agree on who should pay for the repairs, the mainland or Diria itself. Just thinking about it puts me to sleep. Then perhaps we should get back to more exciting topics. How do you plan to start off your hero's journey? By doing something heroic, of course. What's something heroic I could do? Could start by helping the local farmers. They're still rebuilding their homes and relocating their cattle as we speak. Great idea. How much gold should I give them? Gold? I mean, I'm sure they wouldn't mind gold, but I was thinking about lending them a hand, physically, with your literal hands. Ah, okay. So I would go to the farmers and ask what they need help with. Of course. That sounds... I shall figure it out. Thank you for the inspiration, Fable. It has been an honor meeting you. I hope we shall cross paths again. Until my next quest, Innkeeper. Till then. That was adorable. Weird. Not because of him. He heard about me being a hero? That doesn't sound right. But you are a hero. Not really. I didn't even do that much. Not enough to be inspiring to anyone anyway. There are much greater heroes than me out there. He wasn't impressed by other heroes. He was impressed by you. That's nice. You don't sound very happy about it. I am. It's really flattering, but I just don't think I did enough to deserve his praise. I'm just some elf. It's not for you to decide who's impressed by you and who isn't. I'm personally going to keep bragging about knowing Fable, the great hero of the Ashen Grove and savior of Tregarian. All right, I get it. Thank you, Innkeep. I'll try better to accept compliments. Good. Hello, Innkeeper. Hello, Fable. Hello, Melly. And hello, Malachite. It's good to see you both again. Likewise, right, Mal? Can I offer you two a drink? Actually, you can offer us a quest. Are you talking about the one you just picked up by any chance? Your incredible deduction skills strike again. I'm only trying to match wits here. So you're interested in saving those poor families? I am. Missing familiar... Oh, wait. Did I say families instead of familiars? Hello? All right, hold on, y'all. Coffee break. I am. Missing familiars, silent wizards, clues leading to a seemingly dead end. This sounds like a case for the world's greatest detective. And her sneaky assistant. They do sound like a great team. They're not a team. But they are going on a quest together? They are not. Then why are you here? She didn't want to come here alone. She said she can't reach the quest board, and I needed a drink anyway. So you're sending Melly on a quest alone? As is customary, that's how the Shadowbanes have always handled it. Melly isn't a part of the Shadowbanes, it's an honored tradition. Melly isn't a part of it. But she wishes to walk the path of thieves, so she must embrace their lifestyle. I think she's trying to walk the path of a detective, and that just sounds dangerous and negligent. I agree. You're not coming with me? No. Why not? I just explained that. Badly. But you have to come with me. Why? It's clearly a job for two people. There's no job that can't be done alone. What if I need help to sneak into the crime scene to gather evidence? Didn't you want to go on this quest to test your stealth training? But what if I get nervous? What if I forget how to be stealthy? Or what if none of the familiars want to talk to me? I don't know, Melina. And what if I come back and you've already been eaten by a T-Rex? Who cares? I do. T-Rex threat is much lower in Zoford. I think you should go with her. Stay out of it. If the monsters finally catch up to me, that's how it's meant to end. I think you should run away from monsters, not towards them. That would depend on your choice of lifestyle. Well, your lifestyle should include going to Zoford with me. Listen, Melina, even if I wanted to come with you, I couldn't. I've got obligations, things to do. You're a thief. You don't have fixed working hours. And you don't have any other friends waiting around for you. Maybe not, but I do have a sheepfish to take care of. You have a sheepfish? I do. His name is Rufus, and he doesn't do well alone. Plus, he needs to be fed and to do his daily crossword puzzles, otherwise his wool will get strawy. Oh, well, you're right. You can't just leave Rufus alone. He'll get lonely. Look at the little tears in her eyes. Oh. Yeah. I could take care of Rufus. What? Well, I live nearby, and I'm good with animals and pretty decent with crossword puzzles. That sounds like an excellent idea. What if Rufus doesn't like you? Well, certainly after one of Fable's famous lullabies. You sing? Sometimes. Maybe you can sing a song about how Mal and Rufus got eaten by T-Rex while the familiars booed me out of town. I think I'd prefer a song about you and Malachite saving those familiars instead, right, Mal? Fine, just this once. See it as a final exam for your training. Yay, that sounds fun. Wonderful. So do you two need any help on your quest? Don't know. What do you think, Detective? Well, it's great that you would ask, mighty assistant. Please don't call me that. Okay, Mighty Mal then. No. How about John? Sure. So, John, thanks for asking. I have studied the quest given to us closely, and I have come to the conclusion that there is only one option. This is a classic case of finding the right clues sprinkled throughout the witnesses' testimonies and piecing them together correctly. The townsfolk, the wizards, the familiars. They all have different conflicting information and will need to collect and untangle it to see the whole picture. But to achieve that, we need to be charismatic enough to get the truth out of them. And for those who still refuse to talk to us out of guilt or fear, we'll need to activate our stealth powers, find those hidden clues ourselves. Also, we should be quick so they can't destroy any evidence. I can offer you some of your golden feathers. They do come with the sweet aftertaste of haste. That way, should you be able to make it to Zoford much quicker. Great idea. I think you underestimate the severity of the situation. What would you suggest instead, John? I agree with the stealth part. We could use a hint of dexterity to make sure we remain unseen for as long as possible, but I believe our focus should be on overpowering whoever is responsible for this. If they're making familiars disappear, they won't be interested in a discussion, not a fair one at least. We should fight first, ask questions later. I guess you got bored of the stealthy approach. Different problems require different solutions. If you're itching for a fight, may I recommend fresh Phoenix chilies? Some fire resistance could be a big advantage against wizards or familiars. Whether a fireball or fire breath, you wouldn't want to walk in unprepared. Does Andu have fire breath? Technically, yes, but he's usually too lazy to use it. It helps a bunch with roasting marshmallows, though. I'd love to try Andu's marshmallows. I'll see if I can set something up when you return. Thank you. I think some s'mores could also help convince those familiars to help us. That's ridiculous. A dagger would be far more convincing. I think both could work. Innkeeper, what do you think? They definitely need a little bit of dexterity for sneaking around, but what should they pair it with? Haste for a quick arrival and charisma for smooth talking, or pure strength and some fire resistance? Let me think about it. All right, hold on. Have a sip of my wait. Pedandu first. Okay, I really don't know which one to go with here. Because remember, every choice differs the outcome. So, okay, let's do this. Let's see which drink would fit best for each one, and then we'll see what each drink is about and see, like, you know, which one just goes for the situation better. Okay, so we definitely need... Okay, Sailor's Courage, Southern Brawler. Okay, so for this, definitely between these two. And then we wanted some dexterity. Okay, wait, hold up. I forget that there's two here. Okay, so definitely Sailor's Courage. Or possibly Thousand Winds. Possibly Sunny Breeze. No, it definitely has to be those for the dexterity. Okay, Sunny Breeze or Thousand Winds. And then with an extra bit of haste. Hold on. That'll be the feather, right? Okay. That's a tough one. Probably thousand Winds. Okay, so Sailor's Courage gives us even the driest landlubber the qualities of a good sailor, a lot of strength, a dash of defense, and a shot of charisma, and the inability to know fear. Okay, so at least there is going to be some charisma and dexterity in this one. So we kind of get a little bit of everything. A perfect all-rounder. Well, almost. Who needs common sense anyway? Spinach not included. Okay, that could be a good one. Let's check out Thousand Winds. Swept up in Thousand Winds, you become as charming and elusive as their elemental messengers. Somehow that feels exactly like resting on a tropical island. Enjoy a refreshing drink and a pleasant company. Its airy swirls are perfect for avoiding unwanted questions. Okay, that could be a good one. Avoiding avoiding unwanted questions towards our two adventurers, right? The delicious sunny breeze will melt your tensions and blow away your stresses, leading to enhanced charm, focus, and reflexes. Tastes like a pleasant wind flowing from the woods. All right, I think sunny breeze is out. I think maybe we go Sailor's Courage, just because we still get some charisma and dexterity in there, right? And then we do the Phoenix Chili. Yeah, I think we go Sailor's Courage on this. Let's do the little Phoenix Chili in there. Okay, hopefully this is the right choice. I think John is right. This might not end in a peaceful negotiation. Better safe than sorry. You get it. I don't want to be mean to them, though. We'll only be mean to the kidnappers, seems fair. I guess it is. At least we'll be protected from all the wizard's fireballs. As we always should be. Let's go. We've got a long journey ahead of us. If we had taken haste. He's so weird sometimes. It's fun. I think he just wants to protect you. Don't tell him I said that. I won't. But do you really think so? I do. That would be so sweet. I should catch up with him then. Good luck on your quest, Melly. Thank you. Is it okay if I leave with you before he changes his mind about Rufus? Of course. Then you can sing him a lullaby too. I don't think I will. We'll see. Have fun, Fable. Thank you. Okay, wait, before we get started with her. So we have Archie, human. Oh, I think he's the only human in this. 24, him, swashbuckler. Oh my god. Neutral good and the hermit. I love to see it. Archie is the noble son of an influential family from Windmore. He's quite out of touch with reality, growing up around books instead of everyday people. He wants to experience the adventurous life he has always read about, especially after hearing tales of Fable, the folk hero. Love it. Okay, so we've got, yeah, these are all different, but we are getting close to that one at least. The Saye Plains, the eastern part of the Republic, is full of impressive plains and prairies. It's connected to the western half by the Silver Pass, reaching across the southeast to the big harbor city of Zoford. The inner parts of the plains have only a few small villages and travelers' outposts. Compared to the edge, which is full of petite towns and coastal cities, the plains have many fascinating fauna to speak of. Some animals are trained by locals, and some bigger ones are even used as mounts. Many people living in the prairie are the mercenaries by trade. They offer armed escorts through the plains, assistance for inexperienced adventurers, and they have open partnerships with several adventuring guilds. Rumor has it some mercenaries are even bounty hunters. Interesting. So that's where that one's going to take place. Beautiful. We love to see it. Chrissy, glad to see you're all right. Likewise, good to see you and the tavern are unharmed. It's quite the disaster out there, and I'm just passing through. Don't have time to stay for long. Need to check on the cottage and the birds and Fable. I'm sure everything is as it was. The canopies of the grove are sturdy after all, which is why I chose to make it my home, that and the landscape. I hope your trip was nice at least. Oh, it was. It felt good to recharge and refill the creative juices. We walked a lot, actually. Also mapped out the whole island. We also hiked to the foot of the Borean Ridge, where the auroras touch the peaks. I heard the view is quite remarkable. It was. I'd never seen anything like it before. It was the first time I got to catch a glimpse of them. Also caught a glimpse of the infamous Banshee. Everyone told us to avoid the lonely lagoon because of her, but it's too beautiful to ignore. I doubt that Banshee means any harm. Everyone yearns for a friend after all, even scary creatures. Gets lonely as a monster sometimes. Everyone is scared of you. People shouldn't be. No one can choose who they are born as. We should accept them as they are. I have a few patrons who'd really appreciate hearing that. Then I'd be happy to meet them. Speaking of which, I got you something. Oh? Remember the nymphs from when we spoke last? I do. I met one at the art convention. She was selling little homemade trinkets. I remembered our conversation and got you this. Oh, I thought you might appreciate it. I do, thank you. It'll certainly have a special place in my heart knowing it came from. Oh, you're such a sweet talker, but you can't trick me into giving you my name. What would I want with names? Nothing good, that's for sure. But for realsies, I have to leave now. I've been gone for too long. See you around, Innkeep. See you around, Chrissy. Take care of yourself. Always. Oh, okay, wait. Baya, good to see you again. It's been a while. Okay, hold on. Before we get into Baya, did we get any? Oh. Oh, because Chrissy's not her real name, so we haven't unlocked her here yet. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, a while. A while. 6,000 years. More like 2 months. Oh, I thought I had hibernated longer. You hibernated at this time of year? It was for the Bloomtide Festival. It happens near my swamp every year during the Dreaming Moon. Are those two? Druids and bards join together in search of the moon pools for 2 whole weeks. I really love the music that they're giving Baya. They dance, they laugh, they scatter pretty little flowers everywhere. They hope if they can satiate the land, it will lead them to the reflection of the cosmos. You mean the set of mythical lakes that's said to reflect all of the 7 moons at once? Oh, 7. Why? Yes, ever since the Twilight Chasm portal opened up with them. Within them, a mere 30 years ago, travelers have become increasingly obsessed with bathing in their beauty. Such festivities sound exciting. No. They are loud with their songs and their arguing about getting lost in the endless maze of the marshes. They walk around with torches of burning ember that they swing too close to my precious vines. Why would you bring fire into a swamp? It is a little rude. Exactly. You know, I tried to join them one time. Their dainty flowers intrigued me, and I snuck up to them, dressed in my prettiest poison ivy adorned with thorns of the undying trees. And you know what they did? What? They chased me away with their fiery brooms chanting "Demon be gone" from the top of their tiny lungs. So now I hibernate every dreaming moon. That way I don't have to listen to their jolly tunes. Maybe you should give them another chance. Maybe you should chase them out of your home. It's your swamp. If they can't be respectful about it, they can celebrate elsewhere. They traveled all the way to celebrate there. I don't want to crush their joy like fickle bones. They crushed your joy first, and they should learn that there are consequences for their actions. I guess I am very good at making people leave. I'll just haunt them a little bit, maybe teach them some manners, empathy. I think you should stick with scaring them. But right now, I'm awake and thirsty. Do you have swamp water on the menu today? I'm all out, sorry. Too bad. Something else then? Oh, I know. Do you have those drinks that make you feel like an itsy bitsy spider? I want to feel fast and dangly. In fact, I still do. Give me one moment. All right, Endu, let's do it. Just another swift strike. I basically have it memorized at this point. Oh, it's so pretty though. A spider's agility in a cup just for you. Oh, delicious. I feel like I could scale any spider web and devour any fly. Thank you, innkeeper. What woke you up from your slumber, anyhow? The night sky fell into my dirt hut. It burns my favorite weeping willow to bits. I'm replanting it into many small sniffling willows. They are feasting upon the ashes of the stars that tried to extinguish them. It's a powerful nutrient. Sounds tasty. After the trees and winds and pillbugs calmed down, I had planned to go back to sleep. All that calamity made me awfully tired. But then I saw this creature standing between the tree lines, staring at me with its glowing eyes, like it wanted to consume me. So you said hello? So I said hello. Turns out it was scared, not hungry. Who was it? A young lichen. He was sent my way by his niece and little Fable. I miss Fable. They're usually here. Where are they? If I had to guess, probably pet sitting a sheepfish and helping out whoever needs it. Ah, they're so sweet. They sent the lichen to me for a cure. I once spoke of an ancient recipe I discovered that I thought might cure the affliction. Can it? No, it was just a recipe for really good tea. Let me guess, ginger? Yes. He was very distraught that I couldn't help him. Didn't even want any tea. I tried to cheer him up after offering some coupons for my new spa, but he didn't want those either. His fur could have used a wash. I didn't know you opened a spa. It's new. I wanted to share my flowers and mud and pools with everybody so we can all look beautiful together. That sounds wonderful, Baya. I agree. We got character info on Baya. Hold on. Bog creature, 555 years old, she, they, druid, moon swamp, chaotic neutral, the lovers, Gemini, let's go. Baya is an ancient swamp creature I've known for a long time. She's a very sweet soul, but other people tend to find her terrifying, even attacking her. They love spiders and opened a swamp spa a while ago. Sadly, she hasn't gotten a lot of visitors yet. I feel like Baya the Swamp Witch is me in this game. That's who I identify as, Baya the Swamp Witch. I agree. Can I leave some coupons here? Yes. Thank you. Please hand them out to all your customers. I will happily share this fantastic offer with them. You could also just come here more often and hand them out yourself. But there's no one else here, except the jackdaw. Do you want a coupon, little creature? I will leave one in your nest. No one's here because it's almost closing time, Baya. You have to come by earlier during the day, or earlier in the evening, or during events. But there will be people here. Yes, I believe that's the point. Too scary. I shall go now. Don't forget to hand out my coupons. Will do. Okay. The Swamp Witch is my favorite so far. Hey, innkeeper. Hello, it's been a while since I've seen you around. A whole week, to be exact. You already miss me? A little. Cute. I got my hands on a job all the way over in Diria. Seemed like something relatively easy, but paid well. Or like something too good to be true? Not this time. Apparently, the farmer just wanted to be done quickly, so she offered higher than average rate. Sounds like easy money. Yeah, I wish. You know, I think I could use a drink first. Something that'll bring back my usual speed and agility. I feel like this job drained me of all my energy. Only if I get to hear the rest of the story. Sounds like a good deal to me. Okay. It really is the only drink that we have for that, huh? I like that I always look to see if there's anything other than the Swift Strike that I can make. Swift Strike number 100 coming up. Let's hope this suits your tastes. Your drinks never disappoint. Glad to hear. I can definitely feel my senses coming back to me. I made you a drink, now it's your turn. Tell me about your latest job. Fine, a deal's a deal. Told you, the client's a farmer, right? She has a large flock of two-headed sheep. Apparently, that darn stall fall damaged their barn and somehow managed to break out of their enclosure. Didn't think they were that clever, honestly. Must be the two brains. Probably. Anyways, they got out right before their shearing appointment, and of course the farmer needed to get them back in time. Especially considering the rumors around Diria at the moment. Seems to be a dangerous place nowadays. Apparently an unusual amount of cattle have been going missing these last few weeks, so local folks have been keeping a closer eye on their locks and fences. Ooh. Hold on. Okay. So we've got 2 quests in the making now. Of course the farmer wanted her sheep to be safe, so she hired someone to bring her animals back. That somebody being you? Obviously. I thought to myself, I'm a monster hunter, handling animals is basically my job. I'd say a monster hunter is rather known for, well, hunting instead of handling. That was exactly the issue. Do you know how stubborn two-headed sheep are? Let me guess. They're twice as stubborn as one-headed sheep? You got it. They're impossible to get moving, impossible to startle. One head might be eating, but the other one is always watching you. But you did it, right? I suspect you wouldn't be here if you hadn't finished the job. You're absolutely correct. I was at my wit's end. Imagine having fought hundreds, if not thousands of beasts, and some sheep are the one enemy you can't win against. That sounds like an incredibly humbling experience. It was, trust me. But luckily, I got some help. Another adventurer saw me struggling and offered her assistance and knowledge. Or should I say, a retired adventurer. Oh? Yeah, she was very insistent on that label. Some kind of astral finfolk, must have lost her arm a while ago. Oh no. Back to the sheep. She told me there's apparently one thing that gets their full attention. You got any guesses on what that magical tool might be? I have no... Clovers. Morning dew clovers, to be precise. They go absolutely feral for them. I'll make a few of them follow every single one of your commands, but someone with your experience should know that, innkeeper. Do you two know each other? Barely. Huh. Keep your secrets then, oh so mysterious innkeeper. Wanted to buy her a drink after she helped me out back there. Didn't expect you two to be best friends, honestly. Best friends? I think you got that one wrong, Jade. I'd never befriend someone like them. I have taste. Well, that was unnecessarily rude of you, Una. You didn't even consider my feelings. Consider me sorry, innkeep. Apology accepted. Speaking of taste, what about your drinks? I know you've always liked experimenting with potions and other suspicious liquids. Looks like you finally made it, huh? Indeed. I think I got the hang of it. Then what are you waiting for? Your old rival is waiting for a drink, preferably one that'll restore my energy. Those sheep made my old bones all wobbly, and I don't like feeling so weak. Got you. Let's see what that old magic has to offer. Don't worry, they might not look like it, but their drinks are actually really good. I bet. I'll just take that as a compliment, I suppose. Oh, that's Southern Brawler. Yeah, I think we go Southern Brawler on this one. Let's do it. Let's see, can we put some chili in there? I don't know if I'm supposed to keep making the drinks with the infusion, but like I kind of can't help it. I just like the added little pizzazz in there, you know? Oh, wow. Impressed? Don't get cocky now. You don't have to be shy. You can just admit I've improved. So, Una, Jade told me you're retired now? Had enough of the adventuring business? Absolutely. I don't want to have anything to do with that anymore. I've completed enough quests for at least 2 lifetimes. And you decided to help Jade? Ever had to handle a 2-headed sheep? Not yet. Lucky you. Lucky indeed. I couldn't just watch her struggle with those stubborn beasts any longer, but this was a one-time exception. Did the farmer pay accordingly after your morning dew clover's magic trick? Oh, absolutely. She was so happy she gratefully paid both of us. That's good to hear. She even tipped us with some gems she supposedly found in one of her fields. But I'm Amada. I don't think I'm saying that right. I don't have any use for stones like those. And since I'm retired, I couldn't care less about material riches. So we figured we'd give them to you instead. But I wouldn't tell that pretentious blonde dragon priestess if I were you. Feels like a blasphemous gift. Oh, nice. We got citrine. This rare gemstone can only be found in well-hidden eastern parts of the Forbidden Valley. Citrine is said to be favored by the dragons due to its incredible divine properties. Blessing. Okay. Blessed with the divine magic of the dragons, adventurers will have a much better chance fighting the undead or any other unholy creatures, or any creatures really. Okay, so we got to remember that, because there is going to be a quest about the undead if that didn't pass already. Oh, hold on. Did we unlock Una? We did. Finfolk 68 She-Her, Arcane Engineer from the Astral Sea, Neutral Good, and the Empress. Beautiful. Oh, divine gems. A little blasphemous indeed. I think I know just the right way to use them. Thank you. Don't mention it. Now that we're done here, I can finally go back to crocheting for the rest of my life. Didn't get this hook put in for nothing. Of course, I also occasionally got to rip some youngsters off while playing cards. I haven't lost a game in at least 4 decades. That's remarkable. Or impossible for someone who's only playing fair. I think your lucky streak will end with me today. I've also never lost a game, in at least a decade. Are you challenging me to a duel? Absolutely. And whoever loses has to pay for the next round of drinks. That's the spirit. I like you, bounty hunter, but don't come crying to me after I annihilate you. Huh, you wish. Jade, be on guard. You're worried about me? Cute. I just know for a fact that Una is a master at cheating. I doubt that's changed. So you're saying you've lost against her? More than once, yes. Pathetic. Hey, are you talking about me? Listen and keep. If your opponent is obviously cheating, like she was, you can't beat them fair and square. You gotta beat them at cheating. Now watch how a real master does it. I love that. Oh, hello? With tears in his eyes, who is this himbo? Innkeeper, I have returned. Welcome back, Miss Anwar, and welcome... This brave adventurer's name is Claymore. He offered unexpected support during my quest. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you so much on behalf of, the world. Yes, of course, the world, Mr. Clay. Just Clay is all right. Are you okay, Clay? Yes, I'm just a bit sad, but that's okay. Not every day can be sunshine and ferrets. Yeah, we don't have a lot of ferrets around here, sorry. It'll be okay. One's first quest can sometimes be a bit much. It wasn't my first quest. I just don't like when there's fighting. You were very good at it. I know. But I like it more when we all get along in the end. Stop. I love him. I love him. Evil can't be reasoned with. Not everyone you disagree with is evil. Wise words. Can I offer you two a drink in exchange for hearing about what you encountered? I suppose that's fair. Clay, what would make you feel better? I don't know. How about one of those drinks with ingredients? You look strong. How about something extra for those muscles? That sounds nice. Let's go with that. Oh, he perked up a little bit. 1 minute. Okay. So. Southern Brawler, right? Or, oh, should we give him Sailor's Courage? Who needs common sense anyway? Spinach not included. Strength, defense, charisma, inability to know fear. This is a tough one. The main difference is really that. Let's just go with Southern Brawler. I think that is good enough. Should we try a little citrine? Could just put the chili. Oh, we could do the pine cone. If we did the pine cone. You know, just mix it up a little bit. I don't think I've done the pine cone for a Southern Brawler. Nice. Let's see what happens. Try this. I think it might make for a good ferret replacement. This tastes strong and magic-y, but it's not as soft as petting ferret. It looks like the bird is on top of his head. Still, I love it. I'll have to remember this one for next time. What's it called? Don't worry, I'll remember it for you. Thank you. Gosh, oh, I love him. Now, Miss Anwer, what would you like? I need some of that liquid vigilance. Even in here, it's important to stay on guard. Wouldn't this be the right time to relax? There's no such time. All right, then I shall aid you on your divine mission of not falling asleep standing. And dude, we're making so many drinks this particular day. Okay, hold on. Frosted Lagoon or First Snow? What if we did First Snow? Just because in between hot chocolate and, you know, it just comfortable and safe. That way she can kind of relax a little. Maybe. Let's see. Do we go with any infusion here? Oh, we could do that, right? That sounds about right. Let's see. Perfect. Some liquid vigilance diluted with some delicious secret ingredients. Enjoy. I could do with something less diluted, but you're right, it's delicious. Happy to hear that. Now, I believe you have earned yourself a story. Please, go ahead. Clay, do you want to start? No, I think you should go first. I missed your whole investigation. I suppose that is correct. Well then, as you already know, Innkeeper, I plan to start investigating right here in Zenith, specifically at the fallen West Gate. It was a depressing sight to behold. So I've been told. I assume either Melina or the vampire caught you up with their observations. Both, actually, but Melly went into a lot more detail, mostly about those wildfire badgers. Yes. It was reckless of them to sneak in after me like that. I'm glad I was there to save them. Me too. Unfortunately, the rubble did not hide anything of value to me, but fortunately, thanks to your rumors, I was not entirely without a lead. The wizard's prophecy led me to Dalwell, or should I say the Abandoned Isle, or Fair Weather. Oh my gosh. All right. Pause. Drink a little coffee. Okay. The name changes depending on who you ask. I didn't know it had that many names. I just always called it Kelpie Island. Why? Because it's shaped like one. Probably the smartest approach. Kelpie Island or Fairweather, its name means very little to me. Its local settlement of Fae was much more relevant. They built everything into the giant sequoia that holds their portal to Avalon. Their portal is in the tree? Yes, right in its center. They call it the Horizon Tree. It's beautiful. The Fae themselves were not as helpful as I'd hoped. They don't seem to understand the severity of the situation. Instead, they were much more interested in trying to sell me their rubbish. Kept going on and on about how I desperately needed one of their acorn amulets. When I inspected one, the magic was so chaotic I could barely concentrate on its aura. All it gave me was a headache, so I passed on the allegedly grand opportunity. Seems like you missed out on a good deal. Seems like you dodged a scam. Or a pretty necklace. Scam seems more accurate. It does. Acorns aren't used for much besides culinary magic. But they do make for good ice cubes. Do you have any? Not at the moment, sorry. I prefer it that way. Anyhow, when I rejected their offer, they told me I was worse than the astral humpback whale. When I inquired into the meaning of that phrase, they told me such a whale had destroyed one of their scouting camps just a few days ago. That apparently my rejection of their generous offer was a bigger slight. They didn't wish to elaborate further, but I had what I needed. No acorns, I assume? No, but a hint towards something that had caused unusual chaos very recently. Even if it had nothing to do with the starfall, this creature clearly posed a threat to the settlement. So I'm not sure what you would have done next, actually. Go swimming for a whale? Of course not. One would not find such a creature in the ocean. Obviously, I knew that. It can be summoned with a celestial summoning ritual, which you know how to do? Naturally. So when it fell, I made my way to a nearby carapace beach and prepared to summon a whale. I don't mean to question your methods, but if you were going to summon an astral creature for answers, couldn't you have just summoned Cassiopeia herself? She would know what's going on, I'm guessing. Are you out of your mind? Summon a dragon? The Realm Keepers have sworn a divine oath of neutrality that prevents them from directly interfering with the simple world of us mortals. The full might of their powers could disrupt the delicate balance of their cosmic design. Right, sorry, slipped my mind. You were forgiven. Unfortunately, my ritual was not as picture perfect as I would have liked it to been. I was not able to find any flimmering lymphet shells, so I had to fall back to different ones, which meant the protective properties were a bit out of balance. I knew this meant that the whale was likely to break out of the protective bounds of my summoning circle, but sometimes risks are necessary. You could have just waited for the tides to bring in new shells. I did not have the time. Or the idea. I was prepared to defend myself. I did not need to waste time on alternative solutions. and except for the minor lack of protection, the ritual went off without a hitch. Normally, the burning of the shells would have scorched my hands, but luckily I happened to be fireproof at that very moment. How convenient. When the last shell burned to a crisp, a colossal astral humpback whale appeared out of the sky in a wave of concerning darkness. Stars used to accompany them. I mean, there was one star. There was. The whale was even bigger than I had anticipated, almost as tall as the horizon tree. And in its stomach rested a giant sun, the only star of the night sky whose light had not been extinguished, nestled right in its belly. That sounds unhealthy. That sounds beautiful. That sounds unhealthy and dangerous. The creature was out of its mind the moment it fully materialized. I expected some initial hostility, but it did not even hesitate to attack me. Sounds like a very angry whale. Or a very hurt one. I admit it was a tough foe. Its bite was stronger and coated in the fire of a swallowed star. It attempted to swallow me too, several times. Most of its attacks could not damage me, of course, thanks to your drink. It had no chance against my defenses. But it was still a massive beast, and my attacks alone were not enough to bring it down. And that's where Clay came in? Exactly. My mace was in its maw, and we were locked in a contest of strength. When suddenly, someone pushed it into the waves, granting me a moment to collect myself. Moments later, Clay was by my side. Together we were able to vanquish the beast. Were you there for the whale too? No, I was collecting seashells. Seashells? Yes, for my friends. At this time of year, Kelpie Island is full of all kinds of sparkling, floating animals from the astral sea, and they love munching on seashells. Do you encounter those creatures a lot? I try to. They're very nice. Usually, at least. But when I saw Tia fighting that whale, I had to step in. It looked terrified, you know? Every time the moonlight hit her armor, it bared its teeth like it was trying to scare her off. After I pushed it out of her way, I thought I should try and calm it down. I tried communicating with it, told it to stop, but it seemed too scared to even hear me, or in too much pain. In pain? Every time it moved, it seemed to wince slightly, like when you carry logs all day and then someone asks you to help rearrange the kitchen. But I didn't have enough time to figure out what was wrong. It jumped right back at Tia, and Tia right back at it. I did notice Clay trying to speak with it at first, and I considered stepping back for a moment, but I could not risk anyone else getting hurt. No doubt it would have ravaged the camp again, perhaps even the settlement. So you didn't manage to calm it down? No. I realized that I could only save one of them, so I pushed away my worries and helped Tia defeat it. He's a remarkable fighter. His incredible tenacity and brute force helped me defeat it quickly. Tia kept its attacks focused on her, and I dealt the final blow. Oh, look at him. He's so sad about it. His weapon struck its body for the final time. It and the star in its belly exploded into stardust, then it slowly settled in the Carapace Sea. It was like 1,000 tiny stars, all now floating in the deep blue. While that does sound beautiful, it doesn't sound like you found the information you were looking for, Tia. I did not. I was hoping to examine its body, but all that was left were miniature stars seemingly stuck to the waves gently crashing into the sand. She was really frustrated, so I suggest we could try talking to its ghost, like my granny likes to do. She said that astral whales don't have ghosts, which seemed wrong to me. They already have the perfect translucent body for it. The ghost was a dead end, but he did give me an idea. Through my innate connection to Cassiopeia, I realized I could try and communicate with its fading essence through the stars it had left behind. Of course, I did not speak whale, but Clay does. You do? I can talk to animals. You're full of surprises. Thank you. Though I'm not always sure they like talking to me. They tend to disappear sooner or later. Sometimes they come back, but often they don't. I think maybe I accidentally say things that upset them without realizing it, and they think I mean to hurt them. I hate when that happens. Oh, I love him. You mean they just disappear like they were never there? Yes, like they moved to a different, quieter beach. Or like they returned home to the astral sea? I feel like they would tell me if they went back home. Not necessarily. Many Astrian creatures can traverse the plains at will, but they don't always have control when they return. On many occasions, the astral current pulls them back home before they're ready. And once you're swept up in them, each subsequent journey out becomes more and more difficult, or so I've been told. I would guess your friends either went home when you weren't there or got pulled back before they had a chance to say goodbye. So you're saying the sea swallowed them? Not quite. It just beckoned them home through a celestial hug of sorts. So that means I could just visit them in the astral sea? That would be an incredible undertaking. Traveling between planes is quite hazardous. It is? But echoes are from the primordial sea, and my family has lived here for, well, quite a while, I think. They must have gotten here somehow. They say it was much simpler to traverse between planes once. But for a long time, it has been almost impossible without complicated and dangerous rituals. Until recently, the astral sea was the only possible way to pass through the barriers. And accessing it requires meticulous planning, not to mention the sea tends to come with more risks than reward. Even your Astrian friends who can choose to leave their home plane on a whim get pulled back by the currents eventually. Imagine what would happen to you if you went in unprepared. But the Fae on Kelpie Island aren't from Gaia either, and they told me they haven't lived here for very long. Since the 5 interplanar portals opened up, interplanar travel has become a lot more accessible again, at least when it comes to the dream planes. But even the astral and primordial seas, not to mention are finally open to us again after all these years. It is a true miracle to witness in our lifetimes. So the portals haven't always been there? I didn't know that. Who put them there? Well, that is a very good question. And one that would blow the scope of this conversation beyond its bounds, I think. You still have to tell me what came of your conversation with the whale's essence. You're right, we're getting off track. I prepared a second ritual, this time a much gentler one with Clay's cooperation in mind. Aren't you glad Clay was there to help you? Clay, aren't you happy she was there to help you? I'd say, aren't you happy Clay was there to help you? I suppose I am. You really are? You are surprisingly competent. Perhaps one might even say I could not have done this entirely without you, if one was to be extreme about it. I like to think someone like you could do anything alone if you put your mind to it, but that doesn't mean you should have to. I'm always happier when doing difficult things if I have help from other people. Well said, Clay. Stellar teamwork, you two. Keep it up. Will do. When I was done with my preparations, I kneeled down in the celestial waves, Clay's warm hand in mine, and I prayed to the Lady of the Gilded Sea that she would allow us a glimpse of the slain creature's soul. Did it work? Of course it did. It felt like bathing in a river of stars, but the stars had feelings and aches and even more feelings. Its thoughts were like a song of ice and fire. It sounded so scared and cold and sad. Cold is not what I would have expected from a whale with a star in its belly. Me neither. But that's when I realized that's what was really wrong, why it had looked so sickly and gray. The whale had been cursed with a potent frostbite that had frozen its body from inside out. A very painful condition that would drive anyone to madness. If you're scared, angry, and hurt enough, you'll do a lot of things you might regret later. Together we dove deeper into its memories and discovered how it had been afflicted. It fought some sort of evil creature on 2 legs that kept throwing things at it. A creature on 2 legs? So humanoid then? We assume. It turns out whales don't care much about our appearances, so its memories were blurry at best. During the fight, it swallowed some kind of stone that made its song turn black and white. It tasted. But when you're a whale, you don't worry about swallowing stones. You worry about the 2-legged monster throwing things at you. I would too. I just wanting to escape, it fled as quickly as it could, trying to find its way home. It felt really bad about destroying the camp. I get why. The worst part about being angry is seeing the wreckage you leave behind. Luckily, its anger subsided when we found its way back. It thought it was finally safe, but suddenly this freezing cold began. I don't mind the cold much. I'm from the Highlands, and we get a lot of snow in the winter. But the kind of cold felt awful. Painful and inescapable, it was like freezing from the inside out. The potent frostbite I mentioned, it seems a curse took hold and slowly spread throughout its entire body. It tried to keep itself warm by feeding on solar crabs and cosmic squid, and that didn't help much. It just kept getting more scared and angrier and colder, until even its brain was freezing over. It couldn't think of anything other than the cold. So in its desperation, it ate the hottest thing it could find. A star. A star, a giant one at that. It looked deceptively small contained in its belly, but apparently it was one of the biggest ones the sky had to offer, the East Star. It ate Pharos, the guiding star of the endless seas? It did, and it helped. It kept its frostbite at bay, even if it did not eradicate it. But as you can imagine, such a massive star disappearing did not have the most desirable effect on the astral sea's delicate balance of gravity. I can imagine that. The whale was very confused about what had happened. It looked like all the stars suddenly started to fall and spin out of place. They crashed into each other, causing more and more destruction with each passing moment. I didn't understand all of what happened, but it felt bad. To label it as bad would be quite the understatement. The falling stars ripped holes in Cassiopeia's wings. To think that just one hungry creature could break the entire balance of the universe. It was hurt and scared. It should have endured instead of hurting others. In the end, it did what it did. Not everyone is as strong as you are. In the end, it did what it did. And you did what you did. At the very least, the settlement is safe now. And it's no longer in pain. I hope it likes being a part of the sea. Maybe it does. It seems that even the darkest moments leave behind some light. They do. I just wish it hadn't cost a life. Sometimes that's what heroism is about, sacrifice. Don't kid yourself. Heroism is about fun and making new friends. Hi, by the way. Hi. The whale caused the stars to fall from the sky. I wouldn't call that fun. The friends part usually comes first. I'm not particularly interested in making friends with creatures that cause so much damage. My dear, you could learn a lot from giving people some grace rather than condemning them for all eternity. Sometimes granting strangers the space to grow can change everything. The beast could have grown into a supernova. Or into the new East Star. I could have not taken such a risk. You seem like you have control issues. Maybe try being more like your friend here. As he's crying. You know how to let loose, right, buddy? I think I'm pretty fun at parties, if that's what you mean. But sometimes when I let loose, people get hurt, like that whale. So maybe Tia's right, self-control is important. My, you're all a bunch of mopey clowns. And you are incredibly unconcerned about the impact of letting something that dangerous live. If it had continued causing trouble, this weirdo over here would have just made another quest out of it. But I guess you're too young to understand the virtue of taking it easy. With age, you learn things just happen as they happen, over and over again. Sounds like you just want to avoid taking responsibility for your role in that cycle. I intend to not be a part of it. I intend to actually change things. So far you seem like a pretty standard cleric, maybe a little too paladin for my tastes, but if you say so. I just hope you can live with the changes you cause, because you're gonna have to. I am ready to take responsibility, at least that's better than apathy. Dragons. I did not miss religious zealotry. Anyway, old enemy, got another drink for me? I'm running dry. Anytime, Una. Are you still running low on energy? How about another strong one? You got it. Okay, let's see. What was it? Southern Brawler? Let's see. Do you think there's a difference if we just like don't add the infusion into it? Let's see what happens. See if there's any difference. Something strong for the most strong-headed lady I know. Weird way to admit you've lost every argument against me. But this drink is splendid, I'll give you that. What are you gonna do now, kid, now that your big whale friend is defeated? Find out who is behind this. Clearly the whale was merely the byproduct of some sort of agenda. I must find out what that is. Justice never sleeps, does it? It cannot afford to. No one is going to thank you for working yourself to the bone. People usually prefer you sticking around instead, which is something I'm not going to do right now because I have a card game to win. Good luck with your agendas. I apologize on her behalf. It's fine. Tia, do you want to go? No, she was just being overly dramatic. Oh, I see. Maybe we should listen to her advice, at least a little bit. My granny always says with age comes the priceless wisdom of mistakes. And that lady was right. You could use some rest. I think she greatly underestimates the importance of this situation. Both of those things can be true at the same time. Clay, you do have a point that age can bring wisdom few of us can otherwise aspire to. Perhaps the knowledge we need to cover this conspiracy lies not in the future, but in the past. After all, the past is full of terrible disasters that were prevented. Which means that this too could have been attempted before, if not very successfully. Knowledge of something so vile must be scarce and well guarded, maybe even abandoned. I've never come across anything like this anywhere in the Aperture's library. Granted, the Aperture has only been standing for at least 2 decades now. Its library can't be that vast. Many of the Order's books were relocated to the new stronghold, but I do believe that we don't currently harbor the knowledge I seek. For that, other avenues must be explored. What are you considering? We could ask everyone we come across until we find someone who knows something. Good idea, but that would take far too long. I think we should look for the Everbloom archives. Is that a book club? An ancient one. Everbloom was one of the great 7 Maiden archives, the Gaian one to be specific. Legend has it there used to be one on each plane, even Twat, the plane of dead. They were once filled with the knowledge of cosmos and grew in size every day thanks to their fearless archivists. But then they fell to the unknown foe and have been lost to time ever since. I believe one of them could hold the answers we seek. Innkeeper, do you perhaps know where to find this archive? Nope, not much of a librarian, unfortunately. Disappointing. But you could keep an eye out for it, right? You could ask all the scholarly people that pass through here. Ooh, hold on. Rumor unlocked. Okay, so now we have 3 on deck. Interesting. I wonder if we get these done before the next act. We have to, right? But you could keep... Oh, yeah, we read that. Of course, I can do that. Perhaps you can start by asking that bounty hunter once she's done gambling all her money away. You could ask her yourself. I would rather not. I'll take that terrible task off your hands then. Wonderful. You won't need more than a day or 2 to take care of all of this, right? I could do with a little more time. Nonsense, we don't have more time. I need your full commitment to this, innkeeper. This is very short notice. As are disasters typically, hence the vigilance, I shall return to a fully prepared quest tomorrow morning. Oh, didn't she? She said a day or 2, but really she meant 12 hours. Okay. In the meantime, you should rest. Don't be ridiculous. I have things to do, people to help, prayers to consult. Una was right. A good night's sleep would do wonders for you. I could even offer you some coupons to a beautiful swamp spa. I'm not interested. If I rest now, who will this world have faith in? I shall see you tomorrow. It's always nice to see a workaholic in action. Don't worry, I'll go with her and make her some bread. Warm bread always helps me when I'm feeling sad. I think she might need some. That's very kind of you, Clay. Make sure you get some too. I couldn't resist warm bread if I tried. Do you want some as well? Yes, please. I'll bring some by tomorrow. Do you have any allergies? No. Thank you, Clay. Look at him. He's cheesing about it. He's so happy to make bread for people. Anytime. I hope you like the bread rolls. Who doesn't? I'll take some of those coupons too. Wonderful. Talking through everything really helped, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. I hope you held on to those seashells. Catching up with some astral friends might make you feel a little better. Actually, I was thinking I could use those shells to make some friendship bracelets for Tia and I want to carve them into stars. I also managed to collect a bit of stardust so that I could always remember the whale. I didn't really know what to do with it at first, but on my way back, I combined it with some sea glass. Initially, I wanted it to be a gift for Tia, but I don't think she would like that much. But it would look very good for your tavern, innkeeper. Ooh. Oh my god, that's gorgeous. Listen. I feel like all of these pieces are gonna have to be like projects that I do IRL because I'm obsessed with that. I need that. That's amazing. Excellent craftsmanship, I have to say. Are you sure I can keep it? I am. I can see you're appreciating it, and that's more than enough for me. Thank you very much. It's stunning. I think that sometimes you have to make something beautiful out of things that hurt you. Otherwise, you're left with anger that has nowhere to go. Do you like being angry? No, I don't. Me neither. But we all get angry sometimes. It's not the most fun, but it's important. Never getting angry doesn't solve anything either. It just makes you smaller and smaller until people no longer see you as someone they need to think about. At least they're not scared of you. Anger doesn't make you any more of a monster than silence makes you a saint. Be a whole person, Clay, and don't be scared of who that is. I'll try, Innkeeper, thank you. I hope you find a way back to yourself too. We got character information on Clay, hold on. Oh, we've got more about Una too. I've been rivals with Una long before the story even began. She was an adventurer back then but is retired now. Even put a crochet hook onto that stump of her arm. But there are things about her that'll never change. I'm pretty sure she'll never stop stacking that deck, for example. Clay, giant earth echo. Oh, he's a giant. 31, he, him. Barbarian. From the Highlands, neutral good, strength. Clay is a sweet and gentle half-giant. He loves animals and can communicate with them, a skill no one should underestimate. He believes in the good He believes in the good in people and is exceptionally empathetic. On the other hand, he's also a very strong and remarkable fighter. I love him. I love Clay. Oh? Top of the evening to you. Welcome to my tavern. Oh, what do my magical eyes see? New faces? New acquaintances? With whom do I have the pleasure today? No way, a speaking skeleton? Haven't seen one of those in a long while. Hello there, how incredibly rude of me to leave out introductions. My name is Scully. And he's so polite as well. You can call me Una, Mr. Scully. And that one over here is my friend Jade. Ah, a fellow Mida. But with more skin left. Which isn't immensely difficult, I suppose. Glad to make your acquaintance. Una and her friend Jade. Jade, that's a beautiful necklace you have there. Scully, shouldn't you be named after a gemstone? As far as I'm aware, Mida last names reference their bones, no? Correct, but I cannot remember what my poor bones are made of. Death has left quite a lot of gaps in this head of mine. Let me have a look. Looks like alabaster to me. Hard to say without a thorough analysis, though. Alabaster? That does sound familiar. Like an old name, perhaps? I'm not sure, but it's worth investigating. Thank you, Jade. Still, let us stick with Scully until we have more detailed information. I think I should be going now. I still have work to do. What a coincidence. I happen to want to say the same exact thing. But wouldn't it be rude of us to just leave after that distinguished gentleman all by himself? Hold on. But wouldn't it be rude of us to leave that distinguished gentleman all by himself? I think one of us should definitely stay a little longer. Isn't it cool that both of you have bones made of shimmery gemstones? That is true. I haven't seen another Midas since. Well, since I woke up. So anywhere between 2 weeks and 2 centuries ago. See, it's a match already. Would be a shame if the two of you were to become friends. Huh? Anyways, see ya. That was quick. Indeed. I guess a woman her age knows what she wants. Good mythical morning. It's well past sunset, Hex. That might be true, but it's still morning somewhere. I know. You got it. But today, I'm not here to talk with you about primordial magic. Today, we're going to celebrate my sister. Oh my god, we meet the sister? Stop. She's so cute. Greetings, everyone. Come on in. Pleased to meet you. My name is Scully. Jade. You can call me Hex, and this is Grace, my little sister. Yes, I know. She's taller than me. You can keep it to yourselves. We're here to celebrate, not to roast, though some fire might be fun. No fireballs inside, Hexagon. If you insist, a fireless party it is then. My bones are aching for a party. I haven't attended one in what feels like an eternity. What's the occasion? My wonderful, talented sister successfully defended her wizard doctoral thesis today. She can now call herself an actual full-blown selenite witch. It's not that special, honestly. I beg to differ. That's a majorly big deal. Congrats. I must congratulate you as well. Quite an outstanding achievement indeed. You're very sweet. Thank you. I have to agree with everyone. You should be proud of yourself. How about a drink on the house to celebrate your graduation? Hex already told me you're a real magical connoisseur. I would love to taste one of your creations, Innkeeper. But I don't know what to pick. Could you recommend something to me? Of course. How about a drink for your wits? Your brain must be tired after debating your professors all day. That sounds lovely. My brain could use a little pick-me-up. Coming right up. Okay, so been a while. Is it going to be the Sparkly Nebula? Yeah, definitely Sparkly Nebula. That's actually, I think that's perfect for her. Okay, should we? That one. Okay, Sparkly Nebula, perfect. My, this is delightful. See, told you. They definitely know their craft. Say, Innkeeper, do you have a PhD in mixology by chance? Last time I checked, no, but I still have a lot of experience. Took me a while to get the hang of it. I can tell your drinks are really tasty. I could easily go for another round of debating right now. Is anyone else up for a drink? Nah, not yet. I'm still energized from earlier. Scully, Hex, what about you two? I'm good. I don't want to steal the show today. I would love a refreshment for these old bones, actually. Perhaps something that'll bring back the charm of the old days. At your service. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think we do 1,000 wins for this. Perfect. Oh, wait, no. I almost had to feed this Sandu. There we go. Beautiful. Oh, that looks so nice. Here you go, a drink for the charming gentleman. Oh, what a lovely taste. It warms my bones inside and out. Should I be worried? Maybe it's an undead thing. Well, theopractically, it would be possible for a magical drink to warm one's bones. You just need... You and your wild dreams, Hexy. Maybe leave those experiments to someone with an actual laboratory for once. It's laboratory, but like the way I always see it, if you know the 90s show, you know. So listen, if you hear me pronounce it laboratory, don't judge me. All that talking about studying and degrees brings back so many memories. I was a scholar once. I spent my life as an archivist in the Gaian Everbloom archives, to be precise, before my, well, supposedly eternal slumber. I've read a lot about the old archivists, but I've never had the chance to talk to one. Well, obviously, they're all dead. All of them? Yes. The archives were destroyed ages ago. They're mostly a myth now. Oh, that's quite sad. A lot of knowledge must have gotten lost with them. I guess so. If you wouldn't mind, Scully, I'd love to hear more about them. Maybe we can revive some of that old knowledge. It would be my pleasure, but sadly, I cannot remember much of my research. All those years below ground without sunlight don't seem to have been good for my memory. It's been a few centuries since I've been alive, so I'm not even sure where one would find the archives nowadays. Or their ruins, rather. Ooh. Oh, character information. For some reason, I thought we were about to get a clue for a quest. Okay, hold on. Let's see. So, personification of a gentleman. He's dead. Or at least he was dead for quite some time before he rose again, but contrary to his fellow undead, he returned conscious. Before his death, he was an archivist in the Everbloom archives. He cared for and archived all kinds of knowledge and history of this world. Mahras have surnames matching their gemstone, the gemstone their bones are made of. He remembers the word alabaster. Considering the color of his skeleton, it would certainly be a match. Wonderful. Okay, so... They both half elves. They are. Okay, so Grace is a half elf, 42, she, her, wizard, zenith, neutral good, and the Hierophant. Okay, hold on. Chaotic neutral and neutral good. I love that. Okay, let's continue. Do you remember the environment surrounding them? Maybe you just need to think about it a bit harder. Maybe that could help. A little, I believe. I might have even woken up close by. My early memories as a skeleton are quite hazy. During my lifetime, the archives were located deep underground. Gaia's lively blessings were juxtaposed with a hostile and lifeless mountain range. They were surrounded by nothing but rocks and boulders as sharp as talons and fangs. Even if you made it out of the mountains, you'd be greeted by either dry steppes or a poisonous lake. The liquid in that lake could singe the meat right off your bones. I knew someone that fell into the lake once. I remember it as if it were yesterday. Oh my god, look at Grace. What does she know? Well, that sounds like not the best place to build an important archive stronghold. Wouldn't necessarily agree. They say the books and scrolls of the Maiden archives contained all the mysteries of our world and the realms that surround us. Of course you'd have to protect that knowledge. Would be a shame if someone... Anyways. I think I know the place Scully's talking about. Oh? It sounds just like the gravel mac, sharp rocks next to a poisonous lake. There's no way a location like that exists twice, on this plane at least. Or else I would have heard of it. Do you get a rumor? Let's go. Oh, yes. Okay, so we're gonna have a quest at the end of this day. I wouldn't recommend going there. I bet it's exceptionally dusty after all these years. But think about all those hidden treasures, knowledge left untouched for millennia. Grace is absolutely shocked. She is fighting. What does she want? What does she want to do? That sounds a little too ambitious, even for you. Fine. Your delicate wizard sensibilities wouldn't last a day in the gravel mac anyway. Oh, and you would? Who can say? Oh, we got info on Jade now? All right, hold on. Pause. What do we have for Jade? She's surprisingly good with animals and even has a little turtle accompanying her. Only two-headed sheep are giving her a hard time somehow, but through her travels, she's learned how to handle all sorts of people and how to win against them in cards fair and square, or not fair at all. Anyway, I gotta go now. Shared enough secrets of the trade today already. Thank you for your reluctant service. What a lovely young lady. She would have made for a great archivist. And a grumpy one. I'm sure she just had a long day. As have I, honestly. I'm very tired. I'm absolutely sure of that. But you should be proud of yourself nonetheless. You should take care of yourself. You seem like the kind of person that does things very thoroughly. But you should still try and relax for a few days. I agree. Getting your PhD is a major accomplishment. It's nothing really. I spent a lot of time researching. Defending my thesis was a mere formality. Scully's and my point still stands, and I'm sure your brother would agree with us. Absolutely. You're all very kind. I really appreciate it. How about we call it a day? It's already getting late. A splendid idea, as I would expect from a witch like you. Oh, we got more information on Grace. Hold on, pause. I want to know. Grace is a Selenite witch who just successfully defended her wizard's PhD thesis. She's calm and gentle and seems to be a bit tired of her brother's chaotic experiments. Her older brother's experiments, even though he is shorter than her and looks younger. Grace is actually the younger sibling. Seems fair. Hope you get to enjoy the rest of your evening, innkeeper. I will, theopractically. Okay, so now we get to put the quest together. So, the fabled Everbloom archives are located deep within the Gravelmac, a lifeless, dangerous mountain range. Well, here. It'll be put together and I can just read this. Raiders of the Lost Archives. The Lost Maiden Everbloom archives are said to offer infinite knowledge to anyone with unanswered questions. Its ruins lie deep within the Gravelmac, a dangerous and lifeless mountain range that even seasoned adventurers try to avoid. If it wasn't enough, the mountains are also said to be haunted by the nightmarish bleak stalkers. Let's just hope they don't find abandoned archives cozy and inviting. Act 2, Starlight Sonata, Trouble in Paradise, 9th of the Astral Moon. Right on time. Good morning. Good morning, Clay. Did you sleep well? I slept. I dreamed about the whale a lot. I can't get its song out of my head. That doesn't sound very restful. It wasn't. At home, we write songs for our dead, melodies that help them on their way to Tuat, like a musical torch. I think maybe the whale just knew what I needed to mourn it. What have you been dreaming about, Tia? Stars. Surely messages from Lady Cassiopeia that are meant to guide me. Maybe that's her way of comforting you. She doesn't need to comfort me. And yet she still does. Anyhow, I see you had time to prepare the quest. Wonderful. Let's get started. Let's take this one step at a time. Clay, did you find the time to make some bread? I did. Decided on potato bread. I made you your own loaf so you can share it with your guests. I handed it to your little purple friend and told him to keep an eye on it. Well, that's gone. Thank you for feeding my familiar, Clay. Of course. Did you enjoy the bread yesterday? Very much. I think we needed it. We both couldn't sleep, so we had some bread and just talked. I admit, it was a pleasant way to wind down. What did you talk about? Ferrets, I hope? Not quite. Many things. Like I thought it'd be fun to make her niece one of those little dolls my granny taught me to make. The ones with the flower dresses and mini axes. I don't have any siblings or cousins, but Tia said she's going to make a little star lamps for my parents' garden. Is that so? He offered to cook for my family, and I can't offer to cook for his. My cooking skills are unimportant to my destiny. But I thought if I were to visit, it would be appropriate to bring some sort of thank you gift. And who wouldn't want some stars in their garden, especially now? That sounds lovely. Have you ever visited the Highlands before? No, not thus far, though I have always wanted to. Our snow dragon building competitions are famous. I've never heard of those. Oh. But they do sound intriguing. When I was young, one of my favorite stories was the Elysian told me was that of the ever-burning flame. It is said to have been a gift from Leviathan to the first mortals. Along with it, he bestowed the power of elemental manipulation upon his chosen. I vaguely recall there being another version where one of his guardians stole the flame from him instead. Blasphemous hearsay is all that is. We should be thankful for the gifts he has given us. I've always wanted to pay my respects to the flame, and it just so happens to still be burning in an ancient temple in the Highlands, keeping the hope of Asteria alive for eternity. So I'm looking forward to seeing it in person sooner rather than later, and with a local guide no less. I've never visited before either, but I once went to the Autumn Glow Festival in Varica. You can see the temple from there. Okay, hold on. I really want to see what that rumor is. Okay, so still got 3. Oh, okay. So both of these are taking place. Same island. Okay. I've never visited before either, but I once went to the Autumn Glow Festival in Varica. You can see the temple from there. The Autumn Glow Festival? What's that about? I'm sure he can tell you about it another time. Please, let's get back to the quest. You're right, let's continue. Now, the quest. Of course. So I'm assuming you're going together? Unfortunately, I was going to go alone, but Clay insisted on coming along. Why is that unfortunate? It's a very dangerous quest, and he is not practiced in the ways of a divine warrior. Could you imagine if he tried to befriend some bleak stalkers? That'd make for a fun story, I think. But if you really want to do this alone, you could just go by yourself. Who would make her fresh bread then? Exactly. That makes sense. Plus, I need to meet those bleak stalkers. I've never seen any before, and I can't wait to find out what they like to eat. You. They like to eat you. Only if they're hungry. Could you at least try to be reasonable? I am. Local creatures can be very helpful. I know they can be dangerous too. Of course, it's important to have your guard up so you can defend yourself if they're scared. Generally, if you approach anything non-violently, they'll like you more. Maybe the innkeeper can give us extra charisma too, so we can convince them to help us out. I could offer you some honey flowers as well. They can be very inspiring, even to bleak stalkers. I think so, at least. I've never tested that one out, actually. We could test it for you. Nonsense. We need to head into this knowing we'll have to fight our way through it. The name Bleak Stalkers doesn't exactly inspire confidence in their hospitality. Not to mention, there could very well be many more dangerous monsters roaming the abandoned Everbloom. We need to refresh our strength and hope that our mortal weapons will be enough to damage them. If that's of concern, I could offer you some citrine. It's infused with divine properties that'll bless your weapon strikes. With a little help from the dragons, no creature should be able to withstand you no matter how bleak. Citrine can only be found deep within the Forbidden Valley. How would you have access to that? Oh, you know. No, I don't. Anyway, I think both of your strategies could work. Strength and citrine will help you fight your way through any danger in no time. But the right mix of defense, charisma, and honey flowers might offer a more unconventional solution. Can you help us decide? I don't want to argue. Sure. Okay, so I like the idea of the unconventional, but I do feel like we should use citrine. Oh, you know what? We do Sailor's Courage with some citrine. That way they get their defense, but they still have a little charisma, agility. Yes. Oh, wait, hold on. Draw that recipe. Okay, let's put some citrine in there first. Perfect. I think Tia is right. This is an extremely dangerous undertaking and an important one, it seems. You should be able to defend yourselves actively, not just passively. Plus, a little blessing from the dragons can't hurt. But what about the creatures? I don't want to kill something again. But you're good at it. We need to embrace our strengths. Sometimes, quite literally. I guess I am good at it. Most importantly, this should allow us to investigate the archives without having to hide from their detection. That's what matters. I guess, if it means we can help more people in the end. Wait, I don't want to make Clay kill them. It was just more like, just in case. Oh, I hope Clay at least gets to, like, speak with them. Like, this is more of, like, in case you have to resort to the last resort, you know? It does. Thank you for all your help, Innkeeper, but we should get going now. Indeed. Wait, why are you in such a hurry? Yesterday I met Fable at the farmer's market and they helped me pick out the right potatoes. And then they invited me to their barbecue on the 31st of Cassiopeia. So we need to make it back in time for that. You can always leave early if it takes too long. What about you? What about me? You're also coming. I have to work. You also have to eat. Saving the world is bound to make you hungry. She's right, that's a waste of time now. Saving the world is bound to make you hungry. And you might even have fun, who knows? I will consider it. Let's hurry then. Let's. Innkeeper, can you let Fable know we'll be back in time? Of course. I'll let them know as soon as they grace my tavern with their presence again. Oh yeah, Grace should know too. I think she's bringing her famous fortune nuggets. I'll tell her as well. I wish you a successful quest. It shall be so. See you soon. Greetings, Innkeeper. Hello, Archie. Good to see you again. It's always a delight to be here. It makes me feel like I'm a part of something bigger already. I'm glad to hear that. Speaking of which, were you able to help those farmers out? Oh yes, talking to Fable was truly inspiring. They were so right. The farmers really had no interest in gold or other riches, so instead I helped them with reconstructing their land, barns, houses. With my own 2 hands. I even got some blisters from it. Remnants of my first ever heroic deed. Very exciting and painful. Now that I think about it, do you have a recipe for a drink that could help out this specific situation? I want to be able to help every single farmer with ease. I want to lift the heaviest logs and steel myself for the most stubborn splinters. You're right, a drink like that is still missing from my recipe book. Let me think of something. Oh, thank you, dearly. Oh, we unlocked it. Let's go. Steel tonic. I love that. Okay. When I was making my way to your tavern, I walked past an astounding duo of adventurers, a stunning seraph and a massive half-giant. They were so utterly impressive. I aspire to be like them one day. It feels like I'm in a book, like I delved headfirst into one of the stories on my bookshelf. Magic and adventures surrounding me with every step, and and unknown lurking dangers in the shadows. This is also exciting. But now I'm just daydreaming. Originally I came here seeking one of your magical drinks. Of course, what would you like? Preferably something that'll help me defend myself from devious dangers, like splinters in my hands. The drink I had last time did. Well, I presume it did something, but those splinters were a real nuisance, I'll tell you that. I got you, don't worry. Okay. So obviously we make a little steel tonic. Oh wait, let me read this. With the steel tonic running through your veins, you can become the buff party tank of your dreams. Its cooling qualities mixed with a surprising spicy aroma boost your vitality to new heights and leaves you impenetrable to damage. That is, if they are fast enough to hit you. Okay, so oh my gosh, we still have 7 drinks to discover? Okay. Okay. So what could we infuse in here? I mean, we could do the citrine. We could do the chili. We could do the pine cone. Let's do the pine cone. Why not? Why not? Okay. Ooh. And then a little bit of that. Perfect. Steel tonic. Protection against your arch nemesis, splinters. Here you go. Huh. I can already feel my skin getting tougher. Helping people grow calluses is my secret party trick. Maybe I should bring my friend here someday. Your drink mixing magic is quite peculiar, really. Oh, your friend? Is he from Wintmore as well? That is correct. I've known him since we were kids, mostly due to our parents being of similar wealth and influence. I think we were kind of chosen to be friends. We decided to write each other letters when he's not here in Zenith. He's actually in kind of a dire situation right now. You see, he's a diplomat, deeply involved in the whole Diria mainland negotiations. Due to him nearly getting kidnapped during his last business trip to Diria, he decided to fire his entire personal security crew. If you ask me, his reaction was a little over the top, but I don't interfere with his decisions, so now he doesn't have any bodyguards, and I would like to help him. But honestly, I have no clue what I should do. He definitely doesn't need my money, just like the farmers didn't. Okay, hold on, pause. Let's look at this rumor. There we go. Finally, we got another quest. Let's go. But honestly, I have no clue what I should do. He definitely doesn't need my money, just like the farmers didn't. He's got more than enough of that as it is. I mean, if you're brave enough, you could volunteer to be his bodyguard. Splendid idea. I like how you think, innkeeper, but I don't know if I'd be strong enough, even with your magically infused drinks. He might need some more protection than I could offer. Well, I still do that thing with the quests. Oh, you're right. I could just hang up a quest on your pin board, and then some brave adventurers will offer to help us out. My friend means the world to me. I would never forgive myself if something happened to him. So you're looking for the best bodyguards in Zenith? Absolutely. Well, I already have some folks in mind that are more qualified to do the job. more than qualified to do the job. Let's just hope my quest writing skills are enough to attract just the right people. Do you write a lot? No. Yes. Sometimes. I love to write stories about cunning and courageous adventurers. Somehow they always manage to get out of the most dreadful situations by cheating death multiple times. But that's, well, writing doesn't really fit the image of a heroic adventurer himself, does it? What? Why would I dream of other people's journeys if I could live the tales myself? You've got a fair point. Also, it's a lot easier to write about things you've experienced firsthand. Absolutely. Oh, I can't wait to see my friend again and help him out. I'll be more than prepared. Fable also offered to teach me how to use a bow. How could I say no to such an enticing offer, getting taught by the Fable of the Ashen Grove themselves? It's more than I could have dreamed of. They also mentioned another friend of theirs, an imposing Vukakan lady named Carolyn. Do you know her by any chance? Oh, Lynn, yes, I know her quite well. She's quite the local legend. She's a regular. She's quite the local legend. I'm surprised you haven't heard of her. She single-handedly slew a Werven chimera. That's incredible. This tavern is full of hidden treasures. Apparently, Lady Carolyn is bored because her newest protege is on a mission and hasn't returned yet, so she'll be joining my training with Fable. Oh, you're in for a ride. How thrilling. I nearly can't contain my excitement. But for now, I've got to think of the right words for the job posting. Don't worry about that. Assembling quests for patrons is one of my services. Really? That would be so helpful. I got you. You'll have the perfect crew of bodyguards for your friend assembled in no time, trust me. Thank you so much, and also thank you for the drink. Coming here is always a delightful source of inspiration. I'm always happy to help. Until then, innkeeper. See you next time, adventurer. Like, I know we are gonna keep meeting characters, and every time we meet a new one, I think, oh my gosh, like they keep getting better and better. I am obsessed with the characters we're getting in this. Hey, how's it going? Hello, come on in. This is a cute little tavern, I'm not gonna lie. Wasn't that convinced from the outside, but the interior is really adorable. I'm glad. Are you accustomed to more opulent exteriors? For sure, but I do enjoy the cozy feeling of a simple tavern. You know, it's good being away from the hustle and bustle of the big city sometimes. I get that. Are you new to town? I am. How did you know? It's been a while since I saw a phantasm around here, that's all. I just took a guess. Oh, a phantasm, let's go. Ah, I see. I came here straight from the capital, just needed a moment to breathe, you get me? Oh, I do. That's why I settled here on the outskirts of Zenith. This town is big enough for me to never run out of work, but small enough to not feel overwhelmed. Yeah, exactly. So, you run this business in Keep? Correct. Just me, my familiar, and this tavern. Oh, and all the regulars that come here, of course. Of course. And with whom do I have the pleasure today? Perhaps one of my next regulars. Who knows, maybe. The name's Voyage, but you can call me Voy. All right, Voy, got it. What can I do for you today? Well, I mean, a drink would be the way to go, I suppose. Wait, don't tell me you haven't heard of me. Not yet, I'm afraid. I suppose I should have. I'm the Voy, the famous bard. Ring any bells? Nope. Well, I guess you'll have to get to know me then. And what better way to do that than with a fine drink made by the finest innkeeper? You're a real sweet talker, aren't you? I guess I am. Is there something specific you would like? No. Surprise me with something that'll make me even more irresistible, like a Prince Charming. Okay. So, let's see. Probably the Sunny Breeze. Yeah, very popular amongst bards and say no more. Say no more. Okay. We could go that route. We could also go that route. Maybe not the best. Okay, I think we go with one of our little hunters. Okay. Mm-hmm. That. There we go. He's so cute. Wait. Okay, I've got his pronouns correct. Phantasm 22, he, him. Bard Trigarin, chaotic good, and the sun. Interesting. May this drink give you an untwistable silver tongue. Oh, this sounds good. Nearly as good as my musical talent. I have a feeling this drink might influence your next performance. Will it boost my charisma even further? You'll have to wait and see. Let's just say you might want to come back afterwards to get another drink. Oh, now you're teasing me. How about you tell me more about you now? Didn't you want me to get to know you better? Hold on tight to your counter, innkeeper, because I'm about to knock your socks off. Bring it on. So, right in front of you is the one and only Voy, traveler of the lands, stealer of hearts, and the most famous bard of all Fasoa. Not only because of his immaculate talent, but also because of his good looks, I might add. I'm fairly impressed. Of course you are. Might ask for an autograph later then. But what brings you here, Voy? As I said, I just needed a breath of fresh air. A short break from the big city. Is it hard being famous? Not really, no. Maybe a little bit, sometimes. But making music and performing is my job, and I absolutely love it, so it's not a big deal, really. It just makes me cherish the quieter moments. Makes sense to me. Ooh, we unlocked more info. Would it be cool if I kept you and your little familiar company for a bit? Absolutely, make yourself at home. Nice. Oh my gosh, we're getting all the new people today. Hello there, traveler. What can I get you? Usually it's my role to ask that, but given the circumstance, I'll humor you. Well, this is my tavern, and it has come a long way. Love the color on the walls. A new coat? It's been a few years since my last renovation. But yes, I thought it was time to accept some change into my life. Thought so. What is life, if not the constant changing of the self? How I missed your endless wisdom, Quincy. I can only imagine, innkeeper. You look like you might be in need of a refreshment. How about a drink? Yeah, long journey. Surprise me with something as charismatic as your little establishment. Okay, so charisma. We could do that. Could also do the spoken heart. Let's switch it up. Let's do the spoken heart. Um could do that. And then all we have to do is fill it up with this. Yep. Perfect. Here you go, liquid charisma, my specialty. This tastes magical. Seems like you've improved a good deal since the last time. Practice makes perfect, after all. Indeed.
Oh, what brings you to this corner of the worlds? I'm looking for the feathers of a peculiar little bird. They're said to only reside in this.
The golden loon. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but the golden loon? They're quite beautiful to behold. If I were you, I'd look for them near a big lake. That's where they usually hang out. But only in Fasoa. Hence why I came all this way. Oh, plumage of gold, glistening in the lights of day, a traveler's bold. That would be a very poetic way to greet them. Tell that tell that to the stupid Song of Vigor Guild. They didn't like it? Nah, they don't like anything that isn't mainstream. Like subtext. But isn't that what lyrical works are all about? Pouring your heart and soul into something for others to take in? And only if you push away the layers and read between the lines will you find the true meaning? Exactly my thinking. It's just that now I'm afraid that they'd laugh at me or remember me as the bard without a heart, all because they don't understand. You know, there's nothing wrong with being afraid. Fear can sometimes keep us safe from danger. But something to keep in mind is that fear does not stop death. It stops life. Do you enjoy your art? Yeah, and I want others to enjoy it too. I, for one, greatly enjoyed your Golden Loon haiku. It was a bit dramatic for my taste. No, we'll say me too. Aw, Innkeeper, thank you. You shouldn't base your value on whether people like what you create or not. Wise words. There will always be those who don't get it and those who find themselves in it. Do it for the people who appreciate your art, but most importantly, do it for yourself. That's one way to look at it. You know, I imagined all this so differently, way easier for sure. Moving from Tregarin, the smallest of towns, to the big city, I'd always dreamt of joining the Sove Guild. And then they promptly rejected me. But I'm Voyage, and I don't give up because of things like that. I don't need a guild to get me out there and share my music. All I need is me and my height. Ooh. Wait, I didn't mean to button smash past it. That's right. I've seen many people spend too much time giving attention to those who will never understand them. My 2 cents, live for what you believe in and allow others to make their decisions. That's what I'm doing. Good. But unfortunately, I have to leave now. Gotta find these loons before it gets dark. Was nice having you around, Quincy. Till next time, and don't forget, take care of yourself, Innkeeper, and be safe out there, Voyage. You too. Nice guy. Yes, he's an old friend. Didn't know you do friends. Perhaps we could be friends too, Innkeeper? Not yet. Oh. Maybe one day. Welcome back. Quick, Innkeep, your strongest drink. This is an emergency. What happened? It's absolutely urgent. Relationships are on the line. Not lives? Listen, Innkeep, I'll tell you the story, don't worry. But you gotta be a little patient because Baya really needs a drink first. Yes. Please. What do you need? The same as last time? Oh, that one was really delicious. I'd love to taste it again, please. Got it. I'll get you something that'll make you feel as agile as a spider again. Okay, well, I'm glad they made this easy because I absolutely forgot what drink I had made her. There you go, my strongest drink to the rescue. Thank you. This is good.
Oh, thank the dragons. That pause made me so nervous. Me too. I really thought they would mess it up. Thanks for having so much faith in me, Una. Huh, you're welcome. But Baya, are you feeling better now? Yes, at least a little bit. That's good to hear. Please, fill me in on the situation now. I've never seen you this upset, Baya, and you have to endure the Bloomtide Festival every year. You're right. So, I have this group of friends. They're girlfriends. We three have been inseparable for at least a few centuries, but now... Very insensitive to ask an emotionally vulnerable and sweet girl what's troubling her, innkeeper. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. It's okay. How about I tell them what's going on, Baya, so you don't have to strain yourself? Thank you. Okay, so, sweet Baya over here has had a long-lasting group of friends, right? Right? They're a trio, inseparable for at least a few hundred years. And they're adorable trio, might I add, the swamp monster, the banshee, and the Marimorgan. Yes, the Marimorgan, the wrathful spirit that is known to drown men. I've heard she doesn't really differentiate between genders, though. Yep, that's right. Anyways, the Marimorgan and the banshee are a couple. So I figured, have been for a while. I recall them coming by once or twice. But right now, how should I put it? They're in a domestic dispute. For some reason, the two have completely stopped talking to each other. They even refuse to show up to Baya's monthly tea parties, insisting that they'll only come if the other isn't invited. Why? I don't know. It's like they don't like each other anymore. And soon they won't like me anymore either. It does smell like a breakup. Let's not catastrophize. I don't want my friend group to fall apart. People have always left me because I scare them. I don't want them to leave me too. Now, I'm sure they won't. Ooh, pause. Did we finally get the last? We did. Okay, so we have 2 quests that we need to put up. Interesting. I wonder, I guess maybe at the end of this day, they'll let us actually do that. Now, I'm sure they won't. Say something, innkeeper. Don't worry, Baya. Even if they do break up, you'll be fine. You'll find new friends, I'm sure of it. Oh, that's not what I wanted that to say. I just wanted it to say that, like, even if they break up, they'll still be friends with Baya. Okay. Now that's reassuring. I'm just trying to be realistic. Don't listen to they. But what if they're right? What if they do break up? What if they really leave me? I just wish there was something I could do to help them. If I might just add my 2 cents real quick. Hi, I'm Voy. That's short for Voyage. You might have heard of me before. I'm pretty famous. No? Doesn't ring any bells, sorry. Anyway. So, Baya, that's your name, right? Mm-hmm. What's keeping you from getting to know other people? Like, you seem really chill. Well, usually everyone's afraid of me. But the innkeeper has always been nice to me. I trust them. And I've known Una for a while now. Didn't she pick up endangered flowers from your backyard last time you met? Yes. The bouquet was really cute. I know, right? You meet a lot of people when you travel across the lands looking for potential clients and work. And honestly, I've seen stranger creatures than her in my years as an adventurer. Baya's also really cute under all that moss and kelp. Oh, shush. I mean, you might look a little terrifying, that's true, but maybe you just have to figure out how to get through to people. I'm sure they want to be friends. I don't know about that. Usually they try to burn me. Luckily, I don't scar easily. Oh, what a nice metaphor. Might have to use that in a new song if you don't mind. People hurting you over and over again just because they're afraid. Exes leaving you, but you always manage to get over them. It's not a metaphor. Once every few moons, people surround me with torches and pitchforks. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. You don't say, kid. But honestly, I know how you feel. Sometimes facing people is terrifying when you feel so different. But there's always something to love about everyone, like my handsome smile or enchanting voice. Maybe people would enjoy my spa. You run a spa? That's fantastic. Yes. You should come visit sometime. Voy, that's short for voyage. Just Voy is fine. Do you want to come too, Una? I'd love to, yes. There's nothing more soothing for old bones than a nice swamp bath. Do you get a lot of customers? No. None. Maybe I can change that. Let me advertise your spa at my next performance. I would love that. Thank you. No worries, Baya. But let's get back to your girlfriend. Innkeep, don't you know someone that could help them out? This situation is kind of tricky. They might need a mediator. I can absolutely hang up a quest for you if you want. That would be great. Thank you so much. Of course, making my patrons happy is part of my job. Now who's the sweet talker, huh? But now I have to wait, right? Yes, unfortunately. How about you show us around your spa in the meantime? It would be my pleasure. And once we're back, there will be a solution for your two friends. No pressure. There's a millennia strong relationship on the line. Remember that. Absolutely no pressure. I'll see what I can do. Thank you. See you then, Innkeep. Yeah, see ya. Oh, I can't wait to feel how smooth my skin is after a mud mask. You think I can take my crochet hook with me? Okay. So, let's do this one first, since that one is for Baya. Do you think we can write two? Oh my god, perfect. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm so rude. I literally button smashed past that one. I can go back and read it. Fatal company. Political tension ensued when the canal bridge connecting Diria to the mainland collapsed, especially because spinal rhinos can't exactly be held responsible. The ambassador tasked with solving this mess, oh my goodness, I'm struggling, y'all, is a young noble, and his worried best friend insists he is in dire need of a personal new guard, especially since the roads are unsafe for travelers lately, if those travelers are cattle anyway. Oh, I didn't get to that quick enough. That's fine. I'll read it the next day. Act 2, Starlight Sonata, Episode 7. It takes 2 or 3, 10th of the astral moon. Hi, we're back. Welcome back, Melly and Malachite. John? I'm calling him Blade now. Because I kill people with these? No, because of your sharp tongue, silly. Oh. Well then, Melly, Blade, it's good to have you two back in town. I assume you were able to solve the mystery surrounding the missing familiars? Yes, with the help of my trusty assistant, I was able to figure it out. That's remarkable, I have to say. Good thing you went with her, Blade. It was a dangerous mission. Did you encounter a T-Rex? Of course not, but we were nearly buried alive. That's not what I would have expected. You must always expect life to double-cross you. I'm glad you both made it back in one piece. But I'm curious, what was the reason behind those vanishing familiars? Do I need to worry about Andu disappearing too? How about we tell you what happened in Zoford, but only in exchange for 2 free drinks? I can see you've learned a thing or two on your first big mission. Blade taught me how to be more cunning. Only the basics. No need to be so humble, you taught her well. What kind of drink would you like today, Melly? I want something, something that'll polish my investigative and deductive skills. A drink that'll make me smarter than I am now, so no mysterious case like this will ever be unsolvable for me. Coming right up. Okay. So, that Peak Sunrise. I think that's our main one, right? Oh, we could do the Sparkling Nebula. Could help them tell great stories. Focus on intelligence, and adventurers may feel infused with confidence and agility to climb their favorite mountain range. Okay. Maybe we do the Sparkling Nebula. Rewires your synapses, inspiring great ideas and even greater stories. Storytellers and scholars alike can broaden their horizons with the taste of the stars. Wait. All right, let's do this one. Hopefully it's right. Let's see. Probably that. Okay. Peak Sunrise coming up. 2 of them anyway. Oh, or just 1. Let's see if this will make your brain cells multiply. Thank you. Let me try. Oh, this is good. I can already feel it. I'm going to be completely unstoppable. Oh no. Oh yes. Initially I wanted to sit this one out, but I might actually need a drink now. It would be my pleasure if it means that I get to hear your story. Also, I'm longing for another one of your little secrets. Right, we made a deal. Correct. So what'll it be today? Maybe something that'll help me counter her verbal attacks now that she's linguistically invincible. So the usual. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. So, Sunny Breeze, probably, or Thousand's Wind. Perfect for avoiding unwanted questions. Okay, we'll help him out and give him that one. Yeah, you know what? That works. Okay. This should make things easier for you. Oh, I can see it in his face. Is it bad? Huh? No, silly. He likes it. I like that it kind of goes with his cape. You can clearly see it in the way his scarf is moving. Ah, I see. My deductive skills aren't bad after all. You think you could teach me a thing or two sometime? Of course. Then we'll be a trio. The detective, her trusty bodyguard, and the curious apprentice. I like the sound of that. It's been a while since I've been an apprentice. I don't remember being asked if I wanted to be a part of this. But I couldn't have completed the quest without you. Also, being a detective's trusty bodyguard is an honorable duty. And I'm glad you came with me. Of course, I couldn't let you walk headfirst into the open maw of a hungry T-Rex. Did you actually encounter a T-Rex in Zofert? No, don't be silly. For a moment, I thought you just shared one of your many secrets with me. Right, I guess I owe you one of those now. Look at this, it's changing now. My hair isn't actually all black. I know, that's not a secret. I can clearly see the white streak. Anyways, But now, please, I'm dying to know what happened in Zoford. Fine. It took us a while to get to Zoford, but we made it there eventually. Thanks to your drink, we were able to sneak around the city without attracting too much attention, which is super important. You have to get a good feeling for a city if you want to investigate it. But we didn't have a lot of clues to start with, just a few missing familiars and alleged ghost animals. So we started asking around, and as detectives do when they want to collect some evidence. Sadly, most people didn't really want to talk to us. They probably thought Blade was some kind of burglar or thief, probably because he is. One person also mumbled something about insurance brokers, but I had no idea what they were talking about. We started sneaking around the docks, and we overheard two fishermen talking to each other. They were talking about a weird dog one of them had seen earlier that didn't behave quite dog-like. Apparently, they believed a sea witch had sent spirits hiding in the form of animals, and there had been a lot of weird animals around at this point. So people started getting wary of strange or unusual creatures. Even the non-superstitious people thought they had some kind of disease like rabies or something. I'd also stay away from animals infected with rabies. Exactly, who wouldn't? It's the only logical thing to do. But somehow my detective senses were tingling. I knew I had found a clue, I just didn't know how to connect it to the missing familiars yet. Maybe familiars could get infected with rabies, and that's why they went missing? But of course, the fishermen didn't talk about any magic wizards or familiars, just fish. Sounds kind of obvious to me. So we kept looking for other clues, and we found one on the ground, surprisingly. Oh? It was an old newspaper with a very interesting article on the front page. Apparently, there's something like a weekly get-together for all the town's familiars. We decided to check it out. That does sound promising. It was. At least more promising than the rabies dead end. We managed to track down a few of the participating familiars to get more insight. It was a little tricky since none of them wanted to talk to us at first. I think they were kind of scared. Maybe they just wanted to protect their friends? But I didn't have time for their pathetic self-sacrificial empathy. That drink you prepared for me really did wonders. I was strong enough to overpower one of their draconic beasts. All of a sudden, they were quite eager to talk. It only took Blade a few well-executed intimidation tactics to get them to speak up. Of course, I also took some notes so I can learn to be more threatening myself. A detective's gotta know her way around, am I right? As long as you don't threaten me over a drink next time. Alright. But the familiar told us something strange. They said all those familiars that went missing seemed to have been in contact with one particular magician. So of course, we had to pay that wizard a visit. Preferably when he wasn't at home. I think that's called burglary? All it took to find out the wizard's address was a little bit of playing around with my trusty knife. The familiar quickly told us everything we needed to know. So we let them go and made our way to the wizard's house. We managed to break in without anyone noticing. It was so exciting. We snuck around looking for evidence, maybe a hidden ritualistic chamber or something like that. And did you find one? Sadly, no. But we found his office with the door open. Inside were a lot of books about different kinds of animals, daring ideas, and dubious spell descriptions. But I didn't really understand any of it. Except there was one little thing, scribbled on a piece of paper, crumbled up as if it had been thrown away. It looked like a recipe for a magical drink just like the ones you serve. Ta-da! Ooh, that's very useful. Let's see. Silent Owl. Oh, that's pretty. You make the night your own. Its accentuated taste and hand-selected spices allows you to become the silhouette lurking in the shadows. A quick sip of this drink will grant you the sight, strength, and subtlety of a natural predator. Okay, I'm liking it. All right, hold on. Pause for just a little bit of coffee. Okay. And it's not necessarily stealing if it was thrown away, right? Not that that would matter anyhow. Anyways, we were rummaging through his belongings and scrolls when we suddenly heard the front door squeak and creak as someone entered the house. We hadn't been quick enough with our investigation, and definitely not subtle either. The whole place looked super chaotic. The wizard immediately knew something was off. And a potential dangerous person on high alert is even more dangerous, so we had to be on guard. Blade decided to hide under the desk in the middle of the room, but I had other plans. I managed to jump on a bookshelf and wheeled myself right on top under the ceiling. So I was hidden but could still see the whole room. Good call. I watched as the magician barged in, but he wasn't alone. He was accompanied by a lizard, a colorful bird, and a two-headed sheep. Oh no, not one of those again. Huh? It's nothing. Please continue. It was so weird. The bird didn't know how to fly, the lizard walked on two legs, and the sheep's two heads always looked in the same direction, as if they were all infected with rabies. All four of them started to get real close to the table where Blade was hiding. And as if the wizard noticed something, he stopped and said to the animals, "No, you three, get out of here. I don't want you to get in trouble or hurt." I already had my fingers wrapped around the handle of my knife ready to strike. I'm sure he felt my murderous intent. But it does sound like he cared about those animals. That's what I thought too. As soon as they had left the room, I saw him create a ball of flames in his hand. He was ready to strike, and I knew I had to do something. He would have done horrible things to Blade. So I yelled, "Stop infecting those poor animals with rabies." The wizard turned around and saw me on top of the bookshelf. His eyes were so big as if it was absolutely terrified. Then the flame in his hand started to flare up even brighter. I knew immediately she was in danger, so I broke every possible rule the Thieves Guild taught me and just popped up from underneath the table. That was very brave of you. That was kind of a foolish thing to do. That was very brave of you. Don't know if I'd have been so fearless. Well, I had to. I saw her on top of that shelf, paralyzed with fear, so I shouted, "Jump, now!" Awoken from my paralysis, I did as I was told and jumped down from the top shelf right onto the desk. But all the notes and pieces of paper were there made the surface kind of slippery. I panicked and tried to get a grip with the help of my claws. I tore some of the papers, and one of them even got stuck on my paw. Luckily, I caught her. She's so light that I was easily able to scoop her up. And then the wizard started yelling, something about annihilating all his years of research. I think he meant Melina messed up his desk. I didn't want to destroy his notes and research. I didn't do it on purpose. Of course you didn't. But what happens next? Were you able to clear up the misunderstanding? Maybe in another reality we could have talked it out. But the fire in his hand made me so uneasy I couldn't let go of my knife. He was so terrified. I think he thought I wanted to attack him. So he tried to strike me first. He shot his fireball at us. Luckily, I had already grabbed Melina. And with the extra dexterity your drink provided, I jumped to the left and somehow managed to dodge the attack. The whole desk exploded. They were burning splinters and papers everywhere. Are you two okay? Did you get hurt? I'm okay. Blade used his body to shield me. It's nothing. Miraculously, I only got hit by some debris. Nothing I couldn't handle. I felt worse. But I was really lucky you made me that drink with those Phoenix chilies. He would have absolutely caught on fire otherwise. The flames started spreading super quickly, and the only way out of the room was past the wizard. But he had already started preparing another fireball to finish us off once and for all. I needed a way to buy us some time, or a distraction, so while he readied his spell, I reached for the bookshelf that Melina had hidden on top of earlier. Again, it must have been your magic. Because even though it was a massive piece of furniture, I could easily knock the whole thing over. In that exact moment, the wizard also launched his second fireball. It would have definitely hit us if I hadn't moved the shelf. There was a second explosion. Then burning books and huge chunks of wood everywhere. And with a big whoom, The shelf crashed on the ground. I don't really know how it happened, but the wizard must have gotten buried under it somehow. I knew getting out of that room was our highest priority. Sooner or later, the flames would catch up to us as well. I was sure of it. I kept a tight hold on Melina and jumped over the burning debris to the door, then stormed outside. Getting us both to safety was more important than the life of a wizard that tried to kill us twice. I guess you're right. I'm glad you two are alive and well. That does sound rather dangerous. The story isn't over yet. We made it to the top of the room, but ran into those 3 weird animals that had accompanied the wizard. I recall a lizard, a colorful bird, and a 2-headed sheep, am I right? Correct. First, I thought the rabies-infected animals wanted to attack us, but suddenly, they spoke to us. In our heads. That's odd. Usually it's familiars that communicate like that. Now hold on tight, Innkeeper, because they were, in fact, not infected with rabies. The animals were actually former familiars that the wizard transmuted? Yes, he transmuted them into animals. Not because he was evil, but because the familiars asked him to. They were tired of their dragon-like bodies and wanted to finally experience life as real animals. Naturally, they had no prior experience and still had to learn how to act in accordance with their new forms. So all the weird animals, like that dog the sailors were talking about, weren't actually infected with rabies, but were transformed familiars. Excellent work, detective. But there is one thing I don't understand. Why didn't they just tell their friends and wizards about their wish? That's simple. They were scared. Scared of rejection, ignorance, loneliness. So they just kept it to themselves. Of course, their friends assumed the worst after weeks of not hearing from them. It's so sad. They were scared of being left alone and chose a life full of self-inflicted loneliness instead. And they went and destroyed their home too. But you didn't do that on purpose. Exactly. The wizard destroyed his home by himself. I didn't even attack him. I know. But what about his 3 familiars? They went to check on the magician first and returned without him. Their faces spoke volumes. Did he die? Either the falling shelf killed him or the fire did. For his sake, I hope it wasn't the latter. Nevertheless, there was nothing we could have done for him. After we made it out, I tried to tell the familiars that they should just talk to their friends. I'm sure they would have figured it all out together, but they just ran away from us. Understandable after what we did. I think they heard what I said, but I don't know if they'll actually do it. I think you did everything you could. The rest is out of your hands now. And you uncovered the truth, so you're completed first mission. It doesn't feel like a success, though. Don't be too hard on yourself. You did everything you could. Sometimes you can't prevent tragedy. They're right. Life can be cruel, and the sooner you realize it, the better. All right. The familiars also gave us something. Oh? Neither of us have any use for it, so we wanted you to have it. Don't say that. It makes it sound like it's a bad gift. It's not. What is it then? It's a ring of beast storing with a lost familiar inside of it. They said the wizard found it a long time ago, but its patron never showed up. We named it Renew. Melina can't take care of it, and I have my sheepfish, Rufus. But you have Andu, so you already know how to take care of a mini dragon. Oh, I absolutely do. He might enjoy some company. I wouldn't have minded him staying as an only child. He might enjoy some company. So thank you two very much. I need to get back to Rufus now. He gets lonely without me sometimes. Or is it that you get lonely without him? He's my pet. I take care of him. Don't worry. I'm sure Fable did a good job. Though it's nice to see how much you care for your pet. He's been my only friend since my parents died a long time ago. Oh. Were they also eaten by zombies? No. They were burned alive. Oh. Oh no. I remember it as if it were yesterday. It was late afternoon and my parents wanted to visit the adjacent village to buy some grain. But they never returned. I wanted to look for them. But when I got to the village, every house, every barn, and even the ground was ablaze. I heard yelling, people screaming in pain, pleading for help, and my parents were nowhere to be found. A few of the survivors confirmed they had seen them earlier that day, before the fire. I later found out the perpetrator was the pretentious son of a noble family. He had a disagreement with a farmer over some payments and instead paid a bunch of criminals to set fire to his barn. But the fire spread uncontrollably and devoured everything in its path, including innocent lives. Just like it did today. That's awful. I'm sorry, Blade. It's all right. I bottled all my emotions up and combines them into desire for a family, for revenge. Oh, no wonder you were so tense when the wizard aimed a fireball at you. I just forgot that I was fire resistant. There's such a strong fear deep inside my guts that was telling me to flee. So I did. I couldn't help it. Of course you couldn't. Anyone would have done the same thing. I just thought enough time had passed already that I could master my fear. Something like that takes longer than you think. I'm also still afraid of T-Rexes and zombies. But didn't you have any friends that could have helped you with your feelings? No, the people in the Thieves Guild helped me survive, but they weren't particularly keen on friendship, so I just chose the lonely path that was meant for me. That's not very nice of them, but now you have me. And we're best friends now. And accomplices. And we can found our own guild. Sorry, I got distracted by the fact that we just unlocked info about her. It's like a detectives guild. No. Give us a few more quests and we'll be the most famous detectives in all of Fesoa. I'm sure of that. Okay, pause before we bring somebody else into this. Hold up. Okay, so we got a few more quests going. Blade is a difficult character to say the least. They're so caught up in their own fantasies of an edgy rogue that they seem to be stuck talking or brooding like one too. He likes all things dangerous and mysterious, or at least he pretends he does. But even a grumpy, lonesome person like him can't resist a certain stray cat's charm, even though the rules of the Shadowbane's Thieves Guild and Murderous Oaths were all he knew for a long time. Maybe they'll consider an alternative career path, a detective's assistant, for example. Okay, and, okay, let's read Melly first and then we'll go through the rest. As fitting for a young detective, she's always eager to learn and experience new things, though her youth leads her to attach to other people around her rather quickly. On a different note, her favorite drink is hot chocolate. Looks like I have to add another recipe to my list very soon. Oh, we absolutely have to get that for her. Okay, Voy, short for Voyage, is a very famous bard working in the capital. He needed a short break from all the fame and troubles of being a musician comes with, and ended up here in Zenith. He's a particularly flirty fellow, though he falters when you happen to match his energy. I love it. Okay. Baya is a bit shy due to some bad experiences with other people that led her to having only a small group of friends, and now that they're fighting, she's afraid of ending up alone again. Working through her fears, she invited my customers to her spot. I bet her mud masks are out of this world. Absolutely. Oh my god, okay, so we only have one more person to meet. And we still have to unlock quite a few passages. I feel like they could fit a third one, but maybe it's just the two for everybody. Okay, so let's see. Diria, located in one of Fesoa's northwestern islands, was once a small country of its own. When the kingdom of Fesoa reshaped itself into a republic not too long ago, Diria joined forces with the new nation in a historic union. The Dirians are closely responsible for the main trade routes of the Fesoan Sea, and pride themselves on their diplomatic accolades and beautiful landscapes. With its moderate climate and endlessly rolling fields, Diria makes for the ideal travel destination if you're looking for a low-risk adventure. Okay, so that's where Fatal Company is happening. I think that's it. Okay. And a good mythical morning to you, innkeeper. This time it's actually still morning, but that doesn't mean it's also morning somewhere else as well. Of course not. That's a really cute hat you're wearing. Thanks. Can I try it on sometime? Only if you tell me your name. A tempting offer, I must say. Maybe I should take some notes. Bribery is a must-have skill for every detective. It definitely is. So you're a detective? Yes. Well, I still have a lot to learn. But someday I'll be the best detective in all of Fasoa. I'm Melina, by the way, but you can call me Melly. Happy to make your acquaintance, Melly. I'm Hexagon Hex, but you can call me Hex. Like by your last name? No, Hex, as in short for Hexagon, obviously. Ah. And who's that grim-looking fellow next to you? Their name is Blade. They couldn't have chosen an edgier and even more obviously fake name for themselves, huh? No, you got it all wrong. I named him. Oh, didn't see that one coming, I'm gonna be honest. Nice to meet you, Blade. But I think you've gotten enough information out of me. Can I try on your hat now? That's a tricky one. You see this little star pendant at the tip of my hat? Uh-huh. It classifies me as a wizard of the primordial sea. A silver one, I might add, one of Leviathan's most trusted confidants. Oh? And all of his knowledge is directly transmuted to anyone with a hat like mine. In particular, silver stars like me have access to information that, leaked to the masses, would break the order of this world. Oh, wow. But every silver star has to go through extensive mental training. Such amounts of knowledge would drive any mortal without training properly insane. No. So I can't let you try on my hat without endangering your life. And I couldn't forgive myself if I were the reason someone aspiring to be Fasoa's best detective went mad. That is very honorable of you, but I, the great detective Melina, have concluded that you, Hexagon Hex, are nothing but a bad liar. Huh. You're a great detective indeed. I honestly thought you were pretty convincing, Hex. Thank you. Wait, did you actually believe him? I must admit I considered it for a moment. Of course not. I just happen to know a thing or two about the primordial sea. I've read a few books, heard some rumors. You know how it is. And I really doubt Leviathan would share his precious knowledge with a mere mortal. Nothing against you, Hex. You got me there. I gotta say, you're really convincing. I sure am. Looks like even a great detective like me never stops learning. Honestly, you could have just told me no, though. I would have revealed my name even without a promising magic hat on the line. But it's more fun this way. I think honesty is also a very important skill to master. Whatever you say, detective. But Hex, what brings you here today? Nothing really. I was just longing for another one of your drinks. You know, the kind that would flood my head with new ideas. Leave it to me. Okay, so new ideas. Okay, not that one. Hold on. No, was it? Nebula? Inspiring great ideas and even greater stories. Yes. Perfect. And then we'll do that. Okay. Sparkling nebula. There you go. This should do the trick. Huh, let's see. Oh, I can already feel it. All the ideas, they're manifesting in my brain. Honestly, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I guess we'll have to figure it out. Oh, can you maybe show me a magic trick? Just to test your abilities, I mean? Well, yes, of course I can. I'm glad you asked. You know, I'm a master of fire. I can create 10 tiny flames on the top of my fingertips, for example. Oh. You know, I think I've had enough fire for a while. Oh, I see. Let me think of something else. Oh, you know, there is one more little trick I have in stock and doesn't involve fire in any way. Oh, what is it? Please show me. All right, but you'll have to come closer. Even closer. That's perfect. Now watch carefully. Got your nose. My nose? You gotta give it back. Come catch me then, detective. Oh, just you wait. You're not going to help her? No. I think she can handle this one on her own. Oh, I was wondering when we would see Lynn again. In keep. Lynn? This quest up for taken? Oh, she's feeling better. It sure is. Why else would it be hanging on the quest board? Who asked you, thief? Are you going all by yourself? Of course. I don't do groups. But it could be quite dangerous. Diria seems to be a hotspot for danger at the moment. Do you want to come with me, or what? If so, spit it out, kid. No. Fine. There's nothing this great swords can't cleave through by itself. Won't need much help. Cool. They always like that in keep. Worse, actually. Thanks. There's just not much to talk about. Gotcha. You know what they say, actions speak louder than words. Right. But I suspect you don't like to be perceived, so I'll pretend like yours didn't tell me anything. Can you stop psychoanalyzing me? Yes. No. Great. Not like you're right with any of your assumptions. You could always enlighten us. I'll pass, but I wouldn't mind another drink. Same as always? Yes. Something, you know, something for my aura. Gotcha. It's it's on the house this time. I think we know Thousand Wind is his favorite, so that they can avoid unwanted questions. I think that's just the way we go. Let's see. Yeah, we can do that. A little bit of this. And that. Perfect. Thanks. That's good. Enough. Splendid. All right, moving on. What about you, Lynn? I'd like to know more about the Chasmscape. It's the path to Diria. I mean, I haven't been there yet. Me neither, actually. Really? Do you think I never leave this tavern? Do you have any special insights that might be useful? Not much about the situation in Diria itself, but bits and bobs I picked over the last days. Enlighten me. As you might have read, travel to Diria has become a bit of a hazard, collapsing bridges, disappearing animals, nervous diplomats. Sounds like a haven for bandits, among other things. Either way, I'll get that blue blood to Diria. Of course, how about a drink to aid with the undertaking? I thought you'd never ask. Any wishes? I mean, this could go either way, depends on what truly is going down in Diria. Timing might be important, being swift and smart about it. Evasion, that's what you call it. I might have a good infusion for that. The feather of a golden loon. A what? Oh, a rare waterfowl. Legend has it the wind still resides in its feathers, which is why it lends you speed. Huh, intriguing. Suppose that'll be great for invasion if you added something for the brains to it. Though I'd be dealing with a diplomat, so a little additional charisma to get me on his good side wouldn't hurt either. Definitely doable. Alternatively, to be prepared for every possible situation, something up to my defenses wouldn't be too bad. How do you feel about traveling under the blessing of dragons? I'm all ears. With a little citrine, your weapon strikes will be blessed, great against any bandits or bridges. That sounds like something my Baba would have chosen, not that she would have needed it. If the situation really is that dangerous, something that give me more protection would fit. If it comes with enough strength to strike back, that is. But being able to evade the threat by being smart and fast about it might be better. You know what, Innkeep? I'll leave the choice to you. You should know what you're doing. Let me think about it. Okay. So, got two choices here. So, I do think we go this route. I think the Dragon's Blessing was a good idea. So, let's see. Steel Tonic. Penetrable to damage, even if they are fast enough to hit you. Okay, that could be good because we do get a little swiftness in that. A Sailor's Courage, yeah, it could give us a bit of everything, right? Frosted Lagoon, yeah. I think we go Steel Tonic on this. Steel Tonic with the citrine. Oh, there we go. And then just a little bit dexterity. Steel Tonic. May the dragons guide your way. May they. Where you headed? Tyria, some diplomat clown is in need of aid, needs some escorting of sorts. Hey, Innkeep, is this the escort quest you've been offering? Yep. Bogging crap, I've been meaning to take that one to earn a bit of coin on the side. Well, I've already committed to it. And what if I tell you I want the quest? Well, you ain't getting it. Simple. Could you stop me? Do you want me to try? I'd love you to. Come on now, just go together. Who asked you? Exactly. Your conversation is giving me a headache. The solution is as easy as it is efficient. Go together. One takes on the big bads, the other takes on the small ones. Either way, you're better prepared for a fight. And your defense will be better. Listen, I'm looking to buy some materials for an important project. Material costs exploded ever since the stars fell. I wouldn't mind a side gig. You look sturdy, like you could take a few blows, so sure. Let's do it. Let's meet tonight at the Crossroads to Themis. We'll leave from there. Great. I'll head to my room to start packing and to take a nap. Those are effective after all, huh? Oh, shush. You're a Broden fella, aren't you? This is just who I am. I've met fellas like you before. You're all the same. Often you've got the truest hearts of gold. Can we skip the sincerity? My headache is bad enough. Oi, Innkeep. Rhea. Kyle keeps talking about fireworks. He's still oblivious about what actually happened. Luck's with the fools, they say. For many, it'd be easier if it had just been fireworks. He keeps blabbering about that letter. Oh? Have you opened it yet? No. Dreading what might be inside? Didn't have the time yet. I just don't care that much. Didn't have the time yet. Suddenly your lines don't sound so empty anymore. Don't think too hard about it. Think about what? Nothing. Of course not. I didn't mean to pry or anything, even though I'm very curious by nature. Good for you. I would agree. That and Wanderlust is a reason why I decided to come here. To the tavern, to Zenith, to adventure. Woohoo. Thank you. I've come to inquire whether someone has already embarked on the quest to escort my dear friend to Tyria. very much so. She's sitting right here. Where? Oh, how rude of me. Of course. Hello, brave adventurer. Ray is enough. Hello, brave Rhea. You are the one who's going to escort my dear friend? Along with Lynn. That one. Oh, Carlin, phenomenal. I'm beyond thrilled to learn that my dear friend is going to be in such capable hands. Though, I've been wondering. Come on, spit it out. Could I perhaps join? It's totally all right if it's not, but this diplomat is very dear to me, and it feels like my duty to aid him. Can you even fight? Well, I can talk. Very well, in fact. I can fight with my words. The wolf hate it. So, sure thing. Come along, lad. I'll show you some tricks. We leave at midnight. Really? How exciting. I love that that's Rhea's response. Oh, the wolf is going to hate this. Yup, you need to come. Come on, let's go. Oh, how the turntables. Me going on a very dangerous and important quest instead of merely reading about it. Seems like you're on the right path for your hero's journey. Indeed, all the stories I have to tell when I return, Innkeeper. I can't wait. Farewell. See you soon. Goodbye. See you soon. I hope their quest goes well and they don't run into anything unexpected. What's on your mind? Are there any open quests left? There is one, but it involves a social conflict resolution. Sure, whatever. I'm taking this. Isn't it a bit too soon to go on another quest? You just got back. At least have a long rest, replenish some resources. I'm good. If you say so. I already paid you with a story today, so get me one of those quest drinks. Something for another round of violence. You did catch the part where I said this was a social issue. Hiya, Innkeeper. Hiya, Fable. Hiya, Mel. Hi. Yeah, never mind. Would you like a drink? Actually, I'm here for a quest. Archie told me there was still one left, and I wanted to ask if I could take it. Good question, Fable. I see it's on me to answer it. Blade is thinking about taking the quest. Who's Blade? John, Malachite, that guy. Oh, nice name. Thank you. But if you're already taking it, I guess I'm too late. I hope you have fun. First come, first served. Blade's got this. I think you should take the quest instead. Why don't you two go together? Together? Is that allowed? Of course. Teamwork is the adventuring world's bread and butter. Most heroic deeds are not done alone. Life would be very lonely that way. It would be, yes. So you should go on this quest together. Combine your individual strengths to solve any problems better than you could ever alone. And you would get to know each other better in the process. It's a win-win. Blade, what do you think? Would you be okay with that? I guess. Would you? I think so. It sounds fun. Cool. It's settled then. You'll go together. If I can ask, what exactly is the quest about? Archie only mentioned there was one. It's simple. Baya is worried because the Banshee of the Lonesome Lagoon and the Mary Morgan of the Ashen Grove aren't speaking to each other. She fears the end of their relationship would also mean the end of her friendship with them. Baya is friends with the Mary Morgan? Best friends. So we need to talk to the Mary Morgan? And the Banshee. What an opportunity. I always wanted to come face to face with the embodiment of sorrow. Don't you think that's scary? No. You know what's scary? Failing relationships. Social fights are the most dangerous kind. I find them less scary than wrathful spirits. Seems like together your fears will cancel each other out. I don't know enough about math to dispute that. Speaking of math-ish, how do you want to approach this? This is not an easy task, so we must be smart about it. Do you still have any of those fake crystals, the ones that make you fade into the shadows entirely? Sure do. Good. I suggest you mix those with a hefty serving of intelligence. Then we can turn invisible and come up with a clever ruse to make them fall for each other again without them ever knowing it was us. Do you just want to avoid social interaction? Maybe. Or maybe I just want less fire than last time. Fair enough. I don't know. I feel like they should talk about their feelings. What if their feelings are that they never want to talk to each other again? Then they should talk about that too. That's not the point of the quest. I think it is. We should face the problem head on instead of trying to find a way to avoid it. So maybe, for this one, a charismatic approach would be the better choice. And maybe, Innkeeper, Clay mentioned you have Thunder Sage. That would help us inspire other people, right? Correct. I'll admit it works a little differently for everyone, but I have no doubt you'll figure it out. Speaking of Clay, he wanted me to tell you that he and Tia will make it back in time for the barbecue. Really? That's amazing. Blade, you should come too. We're having a barbecue at the Ashen Grove Elf Settlement on the 31st. It'd be great fun, I think. I don't think so. Oh, all right. I have to get back to Rufus at some point. He'll need his wool cut. Speaking of Rufus, you're here, Fable. Where's the sheepfish? Melina picked him up. She said she'd bring him home so that he has to spend less time alone. Great. Was that wrong? I told her exactly what kind of food to give him in case he gets hungry while they wait for you. No, that's fine. He likes her. They're a good match. Anyway, we should hurry so you don't miss your barbecue. You're right. Innkeeper, can you help us pick the right approach? Either invisible and intelligent or charismatic and inspiring. I trust your expertise. Let me think about it. Okay, I think we definitely go the charismatic route. So sorry to Blade, but 'tis what it is. Okay, so we could do 1,000 Winds. Ooh, Sunny Breeze. Yeah, Sunny Breeze. Put the Thunder Sage in there. Perfect. I think a direct approach is the better choice. After all, honest communication is important, right? Would you say so? Very much so. And you? I think honesty is the best approach to any situation, including this one. Agreed. I think the only question left is, where should we start? The Ashen Grove is closer. And you already know where to find the Mara Morgan. You do? Yes, I encountered her before. So she'll remember you. Useful. I hope not. Last time she tried to drown me. Oh, I see. It was pretty embarrassing. I know the way to the Banshee too. It might be smarter to start with the further one away, work backwards and all. That makes sense. Let's do that. Good. But we should prepare first. The journey to Boreas won't be easy. You're right. We should leave tomorrow morning. We should. Wonderful. Glad to know that you'll actually rest between quests, Blade. If I must. You went on a quest with Melly, right? How was it? Fine. Reminded me of my parents. Are they... well? They're dead. Ah. Burned to death. I'm sorry. That's horrible. That's life. It shouldn't be. How old were you when you lost them? 7. Oh, wow. That must have been really scary. It was. Fine. It doesn't sound fine. He's tearing up. Stop. When I was 7, I ran into a vine-spiked boar while searching for friendly rocks. It chased me through the forest for almost an entire hour. First, I thought I was going to die. Then I was sure I was never going to step foot outside again. But when they found me crying, my family hugged me so tightly they dried up all my tears. And when I sat in my room frozen in fear, we danced and played board games until I forgot I was even scared. I can't imagine not having that. I can. It was Please don't say fine. Scary. Really scary. I waited at home by myself for 2 whole days. I thought the shadows were going to eat me at some point. But when I finally was brave enough to leave, it was too late. You know, it wasn't your fault, right? I know I never wanted to feel that scared again. But it's fine, because I fixed it. Fixed it? How? By taking revenge on the who caused their death. A popular approach these days. Did that make you feel any better? Yeah, sure. It was a natural part of my journey, following the path of darkness. It's my destiny. Misery is nobody's destiny. They're right. You shouldn't confine yourself to sadness just because that's what you're used to. Besides, the innkeeper always says you can choose your own destiny. And I decided our destiny is to bring these 2 lovebirds back together, at least for now. I think I need to go prepare for a treacherous journey ahead. You should let Melina know you're leaving. You should hurry or Melina will stop you. You should let Melina know you're leaving. She'll be worried senseless otherwise. Let her know you'll be back. I might not be. Don't be like your parents. Whatever. Time to go. Do you think I should go after them? I think sometimes we need a bit of time to feel our feelings by ourselves before we feel comfortable enough feeling them in front of other people. That's a no, right? Give him a moment. You'll have plenty of time to be there for him when you're trying to play matchmaker for the undead. Right, we do have to do that. Which is fine. I'll be fine. The Mary Morgan probably doesn't even remember me. And if she does, I can just run, or hide, or cry. No matter what, you won't be alone. I can't tell Blade how afraid I am. It'll be so embarrassing. If you want to be there for him, you should also let him know when you're scared. It's only fair. I don't want to burden them with my problems. Being a burden every once in a while is part of the wonderful experience of being loved. Your friends appreciate it when you trust them enough to let them help you. Because when you care for people, you're willing to put in a little work to make them smile. But you already know all this, don't you? I do. But it's just so much harder to keep in mind when it comes to myself. I know, but you've been doing very well, Fable. I know, but you have to try anyway. I know, but you've been doing very well, Fable. Thank you, Innkeeper. It's all thanks to you. That isn't true. I've been trying to help you the best I can, but you're the one who actually has to change, and I'm proud of how far you've come. Let's call it teamwork then. Let's. Anytime. Can I stay for a little bit longer? I think I need a bit more time before I can face my fears. Always, Fable. Thank you. Morning. It's not morning. Did I sleep that long? No, it's still the same day. Oh, that makes more sense. Not morning, Elfie. Not morning. How did you sleep? Soundly. Feels like I haven't slept so well in ages. Archie said you're going on a quest? Yeah. Rhea and I be escorting some rich... Tadiria. Be a little nicer, please. He's Archie's friend. Sorry, we'll be escorting some rich idiot to Diria. He's Archie's friend? I see. That's why he's so excited. Because his friend's leaving? Must be craving some peace and quiet. Oh, no. He's excited because they got to travel together. What? He said he's coming along. Since when? Rhea invited him. Great. Is it too late to back out? Yes, don't be a coward. Fine, but I'll need another drink. That would be rather difficult. I already gave you a drink tailored to your quest, and my boosts shouldn't be mixed so irresponsibly right before an adventure. So I'm just supposed to deal with this headache by myself? Yes. Very helpful. Thank you. You're welcome. Do you think something exciting will happen on your quest? We'll see. I've got a good feeling about it. You reckon I'm gonna slay another guardian? Maybe. That would be intense, right? What kind would you like to fight this time? Not sure. I feel like I already met one I was looking for. What could a greater fight than slaying a Werven chimera? You're right. I think that means it's time to befriend the Realm Keepers now. Wouldn't that be something? Which one would you like to meet most? Gaia. Can't think of a greater honor than that, you? Gaia as well, but I feel like I should pick someone else for balance. Cassiopeia, maybe? I'd love to ask her how she's doing right now, maybe give her a hug. You'd be the type to give a dragon a hug. What does that mean? That you're very lovely, I think. Something like that. So, fellow dragon enjoyer, who would you pick? No repeats. The first dragon and origin of everything. The spirit dragon, the serpent of the primordial sea. Ooh, let's go with the first dragon. There's just something fascinating about trying to understand the incomprehensible. They say their domain is covered in the roots of the aether tree. Laying eyes upon them supposedly reveals unspoken truths of the universe. Wonder what you do to... Hold on, y'all. Sip of coffee. Okay. Something fun, I'm sure. But I suspect your quest will have its merits, even if you don't meet any of the Realm Keepers. That's true. I bet you and Rhea will have a lot to talk about, and you can teach Archie more about adventuring. I'm not sure about that. You're a great teacher. I've learned so much from you already just by being your friend. Like how to say what I really mean. I'm still working on it, obviously, but I feel so much better when I'm being honest about what I want. You've been getting a lot better at it. Thank you. And Melly loves practicing with you too. She says that she wants to ask Rhea to build her a great sword of her own. So a regular sized dagger? Teaching someone to hold a sword is one thing, guts and bravery are something else. Not sure I can teach Archie something I'm still practicing myself. You can always practice together. Yeah, speaking of practice, you're going on a quest too, Elfie? I am. Blade and I are going to fix the Banshee and the Mara Morgan's relationship. Is that sneaky twister's new name? It is. Ain't you scared of the Mary Morgan? Only a little. Okay, maybe a lottle. Do you think she's going to drown me, or do you think the Banshee will? Maybe they're reuniting through the teamwork of drowning me? Probably not. I think you'll probably find some wacky as heck solution that no person in the history of dragonkind would ever have thought of. Like being kind or whatever. I'd like that. And if all else fails, you've always got an insane air echo by your side to pull you out of water if he can swim. He's sane. Is he? Well, mostly I think he's sad, and sadness can make people feel a lot of intense things, like fear or anger or nothing at all. Anything that isn't sadness. It's easy to lose yourself in that, but there's always a way out if you're looking. You taking that sheepfish thing along? Maybe. I think he might let him stay with Melina so she isn't so alone. Or so he isn't at risk of losing him. Probably both. Not a bad idea. Would hate for her to be all alone while you two go chasing ghosts. Maybe we can send Grace over to check up on her. Or Hex. No. Guess if you're going with whatever the Drake's name is, you'll finally be able to ask him about his cheesecake recipe. Cheesecake recipe? Melina mentioned he has a good one. I thought maybe he could show me how to make it. Sounds like a great idea. Ask him. You can use my kitchen if you want to. Really? That would be amazing. I'll ask him. Maybe. And Du will be waiting for you. On a completely different note, Lynn, what happened to those undead snails you wanted to check in on? Well, they're slow, ain't they? Still got a little time to stick around. So, you say they like it here? It's not bad here. Thought maybe I'd even bring my cousin a souvenir. Hands off my trinkets. I ain't that air echo. I'll get her something from the market or the elf settlement. And maybe I'll bring you something back from her farm, Elfie. You mentioned you love to try planting some ghost berries. Either way, I'll stop by sooner or later. Don't want to risk her turning into a werewolf and moving house. Huh. Huh. No, but seriously, if any more of my family members turn into dragon-forsaken werewolves, I'll be joining the Van Helsings. Still don't know if they kill werewolves. Don't care. Do you think I could come with you when you go, I mean? I could gather the ghost berries myself, and I know a lot about snails. You should go. You've got away with her family members. Don't you think people need you here? No, you should go. And the snails would love you. Have to agree. You'd probably make a chaotic mess, but a fun chaotic mess? Yeah. Seems like you guys did end up forming a party after all. Shut up. Okay. Anyway, it's late. I think I should go back to the settlement and catch some rest. Carlin, do you want to come with? Ain't sure I got any tips for you in return, but I can listen to you worrying. Yeah, you're good at that. Do you want to come too, Innkeeper? I'm afraid Andu doesn't do well in civilization or alone, especially not alone, but I'll be eagerly awaiting your stories. We'll return with plenty. I'm counting on it. Good night, Lynn. Good night, Fable. Night. Good night. Act 2, Starlight Sonata, Interlude, 13th of the Astral Moon. Phew, I knew we took the right path. Who said we can't road trip all by ourselves? Liam did, I think. I think that was perhaps a rhetorical question. Whoa, dude, didn't see you there. What's up? The sky, last time I checked. It better be. I'd be very confused otherwise. Very true. Is this your crib? It is indeed. Welcome to the Wayfarer's Inn. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? Polygeist. And the goodest of boys, Scott Howell. And together we are the Prank Masters with a Z. Woo! Pleasure to meet you. I'm your humble innkeeper. Awesome. What drinks do you serve? Oof, yeah, we're in desperate need of some booze. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I don't serve booze. What? Why? The age rating system is quite harsh on such things, and I've got to keep the place open somehow. I feel you. We've all got some burdens to carry. What else have you got? Magical beverages that can enhance your abilities. It's even rumored they might influence your fate. Whoa, that's so cool, dude. Like an influencer, but for fate. A fate-fluencer. That would go so hard on Moment Gram. What's a Moment Gram? It goes pretty hard here as well. Bet. Innkeep, please influence our fate before I get bored. I'm feeling incredibly depleted from this weird AF trip. Sounds like you're in dire need of some stamina. Though I think you could use something a bit stronger than usual. Dope. Give me your strongest potion. Technically, never mind. Okay, so we could go Sailor's Courage. Probably Southern Brawler. Let's do that. I just like it over the Southern Brawler because it's, you know, well-rounded and whatnot. Okay. Oh. Sailor's Courage. A funky drink for a funky gal. Let's see. Whoa, this is good. Very good. So good I don't even miss the booze. Oh, maybe a little bit. I'll take that as a compliment. Try this, Scott. Whoa, that's Hickles, just like pickle juice. So, Scott Howell, would you like a drink as well? Nah. But you could tell us where we are and what cool things we can check out around here. You're in Zenith, in the Republic of Fesoa. Are you lost? Nope, at least not as long as we're having a blast. You do seem slightly out of this world, though. Oh, maybe you're onto something, potion seller. I'm not, you know, we were road tripping, supposed to be the trip of our lives, when something weird happens. We were about to take the next turn at a crossroads, and then whoosh, a portal opened up, and I couldn't hit the brakes in time. Yeah. We drove straight through and ended up on a gravel road. Everything seemed different and dated. So dated. Dated? Duh. I've seen and done plenty of weird stuff, but this is a different kind of weird. So weird. No cars, only carriages and stuff. Cars? Yes. What are cars? Those things that go vroom? I'm afraid I've got no clue what you're talking about. I don't think cars exist here, Scott. Now, it makes sense that my phone has no signal either. What makes sense? We landed in the past. Whoa, does that mean we time traveled? Yeah, that's so cool. I doubt time travel is possible. It sounds more like you participated in inter-universal travel, which is rare, but it happens occasionally. Wait. So what you're saying is we are super special and lucky to have participated in such an event? Likely. Dope. This is a sign, Scott. The universe sent us here to wreak havoc. The prank masters will strike again, soon, after a nap. Can we take a nap, Polly? Good idea. Hey, funky magic mystery pal, you better get to writing that tour guide. I'll see what I can do. Good. Do you have a room for us? Of course. I've got a room upstairs. Just ignore the scratching sounds and leaking water by the iron door. Don't worry, we've seen worse than that. We've got plenty of experience with sea monsters, always hyped to meet more. See you in a bit, Inkeep. Come on, Scott, let's hit the sheets. Maybe I should add some do not enter signs. Glad to see you, Baya. Thank you for having me. Now that, is your friend's dispute still ailing you? Still so lonely. I came to ask, have you sent someone to help my friends? I did, actually. You did? Yes, I sent Fable and Blade to solve the dispute. Oh. Then let's hope they'll be friends again soon. So we can have tea parties again. And I can stop being so lonely. At least people are visiting my spa. That's good. Thank you for handing out my coupons. Did I hear spa? Mm-hmm. Yes. Doesn't that sound like something, Scott? Woo, I love spa things. Now, are you our tour guide, sweet bog creature? Tour guide? Do you want to visit my spa? These two are Polygeist and Scott Howell. They're currently looking for entertainment and a way back home, but entertainment first, obviously. It's getting incredibly boring here. No offense, funky magic mystery pal. None taken. Where is your home? In a portal or something. Yeah, we came through a portal, which in itself is pretty rad. But we've had the medieval tavern experience and all. It was good while it lasted, but it's time to move on. Move on to my spa? Something like that. Which makes me think, Baya, do you think you could help them find a way back home? Of course. You can do that. But first, you have to visit my spa. Nothing easier than that. I'm in need of a facial anyways. The air here is so dry. My bog water is especially moisturizing. Wait, does that mean we get to go skinny dipping in some hot springs? Oh yes, absolutely. My hot springs are the best. Cool. So a pit stop at your spa, then a road trip back home? You joining us for the ride, sweet bog creature? Please say yes. We'll see. I'll first show you the portal and my spa. If you bring them to the portal, you could take a ride with them through it. Might help you with your loneliness. You think so? Yes. No one's lonely on a ride with the prank masters. I'll think about it. Which portal do you want to take? The one through Avalon, full of dreams and forests? Or the one through Twilight Chasm? Oh, the way I button smashed through that. Oh, the Twilight sounds spooky. I love spooky. I love dreams. They're so weird. Like that one dream I had where I was my own dad. Where should I lead them, innkeeper? A trip through the nightmare realm sure sounds fun. Portal to Avalon. I say nightmare. Nightmares? Heck yeah. Haven't had one of those in a while. Sounds dope. Make sure you don't lose your minds though. No promises. Can't wait to show you guys my mud masks. Can't wait to show you the world's sweet bog creature. My name is Baya. Then let's hit the road, Baya. Enjoy your trip. Safe travels. Goodbye, potion seller. See ya. Goodbye, innkeeper. Oh, I love that Baya's got new friends now. I'm glad Baya could find a little comfort in those peculiar visitors at least. Yes, and they were so receptive to her. They weren't scared of her. I'm excited to hear the story she'll tell when she gets back. Good evening, innkeeper. Good evening, Grace. Could I ask you for a drink? Anytime. What can I do you for? I'm pretty spent. Do you have something that will keep my mind awake for a little longer? I should have something that can do just that. One moment. Okay. So I know we could do Peak Sunrise, or I think Sparkling Nebula is the way to go. Do a little Thunder Sage. Perfect. A drink for the mind and soul. Enjoy. Thank you. This is just what I needed. Why are you still so tired? I thought you were done with your thesis. I am, which also means I need to figure out what to do next. The possibilities are endless, but not boundless, so considerations are a complicated endeavor. Have you considered a break? I have. Say, innkeeper, if you had forever, what would you do with it? I've never thought about that before. I like being an innkeeper, so I could just keep doing this forever. It's relaxing and safe, and I get to meet the most wonderful people and wizards all day. Forever's a really long time. Isn't there anything else you would like to do? I'd love to go on a road trip. I've always wanted to learn how to play the harp. No, I'm content with my existence. I'd love to go on a road trip. Really? Where to? Anywhere, really. See the worlds, the forests, the seas. Stop by each of the 5 interplanar portals and see what all the hype is about. Would you go through? I'm not sure. I was thinking more about having a picnic and a conversation nearby. Maybe a nap. I could rate them by which fruits grow around them. Now you're making me curious. Will you send me your studies? You'll be the first to know. What would you do with immortality? I would learn everything there is to learn, every language, instrument, skill, and facet of mortal existence. I would travel the plains with my brother and learn even more, have an infinite amount of tea parties. I'd come to those. When we were little, Hex would always make all the stuffed animals dance around our little tea table. We didn't have money for music boxes, so he just made up songs for them to dance to. He sang them to me. If I had the time, I would love to write down all those songs and invent dances for them. You should make time for that. It's your time after all. And besides, while you don't have forever, you do have quite a lot. An elven lifespan is nothing to scoff at, even if you only get half. Not if you got the human side of the lifespan. Oh, that's less time. It is, but I'll make the most of it. What will you do next then? Not sure yet. I was thinking about going to Ashvidal, the capital of Magocracy. I heard the libraries there are 60 stories tall and rivers flow through the sky with an exuberant display of mana. Sounds like paradise for someone like you. Yes, but Hex really wants to stay here. He likes Visoa, Zenith, and Ashen Grove. I think he likes how quiet it is, if you would believe it. I don't think he'd like the bustle of it all. You could just go without him. There's a Magocracian embassy in Zoford. Their teleportation is expensive, but reliable. I don't think he wants to go back to Zoford either, and I won't make him. He could teleport himself then. He really shouldn't. It's quite a long distance, and he's always been awful at teleportation. He could take a ship. I appreciate the effort, but I don't think a ship would make the distance acceptable to him. He's always going to follow me, no matter where I go. I think he doesn't want to miss out on any adventures or celebrations or funerals. You can just tell him you want to be alone. But then he'd be alone too. Just talk to him, Grace. I don't want to spend our time together fighting. I just don't want him to spend it mourning me either. You should tell him that. He'll have enough time to mourn you when you're gone. Unlike life, that never ends. I suppose you're right. I'd like to leave something he can remember me by. Maybe I'll build my own wizard tower. Ooh, we unlocked more information about Grace. Please do, I love those. Did you hear about the one Morlia near Dalwell? The one with the infamous Magocracian fugitive? The very same. It seems that its wizard has disappeared without a trace, leaving his tower vacant. I've always wanted to stop by for tea, but I don't want to be rude and intrusive, so I haven't. I wonder what he left behind. I'm sure it's a collection of fascinations and impossibilities. Ooh, new rumor. Let's go. You couldn't just teleport in to check? You can't exactly teleport in and out of well-protected places all willy-nilly. You might end up trapped or on a whole nother plane. You might. Maybe that's what happened to the wizard. Maybe. No one seems to know what happened to him, or who he even was, and no one seems interested in finding out either. Isn't that sad? A little. I don't want to disappear like that. You won't. I'll tell your story for as long as I'm around. How long is that? For as long as this world will bear me. You are very easy to bear. Thank you, Grace. Would you like to stay a little while? Please, I find your inn truly inspiring. I'll be here if you need a rubber duck. I'm counting on it. Oh. Okay, hold on. Got an achievement. I don't know what it was, but let's see. Okay. That's the new one. I wonder if these are the last 5 quests that we'll have. Okay, so we got information on quite a few people last time. Fable has a hidden talent for being able to read other people extremely well. Despite their anxiety, they know what to say in serious situations and go out of their way to help people in need. Turns out, a little bit of positive feedback and validation is enough motivation to chase their dreams of adventuring. Love this for her. For them, sorry. Lynn, she inherited that huge great sword from her grandma, who Lynn lovingly calls Baba. Grandma must have been a true hero devoted to both her strength and the dragons. Naturally, Lynn has very high expectations of herself. Luckily, she allows herself some breaks every now and then. Turns out Archie is not only an avid reader, but also an aspiring author. To fulfill his dream and acquire more inspiration for his works, he's determined to go on a real quest. Good thing his childhood friend is in dire need of brave adventurers to help him out. And then Grace. She's a half-elf, but she inherited the human lifespan, while Hex inherited the elven one. Grace is always reminded of her mortality, and it scares her. She doesn't want to take breaks because she feels that would waste her precious time. She also doesn't like how Hex tries to shelter her. Ugh, that's so heartbreaking. Okay, it looks like we've only got one more person to meet, but we still have plenty of info to learn about a lot of other people. Okay, so this was the most recent quest in Boreas, the island group in west of Fasoa, because of Great Southern. Hello, how do I get Southern from Western? Crazy. Great Western Stream. This area is incredibly hot and humid. Large forests with immensely tall trees can be found all over these islands. This might make for a beautiful view, but also incredibly difficult traveling conditions. As such, no real permanent settlement has been built there yet. Currently, Diria and the mainland are working together on exploring Boreas. During one of their expeditions, one of the islands snatched the nickname Severed Wilds due to its, well, wildness. During Borean nights, one can occasionally see sparkling auroras lighting up the sky. There are few things more beautiful. Love it. Okay, hold on. Before we move on, I do need a little... Okay. Hiya, innkeeper. Hiya, you two. A drink, please. Or 2, actually. Sure thing. Actually... what name are we on right now? Well, Blade is still fine. Come on, that was a whole week ago. I was busy. Want to come up with a new one now then? Can I come up with one? Sure. How about Kumo? I feel like you look like a Kumo. It fits. Is just as stealthy as a spider. He is just as soft as a cloud. Obviously, we have to say that one to mess with him. That's what I was thinking. I'm nothing like a cloud. Sounds like something a cloud would say. Our drinks, can we get them now? Of course. What would you like? Something sweet, bubbly maybe. If you can find something like that. You know? Sure, I'll see if I can find the words you're looking for. Oh, I'm so glad they gave me that picture because I certainly didn't know what words he was looking for. Okay, we could do Thousand Winds. We could do Sunny Breeze. Blow away your stresses. For sure we do that one. Absolutely. Okay, I think we do the honey flower. Beautiful. Liquid charisma for those in need. Maybe you should try it then. Do you want to send it back? No, it's good. Glad to hear that. Fable, what can I get you? Maybe something that'll make me feel like a cloud? Like I'm so light on my feet, I'm practically floating? I think I've got something for that. Gee, what could it be? Could it be their favorite drink? A Swift Strike? Okay, hold on. I feel like we actually haven't made one in a while. What are we doing? It wasn't that one. Was it this? It was this one. Okay. There we go. The usual for the usual favorite. Thank you. It's delicious as usual. That's what I like to hear. I like the new hair, by the way. By the way, what's up with your hair? I like the new hair, by the way. Oh, you do? Thank you. It looks really nice, right? Kumo braided it for me. He helped me calm down after we encountered the Mare Morgan. But I should probably start at the beginning, right? I'd appreciate that. Alright, so what happened at the beginning? The ship to Boreas? Right. I was a bit worried about the journey we were embarking on. After all, the seas around Boreas were famously hard to traverse. With all the wild magic around it and all. But just before we left Zenith, we ran into Una in the midst of an arm wrestling match against Nico. We took the opportunity to ask for her advice. Thought maybe she had traveled there before. You could have also asked me. She was closer. Right. Did she have any good advice? She did. With her help, we were able to avoid all of the dangerous maelstorms, sea stacks, and iceberg elements. That must have made for a very relaxing journey. It did. It was very inspiring, too. We were able to see dancing, colorful auroras in the night sky as we drew closer. They were starless, but still breathtakingly gorgeous. I even started on a new song. It wasn't ready to be shared yet, though. I just wanted a sneak peek. Well, you should have snuck better. A new song? Can I hear it? It's not done yet. Thanks to Una, we made it to Boreas a lot faster than we planned. We also docked far away from the typical explorer's route. It was completely abandoned by everything but nature, as if no one but us had been there before. Kind of exciting. Very adventurous for sure. As we headed inland, we were quickly swallowed by the fog that engulfs almost the entire island. It moved in strange patterns, creating unidentifiable forms within the mist that hungered for life. The thickets rustled as we walked by, whether moved by wind or by creatures we couldn't tell. The trees were draped strangely, with shimmering portals forming in their empty husks. Our own quiet breaths were often interrupted by shrill shrieking sounds that seemed to come from right above us. It was almost idyllic. Or scary. It was mostly scary. I wouldn't have minded strolling around until we ran into something roaming the island, but it was a little cold, so I found a local to ask for directions. While wandering around, we came across a clearing surrounded by tall trees, or rather, one tree. All of them were connected, intertwined with one another. Through one of their twisted connections, a waterfall with no discernible origin was flowing into a small pond, and in its midst rested a nymph, a real nymph. Bathing? She was weaving flower crowns for the fish. She was beautiful, with long black hair and skin that glistened in the sunlight being reflected off the waterfall. Her eyes were like sparkling gemstones, and her smile was full of kindness. She was all right, but also the only person around. So Fable asked her for directions? No, Fable asked her about everything but directions. I asked her for directions. She was very helpful. She even gave us a gift. A gift? That's sweet. She gave us earplugs against the Banshee's song so our bones wouldn't shatter. Very helpful. Did you offer to write her a jingle in return? I did. She said if we were to survive the encounter with the Banshee, I could come back and she'd think of what she'd need for a jingle. She was thinking about setting up a dragonfly exhibition, so maybe for that. Who would she even advertise to? Frogs? And toads. The Banshee was our first priority, so we stealthily made our way to the Lonesome Lagoon with earplugs in our ears. We mostly walked and talked about our favorite dragonflies. As we finally approached the Lonesome Lagoon, the thick mist enveloped us. It suddenly became so cold that we could see our own ragged breaths. And then we heard it, a song filled with all the sorrow of the world compressed into a single note. It sounded really nice. There was so much emotion in that song. Sadness, longing, yearning, anger. We wanted to be polite and wait until she was done singing, but she just kept going, like tears that wouldn't stop. So I decided to be a little rude, stepped forward, and said hello. They said, "Hello, Banshee. I really like your song." That confused the Banshee so much that she stopped. She smiled, bearing a row of deadly sharp teeth. She was very nice, actually. She asked if we wanted to steal from her lagoon. When we said no, she invited us to sing along. Did you? Of course. It was kind of fun. It was, and I thought, what better time to bring up the Mare Morgan but now? So I led with, "I bet you do this with your girlfriend all the time, right?" And she suddenly looked at me with hatred and anger and then started screaming. I was very thankful for the earplugs at that moment. I think without them my bones might have melted. That was our cue to leave, so I pulled Fable back into the thicket of the Borean forest. Obviously, we couldn't just leave it at that failure, so we looked around for a peace offering. We found some spiky pink fruits with a pattern of little ghost tortoises on them. We thought she might like them. She liked them enough to stop screaming at us, and we sat down at the side of the lagoon to talk. It's beautiful, by the way. Right in the middle is the giant portal to the Twilight Chasm. It colors the water this deep dark blue with swirling clouds of darkness within. There were bones floating in the lagoon too. I almost brought one for your tavern. Why didn't you? I thought you wouldn't like it. I love bones. I'll keep that in mind for the future. The Banshee actually fished out some bones to fidget with. It stopped her from screaming every time she brought up the Mare Morgan. Or Marmor, as she calls her. Turns out the Mare Morgan had been ignoring all of her calls. Ever since the Banshee was crowned Gaia's scariest monster by Screech magazine. She told us it carved a hole in their relationship and that it caused a lot of jealousy. And she was disappointed the Mare Morgan cared more about some stupid popularity contest than her. We asked her if she wanted to talk about it with the Mare Morgan herself, but she said that she didn't need to apologize for being scary. She was very thankful she got to talk about it, though. She was holding it all in because she didn't want to burden Baya with all the drama. She even offered for us to spend the night at her nearby cave, which was really nice of her. Did you end up taking a nap in her lair? We thought about it, but it was filled to the brim with the riches of the dead, which was far too alluring to allow us to fall to the call of sleep. You found loot? You have my attention. What did you find? Gold, bones, skulls, jewels of all sizes. And a lute. It was broken, but I picked it up anyway. There was also a delicate silver mirror that had hearts carved all over it. Kuma recognized it as magical from its arcane markings. Melina showed them to me in some book the other day, when we were snooping around in the wizard's library in Zoford. It was a mirror of far speech. It lets you speak to anyone on this plane, given that you've seen them before. So you called Melly? No, we called the Mare Morgan. Ah, that makes more sense. How did it go? Well, I had to be the one to make the call since Kuma had never met her. When her face appeared, all I could do was stare in horror as she gazed back at me. I felt like I was back in the Ashen Grove, leading adventurers to their doom, and I just froze. So I took the mirror out of her hands. Her first words were threats of what she would do to us if we had dared to harm the Banshee. Of course we hadn't. That briefly calmed her down. Until I asked her why she wasn't here, if she was so worried about the Banshee's well-being. Avoiding the question, she instead talked to us about the state of the lagoon. She complained that it must be incredibly loud with all the tourists and whatnot. I assured her there were no tourists, at least none that were alive. So she asked what I was doing in the lair then. Honestly, I replied that the Banshee had offered us a place to stay in her cave. I quickly realized that I had picked the wrong thing to say. Her eyes started bleeding black. And she began cursing us out in tongues. The mirror cracked under her gaze and started bleeding black water. It was terrifying. And then we were just supposed to sleep there, as if she couldn't crawl out of the mirror any second. After that happened, I thought that we shouldn't discuss our further plans in the cave, so I pulled Fable outside and we went for a walk. The nymph had mentioned this enchanted flower field where she collects flowers for the fish, so we went there. Thought it might be a good spot. It was a good spot. Even though I couldn't stop shaking for a while, though the flowers really helped. As did not being alone. Was that when Kumo braided your hair? It was, yes. My hair kept falling in my face and it was overwhelming me. So he sat me down and braided it away while I worked on rebuilding the lute. He said that some distraction would help. Talking also really helped, even if I asked a lot of stupid questions. They weren't stupid, just curious. Did you have a favorite one? They asked where I learned to braid hair. That actually brought us further on our quest. How so? Well, I learned it from my mother. It's the only thing I have left of her. It was her way of apologizing. She was never very good with words. It made me think sometimes people aren't very direct with what they mean. I've heard of that, yes. Like the Mara Morgan. She didn't seem angry about the Banshee outdoing her in some fear pageant. She didn't even mention it once. She only got upset when she thought we had hurt the Banshee, or when she thought we were tourists, or when we said we were staying in the cave. Like she was jealous of something entirely different from some issue of Screech magazine. We talked it through and decided we had to get the two of them to talk face to face. Obviously, it would be difficult because of the distance, but I had taken the mirror with me when we left, thought it might be useful. Ever the thief. Indeed, I used it to call Baya. I asked her to tell the Mara Morgan to come to Boreas. Fable mentioned she can teleport via plants, however that works. She can. You should try it out, it's nauseating. I think we'll pass. While I went to talk to the Banshee, Kumo picked up the Mara Morgan. She and I really connected on eyeliner techniques. When we arrived at the lagoon, they were immediately ready to claw at each other's throats. And not in a fun way. But somehow we managed to convince them to sit down. We tried to get them to talk about their feelings, but they just kept talking past and over and away from each other, arguing about an issue that didn't exist. So I had this crazy idea. I took out my new lute and asked them if they wanted to write a song together. They declined and insisted their voices would clash, but I thought at the very least it'd stop them from arguing. Kumo helped convince them by summoning tiny rain clouds pitter-pattering in a gentle melodic rhythm to inspire them to give it a try. We asked them to put all of their emotions about the whole situation into a song. In the end, they harmonized together perfectly, like their voices were made for each other and the gentle hum of my lute. It was beautiful. And a little bone-shattering, but very romantic. Most importantly, the song finally got them to understand each other. Like Kumo had suspected, the Mara Morgan was scared, not jealous, now that the Banshee was so popular. She feared the Banshee would become really busy with tourists visiting all the time. She assumed she wouldn't have time for her anymore. But the Banshee assured her she doesn't care about any of the tourists, only about the Mara Morgan. And Baya, of course. We told them to talk to her too, and mention how she had been missing them. They agreed to meet for a tea party in the Ashen Grove so Baya doesn't have to travel too far. Did you invite them to your barbecue? No. After the outpouring of emotions, they wanted some time for themselves. The quest was done. It had only taken us 2 days, which was really efficient. Unfortunately, we had told the ship to pick us up in 3 days, so we were trapped on the island. So you swam back? What? No, what's wrong with you? The usual. We started brainstorming about what we could do while we waited, so I asked about the cheesecake recipe. But then I realized there wasn't anywhere to bake it. They don't have any taverns on Boreas. It was a stupid idea. It wasn't. Somewhere on the island had to be something to bake a cheesecake in. Did you find that something? We did, but it turned into its own small quest. First, we had to find the right place for our little adventure. We met these lovely gnomes living in their mushroom houses, and they offered to let us use their ovens, but they were too small, so they introduced us to the local Toad Hill giant. Its kitchen was enormous, but it was easier to work in than the one that was too small. Then the gnomes, the nymph, and the giant helped us gather ingredients from all across the island, so we were able to make enough cheesecake for everybody. I burned mine a bit, but when we made the second batch for the ship's crew, they were already starting to turn out better. Kumo's a really good teacher, and you're a really good student. Thank you. The cake really lifted the crew's spirits on the journey back. We agreed to teach them the recipe once we hit land. Afterwards, they invited us to the captain's birthday party. They even introduced us to a traveling obelisk who sang us a song of the ancients. It showed us a shortcut through the Rhyoliths mountain range where we met some flaming songbirds. And now you're here? And now we're here. Well, I'm glad you came back. Glad you two didn't run off into the sunset together. Glad you came back. Of course we did. I promised a good story. And you delivered tenfold. Where are you two going next? I should probably talk to Melina. She was pretty mad when I left. Oh my god, does he have a tear in his eye about it? I guess I should apologize while I still can. Good idea. Do you want me to come with you? No, I think I need to do this alone, or rather, with her. And I have to check in on Rufus too. Maybe Hex taught her some fun magic tricks in the meantime. You left her with Hex? And with Grace. Don't worry, nothing was set on fire. I should go. But before I go, do you maybe want to do something together later today or tomorrow, like a thing? Oh, like hanging out together? We could play charades with the werewolves. I think he meant hanging out as in a date. Yeah, that's what you were thinking. Is that what you were thinking of doing, Kumo? No. I was thinking more like spending time together. Like on a walk? Like on a date. Oh. Okay. That sounds really fun. Oh, I ship them together so much. Are you kidding? That's so cute. Cool. I'll pick you up, or I'll see you around, or whatever. I'll see you. I'm looking forward to it. Me too. Oh, precious. He asked me on a date. He did. That's... Oh, what do I do now? Do you think Archie has books on dating, or should I ask the Hydra for advice? It probably knows about dating, right? Archie is still on his quest. Also, I'm right here. You're right. What should I do? Just go, see where it takes you. No one said you actually have to go. Just go, see where it takes you. Or where he takes you, hopefully somewhere nice. I do feel safe with him, so maybe I should try trusting this more. Mostly, I think you should just be honest with him. He seems to like you for who you are, so there's no need to hide. That's the scary thing. Why does he feel that way? Because you're very lovely? People keep saying that, but sometimes I just feel a lot lovelier hiding, you know? I do. I do definitely understand that. To me, it sounded like it's perhaps a bit too late for that. Sorry for listening in. You two were just very sweet. It's okay. I also thought it was very sweet. He was very sweet. But now that he's gone, I have time to think again, and I'm not sure if it was supposed to be that type of sweet anymore. Maybe he was just being nice? He asked you on a date because he was just being nice? Well, maybe he felt bad for me or something? Innkeeper, dear, I think Fable might be in need of another drink. Maybe something to untangle their thoughts, something for a quick escape from all this overthinking. That sounds good. I'll see what I can do. Okay. Well. Okay, hold on. Is she really gonna do another Swift? Okay, yeah, I guess so. Interesting. Wait, no, not that one. Okay, another swift strike for Fable coming right up. Does this help? Very much so, thank you. I feel like now I can uncurl the yarn ball that's in my brain. What do you think I should do? What do you want to do? I want to go on our date, and I want to get to know him better. Maybe even get him to know me better too. Do you think he would like that? I think so, yes. It seems like you don't need our answers. You already have yours. Sometimes I just feel like I need permission to listen to my heart. Do you know you can give that permission to yourself? I forget that every time, but I know you're right. I think I know what to do now. Somewhat. But I'll figure out the rest. Oh, we unlocked more info. Okay, so that does mean that we get 3 paragraphs on each character. Okay, we'll look at that in just a sec. Thank you for listening to me. I think sometimes that's all I really need when I'm scared. There's nothing wrong with being scared as long as you don't run from the things that make you happy. You're right. It took me a while to realize that. Running is so easy, you know? You always know where to go. Away. But staying, you have to actually look at yourself, figure out what your part is in everything. That can be a lot. But when I was on the journey back from Boreas, I really hope I'm saying that correctly. Now I feel like it's Boreas. I'm going to stick with Boreas, but don't judge me. Dancing with Kumo to the music of the navigator's fiddle, thinking about how I would have never gotten to that point if I hadn't put myself out there. I realized that life is so much more than a constant game of hide and seek from the things that truly mean something. And I decided to stop running from life, even if I'm scared. I want to do my best to face my problems. Even though it's terrifying, I know that I'm not alone. Is this still about Kumo? No, he was never a problem. He's one of the reasons I'm not alone, just like you. With good friends by my side, I can do anything. I don't know if you should do everything. I can't wait to see what you will do. It might not be as impressive as you hope, but it will be me, and I'm excited about that. Me too. I'm really proud of you, Fable. Thank you for everything, especially the great advice. That was really great advice. Maybe you should take some of it too, Grace. Maybe you should. But we all conquer life at our own pace. My personal next Goliath is going to be reapplying my lip gloss. And maybe some blush. I do feel a little pale. Can I borrow a mirror for a bit, Innkeeper? Of course. There's some free rooms and mirrors upstairs right next to the acorn chimes. Just ignore the doors with the do not enter signs. You shouldn't have said that. Now I want to check. Please don't. I won't. I'm polite. Or am I? Let's hope she won't find all the nightmare creatures you have locked up there. Let's. Have you ever visited the Twilight Chasm? Not for long enough to capture any creatures. I see. What are you thinking about, Innkeeper? Oh, you know, innkeeper things. I don't. No, I mean, since I'm not an innkeeper and all. Right. That song you mentioned, the one you started writing on the ship? I know it's not done yet, but how about a little sneak peek? To see if it would make for a good jingle. I don't think it's jingle material, but I don't mind sharing it with you. Just keep in mind that it's a work in progress. Of course. There's a calling on the wind beneath the talk of the keep. I've heard the tales, set the sails. Now it's time for me to leave. That sounds like a fragment of a great adventure. So you like it? It's wonderful. I can't wait to hear more. Me too. But it's still a little rough around the edges. I feel like it's missing something. Maybe the next adventure? Maybe. Will you let me know when it's done? Of course. I can't wait to show you the finished version. Thank you, Fable. I'm proud of you. For maybe finally finishing a song. For not running. Oh, thank you. Me too. Innkeeper, do you ever think about taking your own advice? All the time, yes. Why don't you? I don't know. It's hard, I know, but I promise I believe in you as much as you believe in me. And I know we'll both be okay. I would like that. Me too. Well, I've talked a lot today. I'll give you some space. Maybe it's time to stop running. Should I? Is it time to read that letter? Yes, please. Yes, I want to see this letter. Oh, that was easy. I guess I've been wanting to for a while. Let's hope for no regrets. My dearest friend, long has it been since we've talked last. Long has it been since everything has been seared away by the cold flames of death. I wish I could still remember our last conversation, but it's waning memory. I can only imagine how you've enjoyed running away, wishing to forget whatever was between us. Maybe you did for a brief moment for these 30 years. If you did, I'm writing this letter to kindly remind you of the good old times. To celebrate our reunion, I invite you to the spectacle of this century, the last day of the astral moon, welcoming in the first light of the dying moon, where the realm of Tuat is just a grasp away. Are there any spirits you'd like to remember? Are you afraid of what they might tell you? Worry not, I'll be there. Watch the sky closely on the 35th of Cassiopeia. See you soon, an old friend. Wonder if the flower has any... Ooh. That was... I guess you've always been a fan of symbolism, but you didn't even leave an address. Very irresponsible. I'm so confused. I button smashed past one. It said something about regress. Very, very confused about what we're doing. All right, hold on. Let me have a little bit of coffee. Okay, onwards with Voy. Voy, not you coming in here cursing like that. Pardon? No time. Duck, now. What's going on? Are you okay? Do you need help? Healing? Something's coming. Something big. Your next show? What? No. There's no time. Duck! Is the ground? Oh? Oh my god, we're underwater? Is everyone all right? I think. Phew, that was a close call. Could have been really dangerous. What just happened? Why is there water outside of the tavern? I'd also like to know the answer to that question. I've got no clue. I was just outside by the woods drafting my newest song when the ground beneath my feet began to rumble. Not even a minute passed by and it rumbled again. Then a wall of water came rushing toward me. I didn't even dare to wait. I ran immediately looking for shelter. No way I was going to let my hagium get wet. These strings are made of real Chabian silk, and the body is ethereal bamboo. It's a rarity. That's the first thing going through your mind with a giant wave rushing at you? Of course, this instrument is just as valuable as my hands, and just as versatile. Is everyone all right? Grace, dragons, you're all right. I was worried something had happened to you. Oh, don't worry. When the wall started rumbling, I hid under a table, and then I watched the water rush by the window. It was like a tsunami, but tsunamis are very rare, if not impossible, so far into the mainland. Right, it's so strange. Everything seems to be submerged out there. I wonder what could cause such a cataclysm. It's worrying, to say the least. And it's definitely too dangerous to go outside. Even the tavern is leaking. Don't worry, it'll withstand. Are you sure? I'm sure. I've gotten through worse than this. You? It's gotten through worse than this. Oh, that's an interesting... It's interesting. Wouldn't have thought it could withstand this sort of thing, but even more so glad it can. Seems to be a simple yet very sturdy tavern after all, just like you, innkeeper. Are you flirting with the innkeeper? Puh, me? No. Besides, that's besides the point, is it? I mean, unless... I like to work my body, helps a lot in a lot of aspects. Can we get back to the point, please? Yeah, sure, the point. Right, back to the point. Did you see exactly what happened? Not really. I was listening to the whistle of the wind in the treetops, jotting down notes for my next song, when suddenly a horde of silver-crested deer rushed past me. Before they could trample over me, I jumped on the rock I was sitting on and watched them gallop downhill. Then I saw water break through the canopies, snapping trees in half like they were shashlik skewers. I wasted no second. I turned on my heel, knowing I'd be done for if I waited just a moment longer. Then I was here and told you to duck. That sounds horrible. Are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine, thanks. And anyways, with whom do I have the pleasure? I'm Grace. Nice to meet you, Grace. Oh my, you're Voyage, aren't you? The silver-tongued virtuoso? Yes, that would be me. My apologies, I didn't mean to push any boundaries, but I saw you perform at Dropstone's Institute campus that one time. And I must say, you pulled on all of my heartstrings with your beautiful performance. Oh, I did that? Yes, I was awestruck by what your music could do. It was like magic in its very own way. Music can be very soothing in moments of distress. You were distressed back then? A little. I don't remember exactly why anymore, but I remember the emotion. But not more distressed than I am right now. I hope Hex is safe and well. I'm sure he is. Shoot! Did you see that creature swim by? What? Where? It looks like a red-winged eel. Oh, haven't seen one of those in ages. Where is its natural habitat? Actually, the Twilight Chasm, why is it here? Something isn't right. I'm afraid you might be correct. I'm also afraid, very much so. I don't think it's safe to go outside. Of course not. You should all stay for the night. Would that be possible? Of course. The tavern will withstand this, and a bit of company wouldn't hurt. I agree. Thank you, innkeeper. Say, you with the lute, what's your name? Fable. My name is Fable. Do you play? The lute, I mean. Sometimes. I'm still practicing and not all that good with it yet. How about we play together a song or two to lift our spirits and wait out the catastrophe going on outside? It's very untuned. It goes out of tune really quickly, but I guess that's a lute thing. I gotcha. Show it to me. I'll help you, and then we'll jam until a new dawn rises.